We are live. So unaweza endelea sasa.
Okay, so nasema kama kawaida, mnajua Uhuru anytime UK wakiwa na brother yake mwenye anamuitanga ndugu mkubwa na ndugu mdogo, wakitaka pesa wanatuwekea lockdown, wanatuwekea curfew, then wanakimbia kwa World Bank kuomba pesa. As usual wamefanya hiyo kitu na wamefanikiwa kupewa pesa. Sasa question yangu ni mwananchi wa kawaida anajionea hii mambo ama bado unaendelea kuwa blind, ukisifu, ukisema handshake, ukisema sijui nini, wewe unajionea hizo mambo na umenyamaza hapo na bado unawasupport. Unajua kabisa na ukweli hao watu wanakuoppress. Mutembei, hiyo swali nakuletea na kuuliza wewe mwenyewe.
So ni 255 billion unadhani itatumika vizuri ama itatumika tu ukora tena?
Of course, imekuwa ikihappen, tuna expect the same thing. Nimekuwa nikiwaambia from the beginning, watafanya the same thing, waibe pesa, waseme wamenunua sijui nini, wamepeleka kwa county, then all the money yenye itasaidia mwananchi less than 5% yenye itafikia mwananchi na itamfikia na kwa njia ya shida na tabu yenye watajipatia, ndo upate hiyo 5%. Kama ni huduma utapitia mambo mingi na mambo chungu sana ndo upate hiyo 5%. So according to me, najua itatumika vibaya tu as usual. No changes, still the same government, the same people, the same crook, the same government. Everything is fucked up.
Jacob Frank. Jacob, umefika ama hujafika bado? Ongei. Tito.
Yes boss. Nakuona tu. Kadari vipi?
Tumepewa tu 55 billion, tunatumia vizuri tu kama kawaida. Unaonaje?
Hello. Unajua mimi sijasikia mchatala, mnikumbushe nisikie kwa sababu nimeona tu mko online nikaingia fast kwa sababu najua lakini itachaa.
Okay. Jacob Frank leo ni kama amepotea ama nini?
Ya actually.
Hiyo ako na shinda yake. Reverend.
Yes, nakusikia vizuri.
So, sisi UK wamesema Kenya ikienda huko hakuna kuingia UK.
So as usual, unajua Uhuru pamoja na government yake ni watu wa kupenda kujifanya. Ni wale watu nilikwambia hadi last time, ni watu wenye wanaachanga kwao kunachomeka wanaenda kuzima kwa wengine, ama watu wenye wanaacha kwao kwa mzee unakuta mzee kwake apatiani chakula, hakuna food kwa nyumba, ana anything, lakini ukimkuta mtaa ama kwa kibandaski ni yeye kusema. Mimi nafananisha Uhuru na government yake na hao watu. So yeye anatoka huku anapelekea sijui maua UK, sijui anajaribu kufanya madeko gani hapo, then all of a sudden anakuwa wa kwanza kufungiwa, anaambiwa no entry huku hatuwataki kabisa. Yeye na ujinga yake ama ujanja yake yenye anatumia hawezi kubali kufunga au watu wa UK kuingia Kenya. Kwa sababu gani? Yeye ni mtu ana msimamo, ni mtu ako na maadvisors hawajui chenye wanamwambia, na watu wenye hawana mwelekeo. Wao wanajua pesa, kukunywa pombe na hizo vitu zote. Hawana future na hii Kenya hata kidogo. Very useless people.
Kike.
Yes.
Tuambie unasemaje? Kike amepotea. Tony.
Hello.
Yes, endelea Tony.
Sasa nahisi kwa maisha lazima ukuwe na rafiki ndio faulu. Mimi bado yenye niko nimefika hapa kwa sababu ya marafiki. Sasa Uhuru ametufail as a government. Nilikuwa Kenya nikitaka kurudi Dubai. Walipani Kenya kurudi Dubai ikiwa 27 mwezi wa 11 nikakwama Nairobi. Na nilikuwa nimetravel kutumia pesa kutoka South nikuja Nairobi ni travel nirudi Dubai na nikapata tuko na bana. Hatuwezi travel kwa sababu ya nini? Fake documents. Kenya iko na vitu mingi yenye nafanya asiingii kwa macho ya watu wengine. Kenya ingekuwa mbali, ingekuwa wanachukua sheria wanaitumia kulingana vile wameiweka. Kenya hakuna sheria, ukiwa na pesa unafanya kitu unafanya. Sasa nchi zingine zinaona ile vitu mnafanya, mnataka kuwapelekea ile vitu mnafanya kwenu muende mwasugue kwao. Wameweka sheria ya kufuata kutokusambaza ugonjwa, watu hawafuati. Sasa mnataka kusambaza wengine. Sasa mmekuwa nyinyi ndio kusambaza hiyo. Kila kama unaona Kenya ni kusambaza nini corona. Juu ya nini? Nyinyi transit in Africa. Unajua ndege mingi zinapitia Kenya sikienda kusambaa kwa nchi zingine. Sasa which means Kenya ikiachiliwa itasambaza hiyo ugonjwa mbaya sana. So nataka tukae chini Uhuru restructure government yake, arudi kwa medics, awapatie pesa, wafanye kazi inahitajika na wapigane na ufisadi wapunguze. Kama hawatapunguza ufisadi, watu wahisi wakiwa kwa government, hakuna mahali mnaenda na hakuna Kenya pale penye inaenda. Mtaendelea kupigana hivyo, mnaendelea kukufa na wachali. Mwenye kwa pesa anashikilia anakatalia. Maskini wanaumia. Kama saizi wameka lockdown, chakula hakuna. Uhuru ajui, ako State House anakula, ajui mkate ni pesa ngapi, anajui maziwa ni pesa ngapi. Ukimuuliza maswali zote hana habari. Saizi mnaenda kufanya uchaguzi 2022. Alafu mnaitoa pesa ya 200 na wanaendelea na maisha yao. So sisi ndio tuko na shida na tuko na ujinga mingi. Kurudisha wale watu tu. Hao watu wanapatishanga tu msitu. Yaani kupatia msitu ibanizi yani imebadilika. Ni hiyo tu. Hiyo ni ule wa kutabu tu. Uhuru ni ule tu. Hiyo ni kan tu. Hakuna tofauti. So tunafaa tu change wale watu wako uongozi na at least tupate young tax kama wanasa change nchi. Tusiambiwa the experience.
Okay, nasikia ni kama uko na mambo mingi sana hapo. Reverend. I think International Monetary Fund haifai kupeana, inapeananga pesa kulingana na vile country inatumia pesa vizuri. Does it mean that Uhuru anatumia pesa poa sana ndio maana tunaongezewa pesa every now and then tunatoa loan?
So unajua most of the thing yenye hufanyika ndo wapatiane ripoti. Hakuna mwananchi wa kawaida atakuja kuulizwa venye pesa zilitumiwa. Wao wataenda kwa bank waulize venye pesa zilitumiwa, wapatiwe fake documents zenye zimewekwa vitu zenye haziko, hewa wamechorewa giza na hewa. Wanaenda kwa CBK wanaambiwa hizi pesa zilitumwa kwa hii department, tukanunua hii, hizi zingine zikaenda zikasaidia watu Kibera, hizi zingine zikanunua chakula. So IMF wanatoka wakiwa wameridhika. Of course ukiambiwa pesa yako ilitumika hivi, uonyeshwe risiti, wewe utakataa aje? But in real sense it's all about forgery. Hiyo ndo maisha ameishi nayo, forging everything. Ana forge, ana spoil kila kitu. Anaenda anasifiwa huko nchi za nje, ako na maambasada wazuri, amewakon wote, wameingia kwa mfuko, wametoshea wote. Wanamsifu tu na kumuimba. So anakuwa ameweka kwa mfuko, of which most of Kenya nowadays it's all about money. Hata unajua hivyo. Hadi saa hii ukinunuliwa pia wewe na ile kampi nyingine unasonga. So mimi naona it's all about forgery na false statement na information.
Okay. cha usiku Ibrahim.
Yeah.
Unaona tunatumia pesa vizuri ndio tukapewa zingine, loan zingine. Cha usiku utaongea. Guys, kama mko na shida ya network kwanza rekebisheni. Akelo Regan. Mbona watu wako hapa na waongee? Yes, kwambie bwana. Kwambie, ongea.
I'm nice to see you guys here, and I'm thankful for being in. Yes, I was late, but I think the topic of discussion is about the 7.7 trillion coming out of the depths of the country. And I think at this stage, I think we are in the mud country. If the loan can add up to 7.7 trillion, I think we are not going somewhere. And if you come to youths, most of the youths are down. Consider to other countries who manipulate such a cash. You know, the World Bank expects us that this money is in use in a safety hands. Then, when we get the contract, I'm not amused when I find the Chinese are bringing the expertise in the country. How can surely we control the interest of the expertise within the country? I think every year we produce around 5,000 engineers in the country from our institutions. Then I find a Chinese anajenga njia kutoka hapo airport ikifika hapo Westlands. For sure, as like engineers, we are down. We are just sitting down and we find that Chinese are the expertise who is around. So what is that? It doesn't matter. And at this stage, I think there's a lot of money. And I think the government should explain to Mama Mboga, who doesn't understand about this money, hii pesa iko vipi na imetumika vipi na italipwa vipi. That is it, Mutembei, for now.
Okay, sawa. Faith, unatupata?
Hello.
Yes, Faith.
Unanipata?
Yes, wende tunangojea. Tunangoja tuambie mbona tunatumia pesa vizuri hivi na Wakenya bado wanalalamika. Other international bodies already kututrust na more loans. Mpaka tunapewa 255 billion saa hii loan ya kudeal na corona.
Mnanisikia nikiongea?
Tunakusikia sana, endelea.
Nilikuwa nataka kuchangia na nimefurahia kwa hiyo mada, na ni mara mingi nimejaribu kuingia inakata, but nataka kuambia kitu moja na Kenya. Kuna mchezo yenye inachezwa hapo na Uhuru anacheza na siku ya vijana. Kwa sababu kwa sai akichukua hiyo pesa inasaidia nini watu? Tukikuja tuangalie kama railway ndio hiyo train railway iliundwa. Sai hakuna kitu inafanya, iko tu pale plain. Hakuna haitumiki. Hii ya kuenda kutoka Mombasa kwenda Naivasha. Sasa kuna mchezo president anacheza na nchi ya Kenya kwa njia nyingine yenye vijana ndio wanaumia. Unajua hao wenye wamefikisha 50 kwenda mbele wako sawa. But wale wako chini ndio life inawafinya. Inafinya kiasi yenye hata saa hii Uhuru angekubali angetumia zile pesa yako nazo na asimamishe kila miradi yote, ibakie tunacheza tu na kusolve corona peke yake. But unapata anachukua miradi, anaenda nafungua sijui ni mabarabara, sijui anaenda kuunda station ya mabasi. Sasa unashindwa na ule mtu wa chini unamwambia nini kwa future yake? Naweza kuambia kama saa hii mimi siko Kenya, but vile uzito yenye iko Kenya inaniumiza hata mimi penye niko huku. Kwa sababu unapata mimi saa hii niko Saudia, but hiyo uzito yenye iko Kenya inanisumbua mimi kwa njia gani? Kila saa ni simu nyumbani, tusaidie kumeenda hivi, tusaidie kumeenda. But Kenya ikikuwa mzuri, hata sisi wenye tuko huku nje ya Kenya tunasikia life ikiwa cheap. But ukiwa ni uzito iko Kenya, wenye tuko nje ya Kenya ndio tunaumia sana, kwa sababu inabidi ubebe hiyo mzigo ya nyumbani kuwasaidia, kwa vile Kenya imezidi. Kama hata sahii na imagine inafaa nirudi Kenya, but najiuliza how can I survive huko Kenya? Hakuna kazi. Kenya ni hiyo tu mashida, unakosa kujua wana solve problem ya corona ama wameenda kwa project gani katika hii akili zao zenye wanafanya. Sasa ndio kitu inasumbua Kenya siku hii. Yaani unabaki unashindwa ni Uhuru ana plani gani kwa vijana. Hiyo tu ndio ningechangia kwa leo.
Yego.
Yes sir.
Wewe ndiye tunangoja.
Ask the question again. You know this thing, issue yote ya lockdown, whatever, these restrictions, it's all about unanipata?
Endelea bana.
Nasema hivi zote restrictions zote, it's all about kupata hii funds kama hii umesema IMF. I don't see a reason why Tanzania has developed sana kuliko Kenya. Hello?
Boss, sasa wewe utaongea ama unataka kujibiwa tu? Ukipewa chance unaongea mpaka unamaliza. Haya, huyo ameenda. Sami, makosa.
Yes, shukran sana Mutembei. Shukran sana Mutembei na wale watu wote ambao wako katika huu mjadala katika hii forum. Naona mada leo tunaongelea kuhusu mkopo wa IMF ambao Kenya imeweza kujishindia kitita kikubwa hicho. Kwanza ile kitu ambayo tunafaa kuelewa ni kuwa nchi yetu ya Kenya ni member wa IMF, na katika hili janga la corona ambayo imeadhiri ulimwengu mzima, si Kenya peke yake, IMF walitenga kitita cha dola trilioni 1 ili kuweza kutoa mkopo kwa wale wanachama wake, Kenya ikiwa ni moja wao. Kuna zaidi ya nchi 83 ambao IMF wanapatia mikopo kama wanachama, wala ambao wana qualify kupata hizo mikopo. Kwa hivyo Kenya kupata mikopo kwa IMF si jambo baya, na ni haki yake kama nchi na kama mwanachama wa IMF. Kile kitu ambao tunafaa kuwa tunaangazia sana ni kwanza masharti ile ambayo inaandamana na mkopo, sababu kila mtu wote mwenye kukopesha pesa naye pia kuna malengo yake, sababu sio tikua tu yeye akupale kukopesha pesa bila kupata analolipangia kwako ama analolitarajia kwako. Na mara nyingi nchi za Kiafrika zimeathirika sana, sababu wakisikia kitita kikubwa cha pesa wanakimbilia, lakini baadaye madhara yake inakuwa makubwa, sababu wale wakoloni ambao wanatukopesha hizo pesa wana masharti magumu, wana masharti mazito ambao baadaye inatuumiza. Kwa hivyo mpaka saizi hatujui wale wahusika walienda kutia sahihi hiyo mikopo ya IMF, ni masharti gani ambayo inaambatana na hiyo mikopo. Lakini tukiangalia Amerika, nchi ambayo tunasema kwamba imestawi kimaendeleo na kiuchumi, nayo ndio nchi ambayo inaongoza kwa mikopo kwa kukopa. Hata kama kwa mfano saizi Amerika tunasema inasaidia nchi nyingi, lakini wao pia wanategemea mikopo. Nchi ili iweze kustawi, na hata mwanabiashara wote ambao waweze kustawi sana katika biashara, ni lazima akuwe na pesa kisawasawa ndio aweze kujikimu. Na mara nyingi tunapata kwamba hata wale wanabiashara wakubwa, wale ambao tunajua the big enterprises, they survived, they rely on loans. So si jambo mbaya kwamba Kenya tuweze kupata loan, lakini na support dadangu Faith amesema kwamba hizo loan tunapochukua tunaweza kuimarisha vipi hali ya uchumi na hali ya maisha ya Wakenya. Maanake na zingine tunachukua loan bila mpango, bila msingi ya kueleweka. Ametoa mfano moja wa SGR ambao tukiangalia ile pesa ambayo tulikopeshwa China, tunaona kwamba hiyo tulipoteza. Alafu pia haikuwa priority. Unajua kama saizi tukikopa pesa ile ambayo unakopa kwa loan, tuseme kwa mfano umeenda Equity Bank ama umeenda KCB, unaenda unakopa loan milioni 1, alafu unaenda unafanyia holiday, unaenda unapeleka watoto shopping, unaenda unajinunulia unabadilisha vitu kwa nyumba, ama unajinunulia kagari hapo, hiyo huwa umejitia kitanzi, huwa umejiweka kamba shingoni. Sasa na support kwamba Faith kwamba la zingine tunachukua loan ambao atuelekezi kwa mambo ambayo yanaweza kusaidia Wakenya, sababu hata saizi tukiongea hiyo SGR, hizo mabilioni zote ziliwekwa hapo, mpaka saizi tunaweza sema kwamba inasaidia Wakenya wangapi? Hata wale Wakenya ambao walikuwa wanapata ajira pale, saizi wote wamesimamishwa, hawafanyi kazi na wapati hizo mshahara. Hizi pesa ambayo tumekopa, hii inafaa iwekwe katika ile inaitwa stimulus package ya kurevive economy na livelihood ya citizen. Moja ambao kama tungepata nafasi labda kusema kuadvise serikali yetu, ni kusema kwanza kuwekeza katika ukulima, because hizi ile kitu ambao Wakenya wanaenda kuhitaji sana ni chakula. Sababu kama tumbo imeshiba, afya inaimarika, na afya kama inaimarika, nchi nayo pia inastawi. Sasa tungesema kwamba hizo pesa serikali iweze kuwekeza katika kilimo, iweze kupatia wakulima fertilizer bure, serikali iweze kuongeza matingatinga za kulima, iweze kutoa mbegu, kama ni mbegu ya majani chai, kama ni mbegu ya kahawa, kama ni mbegu ya mahindi, kama ni mbegu ya miwa. Alafu pamoja na hiyo waweze pia kuweza kufufua viwanda zote zile ambazo zilikuwa zimesambaratika. If tunaweza kuboresha ukulima na tuweze kuboresha viwanda vyetu, then we can be able to consume our own. Kwa hivyo kitu ya kwanza ya kupigana katika taifa letu la Kenya kwanza ni njaa. Sababu hata saizi watu hawana makazi, ile kitu ambao wanalia ni njaa. Bei ya sukari imepanda, bei ya unga imepanda, bei ya majani imepanda, bei ya chumvi imepanda. Lakini kama hizo vitu zote serikali ikiweza kuwekeza, alafu inakuwa ni produce ambao tuna produce wenyewe katika taifa na tuna consume wenyewe, tunapata kwamba kila kitu itakuwa chini, itakuwa affordable, mkulima ataweza kuweka pesa mfukoni, na watu pia katika mshahara yao wanaweza kununua chakula kwa bei ya chini, ikaweza kuimarika. Saa hizi hii jangwa bila imepiga taifa, bila kuweza kupata mkopo hatuwezi kujisimamisha, maanake tumepata madhara makubwa sana. Kwa hivyo nina support, naunga mkono serikali kuchukua hiyo mkopo, na nina congratulate kwamba wameweza kufika zile vipengee ambao waliweza kuwekewa na IMF na wameweza kumudu. Ile kitu tu ambao tunajiuliza ni hiyo mambo nimesema. Kwanza tujue ni masharti. Kuna kitu pia ambayo inaitwa kickbacks. katika kila ukienda kuchukua mkopo, wala watu ambao wanaenda kusaini hiyo mkopo kama vile waziri wa fedha na wengineo ambao wanahusika pale, kuna kitu ambao inaitwa kickback. Lakini tunajua kickback huwa sana ni mkopa upande wa mashariki, lakini kama ni magharibi, wao wako na nyenzo kali na sheria kali kidogo. Lakini tunaomba tu kwamba hii loan ambao tumepatiwa tuweze kutumia kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya, especially wale Wakenya wa chini, kuweza kuinua zile ma SMEs. Hizo pesa ziwekwe katika banks, watu wale wanafanya zile ambao tunaitwa small and medium enterprises ziweze kupatiwa pia stimulus package ya kuweza kuinua biashara zao, kama wale watu wa M-Pesa, wale watu wa kuuza maduka madogo madogo, wale watu wa mama mboga sokoni, waweze kupata hata kama ni 50,000, kama ni 100,000, 200,000, hiyo stimulus package ya kuweza pia kuinject katika biashara zao. Na hiyo pesa hata ikiwezekana interest pia iwe ni ya chini, hata kama ni 8% ama 6%, ili pia wao waweze pia kusimamisha biashara zao. Na tuweza kusimamisha biashara zao, wanaanza kulipa ushuru, na wakianza kulipa ushuru, hiyo ushuru tutatumia kulipa hiyo mkopo ambao tumekopa. Wakulima nao kule wakiboreka, wakipatiwa mbegu, wapatiwe mbolea, wapatiwe matingatinga, waweze kupatiwa wale ambao hawana nafasi ya irrigation, waweze kuchimbiwa visima, waweze kuirrigate mazao yao. Wakiweza kutoa, wauzie Wakenya kwa bei nafuu, nao pia wanapata pesa, wanalipa ushuru. Hiyo ushuru inasaidia kulipa katika ile mikopo. Kwa hivyo ndugu zanguni, sababu mimi ndio nilikuwa nimepatiwa nafasi ya kuongea, na naona Mutembei sijui amepotelea wapi. Nafikiri nitachukua nafasi hii.
Samahani Makosi.
Okay, Mutembei umerudi?
Ni Clinton anaongea.
Ndio hiyo, karibu Clinton. Yeah.
Okay, sasa kuna mtu amekuuliza swali hapa kwa comments. Ulipokuwa unaongea, how does it help the ordinary people affected by COVID-19?
Okay. The loan.
Yeah.
That is what I said, that if this loan are used wisely to help the common people, like those at the lower level, those who are doing SMEs, small and medium enterprises, at least this money to be injected in the banks, and they will be able to access a simple loans for them to be able also to inject into their various businesses. And I mentioned about farmers. If also these loans are used to help to boost the farming, give farmers the required components that they need for farming, provide them with fertilizers, provide them with the seeds, provide them with every facility that they require for a proper farming and a good production. So when you already boost these two sectors, the SMEs and the farming, then everybody will be able to benefit. The small enterprises, they will be able to stand back on their businesses. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So maybe we can hear from Francis Mwendwa.
Yeah, thanks.
So we'll go with the time. You have 5 minutes.
Asante sana Clinton.
Yeah.
Nashukuru sana kwa hii nafasi. Kwanza, kitu ya kwanza nataka kusema, Makosi, umeongea vitu za maana sana. Lakini shida ile tuko nayo Kenya ni cartels wengi katika serikali. Ukiangalia kwa ministries zote, hata za health nini, mtu anapatiwa budget yake ambayo itasaidia wananchi, lakini zile pesa hazitafikia mwananchi hata kule mashinani. Hizi mikopo ambayo Kenya saa hizi tunakopa, mi kitu ya kwanza naweza sema Uhuru kitu ile angefanya, zile funds kwanza ziliibiwa za mambo ya COVID za kwanza zingekuwa recovered before afikirie tena kuchukua loan, ambayo ni kitu yeye mwenyewe alisema atahakikisha zimerudishwa, na hadi saa hii hazijairudishwa. Kwa nini? Wahusika wale wengi anawajua, na wahusika wale wengi ni kama ni marafiki zake, ni kama ana try kuprotect. Na ukiwa rais ambaye una protect ambao ni cartels wenye wako karibu na wewe, basi nchi itakuwa kwa shida. Hata hizi mikopo ambazo zitakopwa tena, hatuna uhakika kama zitafanyia wananchi ile kazi zinatakiwa kufanya. Sasa hii tunapambana na corona. Angekuwa nafikiria kwanza ni nini itasaidia yule mwananchi wa kawaida kwa kila county na ministry yenye ni ya health itafanya kazi gani ili kuhakikisha wametekeleza kila jambo ambalo limetengewa na mheshimiwa. Kwa hivyo kitu ile ya muhimu sana, si rahisi akope kila wakati. Juu akikopa kila wakati, yule mwananchi wa kawaida, yule wa pale chini ni anaumia. Kwa hivyo tax yote inatolewa wapi? Kwa kila mtu Mkenya. Hata saa hii kuna mama hawezi afford 20 bob ya kununua ile mask. Hizi mask hata zingekuwa zinapeanwa bure, ni hizo zimefungiwa huko kwa makontena bado zimelala huko zinaoza. Zingekuwa sahi hata zishatolewa zimepeanwa, hazisaidii. PPE kids walikuwa wanasema hawana pesa, lakini pesa ya BBA ilikuwa tena. Ni wao wana riski wananchi wakifungulia sasa wanasiasa waanze kukusanyika, bado ni wao wanaturiski. Kwa nini? Lazima wananchi waende mahali mwanasiasa yupo, na mwanasiasa akiwa hapo hata kwanza aelimishi watu mambo ya COVID, je, anajitakia makuu kwanza. Kwa hivyo Kenya ile inatuharibu ni cartels, na cartels wale wengi wako katika government na surround president mwenyewe. So hii nchi, Makosi umeongea vizuri sana, hizo vitu zinaweza fanyika, lakini ni tukiwa na mabadiliko katika kila sekta ya serikali, kuanzia MDs wote wa parastatos, kuanzia watu wote wa siasa wabadilishwe, waweko watu wengine mpya ambao hawatakula. Lakini wanasiasa wa Kenya saizi mahali imefikia, walai hata sijui tutaenda wapi. Hata watutambui. They have no interest of Kenyans at their heart. Their interest is self benefit to them and their family. Hata sahii ukienda kuchukua tenders kwa serikali, hata kwa county levels, unapata wale wanapewa, they are the relatives wenye wako huko serikalini. Kwa hivyo hii serikali sahii imebaki ya matajiri na imebaki ya watu ambao hata hawajali maskini. Kulingana na saa zingine rais akiongea huwa anajihurumia. Nauliza, kweli huyu ashaipitia katika shida akaona vile watu wanasumbuka? Hata chakula kuna mtu hata hawezi pata, na anajua saa hii ni jioni na kuna watoto na ajui watakula nini. Saa hii wale walikuwa kazi wote wameenda. Niambie, wako Nairobi, wamefungiwa Nairobi ama kaunti zile zingine. Huenda mashambani yao ni huko Makueni ama Rift Valley na hawezi access. Saa hii amefungiwa Nairobi. Huyo mtu ataweza kulipa nyumba kweli? Huyo mtu ataweza kukula? Atajimudu aje na familia na kuna watoto hii Nairobi? Kwa hivyo sometimes akifanya kitu, kwanza unaangalia the nature effect ya yule mtu mdogo. Je, angalia yule mtu mdogo, rais hajaiona shida. Haya, watu wale wanamuadvise huenda wao hawajaiona shida, ni cartels namba moja. Wao wamekula pesa ya serikali, hata wajui, hata mafuta ikipandishwa wao hawashughuliki. Kwanza ile cartel kubwa iko katika petroleum. Hiyo cartel imesurround hapo, imejaa hapo. Kwa hivyo hata ukiongea kidogo hata utauliwa. Juu ya nini? They are benefiting themselves. Kwa hivyo ile kitu ya maana, rais hata angecontrol vitu kama hizo. Mafuta ikipandishwa ina affect kila mwananchi kutoka wa chini mpaka tajiri, lakini yeye tajiri hajali maskini juu ni yeye amejipandishia benefit. So hata hizi mikopo tunakopa, mi sioni iko na haja saa hizi. Hiyo mikopo haitusaidii, inasaidia matajiri. Kwa hivyo ile ingewezekana kwanza zile zilibiwa last time zingerudishwa, wale wamechukua wanajulikana, wanaendelea na kufanya uchunguzi. Surely uchunguzi, na unaona mtu kweli aliiba pesa ni hii na anafanyiwa uchunguzi. Uchunguzi ingine gani Kenya? Mtu awekwe ndani arudishe pesa mara moja, badala ya kushindia tunazunguka tunaenda tunakopa, zikikuja zinaibiwa. Zile zimeibiwa sai ni mabilioni na zinajulikana ziko na kina nani. Si kwanza washikwe, wawekwe ndani, accounts zao zikuwe free, ama warudishe pesa. Rais sijui, mimi ningekuwa rais saa hii hao watu wangekuwa washarudisha, nimerecover hata hizo plots wamenunua na wakajenga, zingekuwa za serikali. Si kubomoa. Hiyo pesa rent inakusanywa inarudi kwa serikali. Lakini Kenya cartels tupo. Tuko tajiri, nchi yetu ni tajiri sana. lakini cartels ndio wamejaa. Kwa hivyo cartel ikiisha Kenya, mambo na mimi sioni, labda tutolewe malaika kutoka mbinguni akuwe rais, lakini si Kenya. Asanteni.
Clinton, naomba kurespond kidogo kwa Mwendwa. Clinton. Clinton.
Hiyo ni kama ameenda kidogo.
Clinton. Okay. Yego, unatusikia? Okay. Mwendwa, sababu
Yes.
naona Clinton kama yuko, na nilikuwa nimeomba Korir na Faith poleni kidogo, na Yego sijui kama anatusikiza. Naomba kidogo ni respond kwa bwana Mwendwa. Kwanza Mwendwa, umeongea vizuri kuhusu makatels, pesa zile ambazo zinaibiwa na hizo zote. Kwanza lazima wote tukubaliane kitu kimoja. Hata kwa matanga watu wanakula. Na hata Biblia inatuambia kwamba mahali pana mvu lazima kuna tai wale ndege. Kitu ya kwanza ni kweli kwamba pesa zimeibiwa na kesi zinaenda zinakwama, na hiyo inakuwa ni ngumu kurudishwa. Lakini kwa sasa ile ambao current situation now, number one, we are in a very hard crisis. Mutembei. Yes. Saizi we are in a hard crisis. Janga la ulimwengu mzima. Saizi hatuwezi kusema tunafukuza waizi, tuwashike waizi, turudishe ile ambao wamekula tumboni watapike, na huku sisi wenyewe hatuje kula. Mpaka kwanza serikali kwanza hata ikuwe na nguvu. Maanake hata saizi kama hii jangwa vile iko, hata inakuwa zile taasisi za serikali pia zinahitaji mapato, pia zinahitaji kupatiwa nguvu. Nchi haiwezi kuoperate bila pesa. Saizi watu wengi hawako kazi, biashara nyingi zimefungwa, kwa hivyo ushuru haipandi. Kwa hivyo mkopo, kando na ile dhana na dhamira ambao tuko nayo kwa serikali yetu, maanake kunazo ndio ambao vitu ambao maendeleo tunaona kwamba wamefanya. Kuna zile pia zingine ambao wamefail.
Sami, unatetea serikali ama?
Sitetei serikali, lakini ninasema ona lea view. Sababu
kumaanisha serikali tu itakuwa ni kukopa na kuibiwa. Sababu serikali haina pesa. 2 million rais ulikuwa unasikia akisema sinapotea 2 billion in every day. Na yeye mwenyewe ni kwenda kuweka tu signature kukopa ikuje ziibiwe. Of which cause kuna zingine zinapotea kila siku. Hata mimi kesho nafikiria kwenda kuomba, niende tu kwa Kemsa niombe hiyo contract.
Kwanza bwana Korir umeraise point mzuri, kama mtaniruhusu kidogo pia nitareply na yako. Nimalize na Mwendwa alafu ni reply yako. Kwa hivyo Mwendwa, kile kitu iko ni kuwa serikali lazima ikuwe na pesa ndio iweze kuoperate, na kila serikali dunia hii inakopa pesa. Sasa mahali ambapo labda tunakuwa na shida ni kwa utumizi wake. Ndio nikarudia pale Faith alikuwa amesema, kama vile ambao tuliwekeza katika mradi wa reli, na tunaona hiyo reli kwamba uzalishaji wake ni adimu mno. Kwa hivyo kukopa si tatizo, tatizo ni utumiaji, na tatizo ni usimamizi, unaona, ili kuweza kuzuia uporaji. Sasa nikirudi kwa ndugu yangu Korir, kwanza tukiongea kuhusu uporaji, uporaji Kenya haijaanza leo, enzi ya rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta. Ulianza uporaji toka wakati wa tunachukua serikali kutoka ukoloni. Uporaji ukaendelea mpaka toka tunapata rais wa pili akakaa miaka 24, uporaji ikakuwa imekidhiri. Tukakuja tukapata rais wa tatu, uporaji kidogo ikatulia. sababu watu walikuwa na hamasa sana ya kubadilisha nchi, na ndio unaona uporaji ukatulia, sababu hata wale wafanyikazi walikuwa pia na hamasa sana ya kule shida ambao wamepitia. Sasa bwana Korir, ile kitu iko ni kuwa ile kitu ambayo Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta kama rais anaweza kufanya, yeye kitu ya kwanza ni kung'ang'ana kuhakikisha kwamba kama vile baba wote katika familia, baba kama hakuna chakula kwa nyumba, hata kama unga ilikuwa jirani alikuwa amekuja akaomba, lazima utang'ang'ana kuhakikisha kwamba kwa nyumba ikifika jioni moto unawaka kwa nyumba. Sasa jukumu la usimamizi, si rais peke yake ndiye ana jukumu ya usimamizi. Kuna taasisi na vyombo mbalimbali za kiserikali ambao ziko na wajibu, kama vile wewe bwana Korir unasema, yani badala useme kwamba unajaribu vile utaweka pressure ya kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi ni vipi wanaweza kulinda zile rasilimali ambao wanapata hata kama ni za mikopo, bado unaona umekuwa na dhana kwamba hata mimi pia nataka niende nifanye nini, niibe. Wazungu wanasema too long does not make a right. Now what I'm saying is we as Kenyans now, what we are supposed now to be pushing and to be advocating is that let us learn from the past. This new loan, let us at least make a proposal, push the government through various platforms that see how we want them to operate. First, we want at least this economy, the bottom economy, to be given stimulus package so that at least they can get into their track. Let the farmers be equipped so that there will be food, sufficient food security in the country, and in affordable way that any household can afford, can be able to eat 3 meals in a day. Unaona, wacha hizi pesa tuseme kwamba waweze kulipa hao madaktari ambao wamekuwa kigoma na manases kila wakati. So first we should first equip on this one that we have a bird at hand. Unaona, sasa alafu tukishamaliza hii ndio sasa nchi kisha recover from pandemic, bado tuko na wakati wa kuangalia nani zile wizi wa Kenya, tuweke mikakati, kama ni kuandamana, kama ni kuenda sisi wenyewe wa Kenya, manake katiba ni sisi na sisi ndio wenye katiba. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza enda hata wenyewe tukasema hawa waliiba, tunawashika na wanafanyiwa inquiry. Unaona, inafunguliwa inquest. Hiyo pia iko katika katiba. Ile tu kwamba Kenya huwa tunapuuza kama ni mambo ya kusoma. Lakini kwanza tunashukuru bwana rais kwa kufanya jitihada ya kuhakikisha kwamba at least tumepata kwanza hii loan, ili iweze kusaidia wakulima, iweze kusaidia wanabiashara wale wa chini, iweze kulipa madaktari wetu ndio wazidi kuhudumia wagonjwa, na iweze kuboresha hali ya kimsingi. Na kama serikali itafanya hivyo, hatutajutia kwa nini tumepata hii mkopo. Itakuwa ni vizuri. Ile kitu tu ambayo tungefaa tuwe tunaangalia ilikuwa ni masharti gani ambayo iliambatana na hiyo mikopo. Maana kuna masharti mengine ambayo ni makali uchungu. Unaona, unachukua loan lakini masharti ni chungu, baadaye ina repercussion, inaenda kutumiza. Lakini kama ni masharti ile ya kawaida ambayo sisi tumechukua tukiwa kama wanachama wa IMF, hata Amerika, hata Uswizi, hata wapi wanachukua loan kama wanachama. Kwa hivyo kwa nini sisi tusichukue loan kama wanachama? Tuna qualify. Ile kitu tu tulikuwa tunaomba serikali iweze kuwekeza hizi pesa katika biashara katika ngazi ya chini. Wala mama wa mboga, wala wanauza vitu za electronics ndogo ndogo, wala wa M-Pesa waweze kupata stimulus package ya hii COVID. Shukrani sana.
Asante Makosi, asante. Kuna mtu ako na mtoto tafadhali. Kuna mtu ako na mtoto, namtafuta hapa chini. Hello.
Okay, sawa. Acha nitoe mtoto.
Ngoja namtafuta alafu na mute. Alafu tunaendelea. Anaweza kuwa nani? Unashuku nani ni mute? Anaweza kuwa Talamu.
Nafikiri ni kwa Talamu.
Hata mimi nimemute Talamu, mtoto akanyamaza. Ni sawa.
Yes, ni kwa Talamu.
Sasa kuna mtu ameniita. Ulikuwa na swali ama?
Ni mimi Clinton.
Na una Faith. Okay, proceed.
Unajua kitu moja, Simon amesema vizuri, rais amechukua loan, amechukua loan.
Faith kidogo tu. Sami, unafikiri ni nani mwenye ana mtoto tena tu?
Ilikuwa ni kwa taalamu, huyo mtoto alikuwa ni kwa taalamu. Huyo alikuwa ni kwa taalamu.
But mic yake sasa haifanyi.
Yes, sasa unaona amenyamaza. Haifanyi, alikuwa ni kwa taalamu.
Bado kuna kitu. Yego mute kidogo tu. Hatukusikizi Yego. Mute. Faith, proceed.
Simon. Nilikuwa unasema vizuri, president amechukua loan. Kitu ya kwanza, kwa vile president haizi manage hiyo loan na tunajua vizuri haiwezekani, sioni maana ya kuchukua. Hata kama tuko wanachama haina maana, kwa sababu unajua usiende kwa chama useme mimi mwanachama wache nikope loan. Unakopa loan kwa kujipanga ukijua nitaimanage aje, but the president wetu haifai achukue loan kwa sababu kitu ya kwanza hakuna chenye itafanya. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza yenye president haitaifanya chochote. Na kitu ya kwanza ingine tena ni ile yeye amekataa kuangalia wananchi wanataka nini, yeye anaangalia wanasiasa wanasema nini. Hiyo ndio kitu president ako nayo, haangalii wananchi wanataka nini. Akikaa na wanasiasa anaona basi nimekaa na wananchi, but huko chini wananchi ndio wanaitisha chenye wanaitisha.
Kuongea kwa Faith hapo, unajua president wetu hii country yetu ni few people ndio wana decide watafanya nini, unaona. At least tungekuwa tunasikizwa wananchi tunasema nini, ingekuwa better. Unaona? Hii vitu inafanya na watu si wanasiasa wote. Like iwezi fika hata watu 10 ndio wanaamua hii nchi yetu inaenda wapi ama wanataka wafanye nini na hii pesa ya loan. Unaona? Wewe utaambiwa Faith, wewe enda pande hii, umekutuma enda chukua tenda mahali fulani, wewe enda mahali chukua tenda mtu mwingine, ama Korira enda achukue tenda. Unaona? Hii pesa inaenda tu kwa familia, si watu wote wa Kenya.
Alafu wacha nikwambie, unaona sasa hii imetokea president akikuja kuongea kama ni Raila, anaenda kuongea na Raila, lazima amfinyie kitu. Kwa sababu gani? Anataka msaada ya Raila. Na ukipata kama juzi hiyo ameenda, ni vile mchana yake kulikuwa na maandamano ya wale vijana. Sasa akaona wacha ni vurute huyu Raila asongee hapa, in case kukiharibika anaweza nishikilia hapa, na haizi enda hapo bure. Nimekuwa kwa YouTube, kwa Twitter, unapata Twitter watu ODM wanasema nyumba sasa ya parliament inatakiwa na iundwe sasa ioneshe sura ya BBI. Sasa unashindwa sura ya BBI ama inafasa hii watu wanaongelea corona. Hao wanasema kwa Twitter ati parliament hiyo BBI. So unakuja unajiuliza ule mwananchi wa chini. Unajua kitu moja yenye inafanya Kenya hii, kuna wale wenye wakwenda shule na wakusoma. Sasa ule mwenye at least ana makaratasi anaweza sema nitapeleka mahali, but ule mwenye hana makaratasi anakula aje sai? Maisha imekuwa ngumu. Huyo mtu ana
serikali yetu wakati wa janga la COVID at least wangekuwa mstari wa mbele kusaidia watu. Ukiangalia hapa Mathare, not Mathare, inaitwa aje hapa kwenye wetu Ruaraka hapa hivi, walibomolea watu wakati ya COVID. Wamefunga Nairobi, mtu huwezi toka Nairobi. Mtu anasema amezaliwa hapo, ajui kwao ni wapi, na wamefunga Nairobi na mbomolea mtu usiku. Same thing juzi imefanyika hapa Ruai. So wabomolea watu Ruai, hawakupewa notice, wamekuja wakabomoa. Unaona? Na kuna COVID, umefunga Nairobi. Labda mtu anajua ushago kwake ni wapi, ni Eldoret, ni Tala huku, ni wapi, atapita wapi?
Naomba ni respond hiyo.
Wacha ni malizie.
Naomba ni respond hiyo ya Faith na Salam.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kurespond.
Sami, kidogo tu tuwe na order. Ukitaka kuongea na mtu akuambie sijamaliza, anafaa kumaliza, alafu kama una respond once. Juu akisema kitu kingine ambacho ungependa kurespond na ulisha respond kabla hajamaliza, bado utahitaji time tena na tena. Faith, naomba umalize, alafu wale wa kurespond warespond. Thank you.
Ndio mimi nasema kitu moja. Unaangalia kama Saudia before waeke lockdown, watu walipewa notice 1 month, ikasupply kwa internet yote. Ulikuwa unajua tarehe fulani lockdown. Saa hii Saudia ukitaka kuingia hata kwa duka, kuna app wametoa, unaonyeshana tu unaingia. But Kenya hakuna yote imefanyika huko. Ni kuamka asubuhi kusema lockdown. Kule mtu mwenye unafungia lockdown, unajua jana usiku alikuwa unabaki unashindwa. Kama mimi saa hii niko na mama mkwe ako Nairobi, ni mgonjwa, ndio ametibiwa amepona, inafaa rudi nyumbani, ameacha wajukuu peke yao, lakini wameweka lockdown. Haya, hii lockdown wameweka saa hii inatajirisha maaskari. Kwa vile sasa ukiangalia kwenda Western, maaskari ati kutoka hapo kwenda Nairobi kwenda Western ni 5,000. Kila penye unapita unapea askari pesa. Ule maskini mwenye amekaa kwa nyumba, nani anampea pesa? Ndio unapata mimi naona Kenya kama ni mahali, ndio ni country yangu na nitakuja, but nafika mahali nasikia kama president lose kabisa. Yani ako kwingine, hayuko mahali penye alikuwa amesimama kama president. Lose kabisa. Inafaa kuje aangalie ule mtu wa chini, yeye ndiye anaweza tutetea. Hata wanasiasa hao wakipiga siasa yao, president ndiye angesimama na wananchi. But president yeye amekubali kuchukuliwa na wanasiasa, azungushwe huku, wananchi wabakie pale chini. Sasa hii wakitaka kuletea wananchi BBI, huyu mtu unakuja kumletea ukimwambia nini? Aseme yes, hajakula, kazi ana, shule ndio hizi zinafunguliwa. Yani unabaki unaangalia Kenya unachoka. Lakini ni sawa tu. Nipo nimemaliza.
Okay. Clinton, naomba ni respond.
Pole sana Faith, pole. So, una respond kwa dakika moja tafadhali.
Okay, shukran sana.
Si kwa dakika 5.
Okay. Kwanza kwa dadangu Faith na Korir, ni kuwa lazima sisi wa Kenya kwanza tujue kwamba kuna msemo ambao inasema kwamba choices have consequences, and we Kenyans we must learn to take responsibilities of our choices and carry the consequences that comes with it. Uhuru, kila serikali iko na system the way it operates. President mostly, because Kenyans we are represented as per constitution. Tunachagua viongozi ambao wanaturepresent na wanaenda bungeni, ndio wanaenda kupeleka miswada, mahitaji na kila kitu ile ambao sisi tunataka kama wananchi. Sasa mahali ambapo huwa tunafaa kuwa makini sana ni kuwa wakati sisi tunachagua viongozi, tunaangalia wale ambao wanatupatia shilingi 500, wanatuletea unga 2 ya unga, wanatuletea maleso, wanatupatia tenga, tunasema hao ndio viongozi wazuri. Sasa wakienda bungeni, wakienda kumwambia Uhuru kwamba kule chini hakuna shida, tunaanza kulaumu president. Wakati sisi wenyewe tulichagua viongozi kwa minajili ya seasonal, sababu ya shilingi 100. Sasa huu ni wakati ya kubeba our responsibilities, ndio next time ikifika election unaelewa sasa kwamba ile kura yako it is a tool na it is a determinant ambayo itakuelekeza ni maisha gani utaishi katika hiyo kipindi ya miaka 5. Lakini Wakenya tumekuwa tunachukulia uchaguzi kama mzaa. Kiongozi wote anakuja pale na kuturushia shilingi 100. Pia nataka kukuambia nchi kama hiyo Dubai ambayo unasema ni nzuri, ni nchi ambayo imejengwa na pesa ya wizi, ni nchi ambayo hizo madhahabu zetu za Kongo zimebebwa zikapelekwa huko, pesa za corruption zile ambazo ziliibiwa na serikali ya kwanza na ya pili, zote hizo investment na Dubai ni pesa za Afrika, pesa za Cameroon, pesa za kina Taylor, pesa za nani zimeenda zikajenga. lakini Waarabu wakajua kuzitunza, na ndio unaona kwamba saizi wanatuandika na tunaona kama ni nchi nzuri, hata kama ni desert, they don't produce anything. Kenyans, this is a time now that as we are suffering, next election, that is next year, we must now value that voters card and know that this is a determinant that will determine the next 5 years how our livelihood is going to be. Things will not be as usual. Kwamba ulikuwa unachukua tu kura, umeenda umekuja umedanganywa hapo na nyimbo za taarabu ama za rege hapo kwa jukwaa, na tunatupiwa shilingi 500, tunasema huyu ndio kiongozi. Because saizi ndio tungekuwa na proper legislation. Hizi nchi ambao unaona kama kina UK, kina US, pandemic ilipokuja, immediately ilipokuja, parliament waliconvene straight away, they went into the business, wakaanza kulegislate jinsi ya kusafeguard, jinsi ya kufight pandemic, jinsi ya kuprotect citizen, jinsi ya kuhakikisha kwamba haiwaffect, jinsi ya madaktari kuwalipa, jinsi ya vile watu watapata stimulus package, wanapatiwa pesa, wanapatiwa vyakula, wanapatiwa hata vitamins. Yes.
Asante sana.
Asante. Sami hapo.
Nani anaongea? Talam?
Sami sasa.
Talam kwa dakika moja. Kwa dakika moja tafadhali.
Nilikuwa nasema Sami, ukiangalia si waheshimiwa wote tunawachagua wanaenda huko president anawasikia. Tumeona watu wengi walikuwa wanaenda against president, wanatetea wananchi. Wako wapi sasa hivi? Wamepigwa vita. Kweli urongo? Ni kweli. Mimi mwenyewe natoka Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia, one bag umefungua cereal last year sijui mwezi wangapi. One bag unauza 2500. Haya, ukikuja ukitaka kununua one bag of mbolea ni 4000 sasa hivi. So unataka tufaidike aje hapo? Kweli kabisa, kama unasema watu represent, unaambia mbunge wako nani wote wanafuata procedure, but inatoka wapi juu? Wanasemanga ni huko juu ndio tumeambiwa hii maneno.
Sawa, asante sana Talam. Asanteni sana kwa maoni yenu. Kuna mtu relax kidogo tu. Yes, nakuja kwako Faith. Kuna mtu anasema kwamba naomba msome comments kwa sababu unaweza ukaulizwa swali hapo kwa comment. So kuna Niko Maranga anasema kwamba brothers and sisters, all governments take loans. My UK government borrows. The problem is accountability for the loan. How come we hear of borrowing but we never hear of repayment? Even kioski people knows kwamba when you borrow, you must find a way to pay. It doesn't need university knowledge. So what do you think? Do you think that after the government borrows the money, they can overtax, they can raise the fuel prices? That's one of the ways of repaying the loan, yeah?
Not really.
Yeah. How do you take Niko Maranga's statement?
Yes. Not really that when the government borrows a loan, the government must burden the taxpayers through heavy tax in order to repay the loan. A good government, when you take the loan and you invest in production, that means you create bigger workforce. You create employment, and when you create employment, take for instance now, maybe through this loan, maybe we can create like 2 million jobs. That is to tell you that now we are adding 2 million taxpayers. When you are adding 2 million taxpayers that they are subscribing to the government coffers, that is a flexible way of quickly repaying the loan. I talked of, for example, now when equipping the farmers, when you increase the production of farming, and we have a huge farm produce that we are selling, the farmers will have the money, and the government will have the tax, and this tax will be channeled towards repaying these loans. So what the government just need to do is wisely invest that loan, create more job opportunities, expand small businesses, upgrade even some businesses into medium and large enterprises, because the more you expand the businesses, the more you expand your tax revenue.
Let me ask you a personal question, Sami Makosi.
Yes.
Do you support BBI?
In my take on BBI is that
yes or no question, please.
BBI. Well, let me answer it in this way. I cannot answer yes or no, but I will answer it in this way. BBI. I'm coming there. BBI is a good process, but the timing is the wrong timing. So I might be supporting BBI, but not at this time. Yes.
So you support BBI.
So you support us,
but the timing.
I've heard you talk of a very critical point that the government will have to boost the small businesses, then lay down proper taxation methods. Yeah.
Yes.
But in this PBI you seem to support tells the youth that there will be no taxation for 7 good years. Which country can be run in the world? Which country can be run without taxation for 7 good years?
Okay. Yes, let me answer you that one. When it comes to giving youths recess on taxation for that period of 7 years, it is very much possible, because the government generates its own money internally, and this money can be channeled to the banks, give to the youths the 0% interest. It is even happening. I'm giving an example of a Sharia bank. Do you know Sharia bank? It is an Islamic bank. This is a 0% tax, is a 0% interest. So if just an entity like a Sharia bank can do something, why not a government? It is very much possible. It is not a rocket science. It is very much possible.
Okay,
Sami, can I ask Sami a question? Can I ask Sami?
We have to move on, please. We have to move on.
Sami, niko na swali na kuuliza.
Excuse me, are you hearing me?
Yes.
So I'm saying we have to move on. Do you have a point, Dan?
Before nilikuwa nauliza Sami swali moja kidogo. Unajua Sami, tukisema mambo ya PBI sisi on my behalf sipingana kitu serikali nataka kufanya ama inapanga kufanya, lakini swali langu lakuja kwako Sami na kuuliza aje, kulingana na BBI hiyo taxation haitakuwa for 7 years, and actually kuna pesa wanasema watapea youth na hawatalipa, watakuja kulipa after 7 years. Now kwa sisi wa Kenya sio wote tunasapewa hiyo pesa na alafu turudishe as the equal amount we borrowed. Do you think, Sami, if you support the BBI or you ignore the PBI, do you think the money they borrowed they'll come back to the government? Where hii pesa tapatikana kutoka wapi? Utanijibu hiyo pale baadaye. Nilikuwa naongelea about COVID. Kwa kusema kweli, tangu COVID ingia nchi yetu ya Kenya tumekuwa tukisumbuka mambo mingi sana. Ndio kitu ya kwanza, ndoa zimefunjika. Kitu ya pili, hakuna chochote kinaendelea, hakuna kitu inafanyika Kenya yetu. Nakumbuka kwamba kuna clip ilitoka ya COVID millionaires, and actually the government haikufanya lolote lile kwa hawa watu walipatikana wakiwa wamepora hiyo pesa ya COVID. Unaona, mpaka saa hizi serikali inatulia. Juzi Uhuru ametoka na Raila wameenda hapo, hiyo sijui walikuwa wanaita hiyo nini imefunguliwa, wanapita mtaani wakiambia watu mambo 2-3 hivi, lakini they forget behind what happened. Raila alikuwa quarantine, amerudi back, amesema Uhuru amenipigia simu akuja afanye miradi. Hii miradi wanafanya sisi hatukatai, lakini hii serikali imepotea na inarudi kwa shimo. So kwangu mimi ningewaambia wenzetu ya kwamba tutafute njia sisi wa Kenya. Najua sisi tuko tofauti kimawazo, njia yoyote ile, lakini tutafute njia. Wewe mmoja, maybe Sami, mwingine Korir, mahali unatoka, tuwe like a representative in where we are coming from. Let us plant something in the mahali tunatoka, at least tuambie mama zetu, baba zetu, dada zetu, tuambie hiki kinaendelea hapa na pale. Hatuwezi kuja tusimame hivi tuseme sasa let's wait until the election. Kijijini tunatoka, let us build something to plant a very good seed so that before 2022 election comes, seriously ita affect itakuwa ni kitu mbaya zaidi na hii COVID ikiendelea. Asante.
Okay, thank you for keeping time. Who else? Personati, are you with us? Personati.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry, if you have a background sound, please mute.
Okay, my take on that. Yes, okay. I've seen Kenya, the IMF has approved some more loan to Kenya. But the issue with Kenya is just one, and it is recurring. Our executive lacks transparency and accountability. If I told Uhuru could have been in for someone each and they tell Kenyans money has been, for instance, the scam related to KEMSA. If Uhuru could have just summoned those people who are responsible to give a clear report, then we could have been faithful that Kenya will be heading somewhere. So for now, Uhuru is having, let's say, if we calculate the amount of money he has borrowed in his tenure, it will be a huge burden. You've heard that even some countries had to blacklist Kenya due to the huge debt amount. So as much as we are unable maybe to handle a few affairs as a nation,
Personati, are you gone? So guys, are you there? Personati is gone. Hello. So hello. So maybe when he comes back, he'll have to finish the statement he was making. I've just heard him say that Kenya was blacklisted by other countries because of the loans that they are having. So I just wanted to ask him, what are some of these countries that blacklisted Kenya because of the loans? Let us hear from Timothy. Still loading. Diego, what can you say, man?
Okay, thank you very much, Clinton. I'm happy this evening that we've started this conversation. Nimesikia Samia stopped well, that choices have consequences. Actually, when we were voting these leaders, we expected some positivity from them, because actually when we are electing somebody, tunatarajia kwamba akifika pale ataturepresent na atapigania haki zetu. When we come on the side of the loan, basically me I'm shocked kabisa kwa sababu the other day is when the other loan walikopa. It is again today we are hearing that wame approve 255 billion and we don't know hii pesa italipwa kutoka wapi, and the reason for taking this loan is which reason actually, which reason can they tell us that tumechukua hii loan kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii? If it is the case of COVID, already we are still having a case that there are some people who are supposed to be investigated, whom we have named them actually the COVID billionaires. Sasa wanatuletea mabilioni zingine zije zipotee tena, and the same story will develop kwamba pesa zilikuja, sijui wamenunua dawa, wamenunua nini, and we are not seeing up to now, because what we are supposed to measure on sahi is the vaccination ya wananchi. Up to now, sisi wenyewe we have not received the vaccine. Me personally, I have not even seen where they are receiving this vaccine. Wanakuja tu hivi ni kama sijui wanachukua watu wawili watatu, wanatupigia picha na wanatuambia wamevaccinate. So they are telling us they are bringing this money to actually kusaidia kwa maneno ya COVID, but we are still having a problem. The leaders that we have, it is not their problem, it is what it is in them. Unajua sahi hata kama mimi sahi nikiwekelewa pesa kwa meza and then I am told they choose between taking this money and na kujenga barabara ama na kununua madawa, probably I will have to say let me take the money. But kama wewe ni kiongozi halisi, kiongozi ambaye anajua what you are going there to do, you are supposed to know and say hii pesa kwa sababu imekuja kwa sababu kama ni ya COVID tushughulikie COVID, kama ni ya barabara tushughulikie maneno ya barabara, kama ni maneno ya masomo tushughulikie maneno ya masomo. So I like what somebody said hapo kwa comments. Amesema the problem with huyo ni nani huyo? Wamesema the problem with us or with the Kenya, we have leaders who don't have wisdom. But we say, unajua tukisema wisdom, mtu asichukua asema wao tumesema tuko na viongozi ambao ni wajinga. No, there is a difference between having the knowledge that comes from the education path and having the wisdom to check on the right and the wrong. So I think our leaders have to organize themselves kuhakikisha ya kwamba they need to work to the right direction. Wakipewa kitu pesa like the loan, they need actually to do the right thing, what they are expected to do. Maneno ya BBI, the BBI thing, tusikuja tukalaumu tuseme BBI ndio imeleta maneno ya kuchukua loan. Hapa BBI hakuna kitu BBI inagusa. Okay, if they have such plans, then we are not aware. So sitaki mtu uanze kuweka useme hii kitu imeletwa inakuja kusupport BBI mara wafanyie nini na nini. Me, I'm not of that opinion, because BBI ilishapangiwa tayari. Hiyo mabilioni yenye tuliambiwa wanafaa kutumia, it is already budgeted. But I am sure all of you will agree with me that the 255 billion Kenyan shillings will end nowhere na haitatusaidia. This one will just go into the pockets of the few that we know they are in the top ranks of in our country, and we should be sorry for ourselves. The repayment of this loan will basically harm us kwa sababu ni sisi Wakenya ndio tutafaa tuwalipie. The other day ulisikia kama Wakenya wangelalamika kila mahali, fuel was also going to shoot by another 5 shillings after shooting by 7 shillings. So we were ending up kununua 1 liter with 130. What was the reason for that? We are paying the loan that we had been given before, and if you are not going to be keen, I am assuring you by hii mwezi wa 5 ama mwezi wa 6, because nimesikia wana release 34 and then baadaye sijui wanakuja ku release 40 ngapi, we are going to suffer na tutasikia some of the things itaanza to change their prices, some of the things tutaanza kununua kwa ile bei ambayo tutakuwa tunashangaa. So as Kenyans, or me personally as a Kenyan, I'm not of the opinion of taking the loan. This loan is not necessary at all, and I stand to object that we don't need the loan now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Diego. Thank you. Personality, are you with us?
Yes.
So finish in 1 minute what you are saying before you disappeared.
Okay, thank you. My internet just knocked me out. Okay, I was just talking concerning how the country is borrowing. I was saying our current president is having less than a year in office, and the debts that they have taken with his deputy, it will be a burden for the 5th president of this Republic of Kenya, because he will have to start operating the country at an expensive cost, so that to meet to facilitate that debt that has already been taken but by that leader who could have won. But just maybe to say, maybe one of those who are borrowing may be the same 5th president, if I told it will happen. So let me hope that he will again just come to fight for his own fallout while in government. And what I normally wonder is that mi nadhani maybe gava ikichukua loan invest, then inafaa ipunguze tax kwa wananchi juu at least imepewa pesa. But sasa na wonder it is the other way around. It is opposite. Unapata sasa vile wamechukua loan, tungoje miezi kidogo, utapata bei ya kila kitu imeongezeka, bei ya mafuta itaongezeka, bei ya sukari itaongezeka. So unashangaa, is the loan adding up or deducting from our economy? Thank you.
Clinton.
Yes, Faith, do you have an issue?
Yes. Nilikuwa nataka niongelee kwa hii upande ya, nimesikia Personality na Ego wakiongea upande ya mafuta, wakasema tu watu walipiga kelele ikareduciwa. My brother, mjajua ni 14, I think it is 14 April, price ya mafuta inapanda juu. Kama unafuatilia Twitter, unajua kitu mpya ukitaka kujua vile Kenya inaenda, ingia Twitter before ifike kwa taarifa. On 14, I think it is 14 April, price ya mafuta inapanda juu. Na hiyo price ya mafuta inapanda juu kwa kitu yenye unakosa kuelewa, inapanda kwa njia gani? Sahii inafaa maisha ya Kenya ingekuwa inarudishiwa kwa chini, ile maisha yenye anaweza survive. Inapanda juu, unashindwa hapa ni wapi. Inapanda mpaka unakosa kujua ni nini inaendelea. Ndio maana ninasema kuna Simon amesema ati wabunge wenye tulichagua nini. Mimi kama mbunge wangu naweza sema ame struggle. Kama kuna mbunge ninampea mkono ni mbunge wangu. Huyo siwezi kukuficha, amejaribu kiasi yenye anaweza. but
Anaitwa nani? Simpongeze hadharani basi.
anaitwa Enoch Bunguchi. Haya, unapata kuna mwenye aliongelea kuhusu mahindi. Hiyo story ya mahindi hata nilifuata, ilikuwa hiyo story hata Murkomen alijaribu kuteta ile siku yenyewe enye president aliongelea price ya mahindi kupanda. Hiyo siku yenyewe Murkomen alitoa hiyo issue. Ikasemekana wacha waongee, sijui wataita wa magavana wa Rift Valley sijui na wapi waende wakae kikao. Hiyo kitu ikanyamazia hivyo. Nilifuatilia mpaka kwa Twitter. Mimi huwa napenda sana kutoa news zangu kwa Twitter. Hakuna pahali iliyokuja ikasema wakafikia kuongea tena ama nini. President alinyamazia hivyo. Baada ya kupiga hiyo kelele ikasemekana watakuja kuongelea na ikaisha. Sasa mimi mtu mwenye ninalaumu kwa maisha yangu yote ni president, kwa sababu hii maisha yote inaanguka kwa president. Hii kitu yote Wakenya wanalia ni president ndio tunafaa atuangalie, but president yeye kitu anacheza sahi, yani hata sio hakuna maendeleo anacheza, kwa sababu amechanganyikiwa. Kama president sahi anaweza fikiria kwenda kwa nini kwa station ya mabasi, anaenda nini? Mtu mwenye sahi angekuwa anafanya kitu ya maana, at least tunaona hii Kenya president ana future na anatulilia sisi wa Kenya, but yeye ako tu kivyake, ako tu kwa Kenya ingine tu yenye hata atambui. Ni hayo, wacha nitoke kidogo, ndarudi baadaye.
Safi, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Sikuoni bana.
Ilikuwa nimemute mic. Okay.
Ni nani?
Ni mimi.
Sikujui bana.
Afikiri unaona hapa Sami
ama Yego. Okay.
Sami. Yes, kwanza ile kitu ambayo iko wa Kenya, ile shida ambayo tuko nayo, na lazima saa zingine let us be realistic. Let us not be hypocritical. Kwanza, always let us be part of the solution and not part of the problem that we created for ourselves. In 2013, there were various candidates that they were vying for presidential tickets. But the person that we chose and we thought that he was the best is our current president. He served for 5 years. In 2017, we were given another chance to go back again to the ballot, either to reconfirm about his performance or to recall him back home. But what we did, we reconfirmed him. Then now, we are here blaming him left, right and center. Kile kitu iko nimesema kwamba serikali iko na taasisi mbali ya kufanya kazi. Serikali iko na matawi tofauti tofauti. Tawi moja ndiyo ya rais. Tawi ingine iko katika upande wa mahakama, na lingine ambao sasa ndio engine ni tawi ambao ya legislation ya bungeni, ambapo hiyo bunge sasa ndio sisi wananchi, manake sisi ndio tuliwatuma hao waende watuwakilishe. Hivi tunavyoongea ni kuwa wabunge wakizungumza pale, wakiwa wanazungumza kuhusu mshahara, wanaongea na sauti hiyo. Hakuna mwenye atasema kuna deep state, hakuna mwenye atasema kuna hii. Wote wanaongea wakiwa na lugha moja safi tena ya kuelewana. Wanamaliza ndani ya dakika moja. Washajikatia mshahara, washajikatia allowances, washaelewana, hakuna hata moja anaipinga. Lakini ikifika mambo ya sisi, ndio unasikia unajua tulikuwa tunafanya hivi, lakini wale them that is us, they brought this one, we brought this one. Unaona, that is just playing with our psychological minds, nothing else. Tusema tu kwamba kwa nini wanaelewana kwa mambo ambayo ile inawapatia manufaa, na ikifikia yetu ya msingi wanakosa kuelewana. So bado mimi nasimama pale, kwanza nilisema choices have consequences. This is a time now that we should bear these consequences. In terms of loan, bado narudia kwamba Kenya, like any other country, qualified to be given loan by IMF. Tena ngoja niwaambia advantage moja ya loan ya IMF. Loan ya IMF unaweza ukalipa ama unaweza kosa kutolipa, because wako na parameters ambao wanaendaga wakipima uzito wa nchi. So inafika mahali hata wakati wa Moi tulisamewa deni nyingi sana na IMF, nyingi tu mno, unaona. Sasa wako na parameters ambao wanaangalia, na kuna kitu ambayo inaitwa debt relief kwa zile countries ambao wanaona they are not capable of repaying the loan. Na before that there are also some steps that they undertake before taking into consideration that this country qualifies for this loan. Number one, why would IMF give a country a loan? They give a loan when they have already done the assessment na wakaona kwamba there is a financial, or the country is about to fall on a financial crisis. That is the first qualification of being given a debt. So si ati kwamba tu tatini leo ati president amelala, kesha asubuhi akaamka akapigia director wa IMF akamwambia nipatie loan. No, ni kitu ambayo imeenda process. Hii wakati wa pandemic IMF wamekuwa on the ground, wamekuwa wanafanya assessment yao, wamekuwa wanaangalia, wamekuwa wanapima hali ya uchumi, hali ya financial strength ya country, na wakaona kwamba this country need help. Now we have been given help. Instead of appreciating help, we are here cursing. The other day, doctors were on strike, and we are blaming the president, why are you not paying the doctors? The other time, teachers, akina Sosion, they were on the road, wakibeba matawi. Na tunamwambia president, mbona utulipi walimu? Badeski, mbona atuwekee shule? Sasa, amepata chance, Mungu ametusaidia, maombi yetu, tumepatiwa loan. Badala sisi sasa tungesema kwamba wala ambao hatuna miradi tutengeneze miradi, wala ambao hatuna sasa tutengeneze biashara zetu SMEs. Tungoje sasa tuende kwa wabunge wetu, tuambie wabunge sasa, wewe nenda kwanza tutengeneze policies mbio pale bungeni. Tunataka sisi hizi miradi za vijana, hizi miradi za wamama, hizi vikundi vya wamama tupatiwe loan na interest kidogo, tuweze kuboost mabiashara zetu za mboga. Vijana wala ambao tuko kwa bodaboda, wala ambao tuko kwa matatu, wala ambao tunajihusisha na ukulima, wala ambao tunajihusisha na biashara ndogo ndogo, wala ambao wako katika art industry, pia nao waweke vikundi, waite mbunge wao, waseme tafadhali bwana, naenda wewe sasa ndio unatuwakilisha, tunataka sasa tupate ile kitu inaitwa stimulus package, tuweze kuinject katika biashara zetu, tuweze kujiboresha. Now, this is the kind of talks that we should be bringing on now as Kenyans until it reach the ears of those who are representing us. Unaona? And we have the power to petition it. Unaona? So, tuweze kufaidika. Lakini hatuwezi kusema tusilete loan, watu wanakufa njaa. Na ukienda ukiangalia serikali inasema kwamba bana hapa tumepungukiwa. Juzi Ukuru ya Tani. Nani hakusikia Ukuru ya Tani akisema kwamba mfuko umefilisika, umetoboka. Mfuko wa taifa umetoboka, uko na shimo. Sasa saa hizi sasa ndio ilikuwa sasa tuambie sasa Ukuru ya Tani. Sasa bila umepata, waacha sisi hiyo pesa na sisi ingie katika mfuko wetu hapa chini. Alafu sasa tunatoa tax, tunakupatia, mfuko wako unazidi kufanya nini kunona, alafu ndio tuanze sasa kupanga vile tutalipa loan tukitoka katika hili janga. Alafu tukiangalia ile kitu ambayo mimi ningetaka tu kuongezea mahali ambao naona kuna ubadhirifu wa pesa. Saa zingine tunasema kwamba pesa inaibiwa, lakini saa zingine hata si kuibiwa. Saa zingine ni vitu zingine ambazo zinaenda zikivuja pesa. Iko katika policies, iko katika sheria, iko katika constitution, but saa zingine is irrelevant. Kama hii mambo ya by elections. Ukiangalia zile by elections ndani ya 2020 na 2021, actually it nearly amounts to general election, because we have had I don't know about how many constituencies by election, these ward by elections. Sasa tungeweza sema kwamba tuweke policy ama law ama at least to amend somewhere tuseme kwamba MP akikufa kwa bahati mbaya, ule chairman wa CDF, maanake obvious atakuwa ametoka kwa hiyo chama ya MP, ashikilie mpaka next election. Ama tukasema ule runner up ashikilie, ili pia tuweze kusaidia, maanake saa hizi IBC wakikuja leo kutuambia ile pesa ambao wametumia katika hizi by election, it nearly amounts to the money that is needed for general election. Kwa hiyo mimi ningesema kwamba runner up pia alikuwa na supporter. Saa zingine hata unapata wengine wameshindania kura 2,000, kura 3,000. So the runner up is also equal to the task. Kwa hivyo tafadhali MP Mungu akimchukua akimuita, wacha runner up ashikilie nafasi imebaki. Ikifikia hiyo kipindi yake, kama sasa tumebakisha just 1 year to the general election, na bado tunang'ang'ana kutumia a lot of money kufanya by election, ambapo tungepatia huyo runner up amalize tu hii mwaka hii imebaki. So saa zingine bado tuko na holes. Hii sasa hatuwezi kusema kwamba ni pesa imeibiwa, ni pesa ambayo tunatumia kwa mambo ambayo tunaweza kutafuta mbinu mbadala, and a lot of projects similar to that we are just, we don't need it, but tuna waste tukisema kwamba tunafuata sheria, tunafuata katiba. Katiba inafaa iwe inatulinda sisi na mali yetu, na inatulinda kusimamisha uchumi, lakini si katiba ya kusaidia katika kuhujumu uchumi. Kwa hiyo mimi ningesema hata hii ndani ya BBI kama tunaweza kuongezea baadaye mambo kama hii ya by election, tukishamaliza uchaguzi tunaweza kutafuta mbinu mbadala ili kuweza kusave hiyo pesa, na hiyo pesa ikasaidia kujenga mali kwingine.
Sami, na president akikufa pia tukose kuwa na by election, naibu achukue tu naendeleze, ama namba 2 ndiye achukue?
President iko katika katiba hiyo, it is very clearly kwamba president leo Mungu akimchukua bahati mbaya, ingawa tunashukuru Mungu president wetu ni mwenye afya, bado ni mdogo, naibu wake anachukua katika, sumeona hata juzi katiba yetu hajaachania mbali na Tanzania. Juzi mjomba Magufuli ameenda, mama Samia Suluhu, hakuna by election imefanyika, mama amechukua atamu na anaendeleza serikali. Juzi hata amefanya mabadiliko kidogo kidogo, serikali inasimama, serikali iko imara, inaendelea. Kwa hivyo hata Kenya pia president iko hivyo, kama vile magavana wako hivyo. Kwa hivyo hata hizi viti zingine tutafute njia mbadala. Kama ni MCA, can you imagine MCA anakufa, tunatumia pesa nyingi MCA tu award, but tafuta ule runner up, weka hapo, amalize hiyo kipindi yake, tusave hiyo pesa nyingine iende shule, iende hospitali.
So according to the current constitution ya Kenya, president akienda, deputy anamalizia, ama anasimamia for 90 days
automatically? No, automatically anamalizia hiyo kipindi imebaki. In the current constitution, president akienda, deputy president anachukua for the remaining period.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Kuna mtu anasuggest kwamba masking without solution is nothing. Serikali ifanye mass testing, and they should also put more resources to hospitals. I think hiyo pia inaweza ikasaidia badala ya kutarget watu wa kutest.
No, hiyo mass testing
sokoni ama wapi, yeah?
Mass testing is a waste of resources, sababu kwamba hii ugonjwa haina dawa. Whether you want to test, hata sasa ukatest tupata watu 3 wameadhirika, ile kitu iko tu ni kuwa wale watu ambao they are symptomatic, ambao wameonyesha dalili, wakienda katika matibabu wapimwa wapatikana nayo na wameonyesha dalili, then sasa wanaanza kupata zile zinaitwa therapy, wanafanywa isolation, wana undergo through therapy. Baka saizi kuja kuwa na matibabu ya kueleka kwamba utafanya mass testing alafu watibu, you know, like actually ni ile tu kwamba containing measures. Kwa hivyo useme tena unachukua pesa ya kufanya it's like even vaccine. Mimi hata ningeulizwa hii vaccine hakuna haja ya waste resources.
Hizi numbers tunapewa kila siku, huwa wana test ama hawa test?
Yeah, hizi numbers tunapatiwa wana test. Wana test, sababu ukienda kutest kuna watu ambao wako I mean, sijui kama labda Clinton anaweza tafuta daktari hapa, sitaki kuongea manake it is not my field. Maybe ukipata daktari hapa anaweza kutuelezea. Yes.
Gaduma. Maana hapa kwa testing bana, mass testing, wewe kama daktari utasema nini?
mass testing, I think mass testing could mean a lot of things, eh? And I think just to Sammy, we do not do mass testing for us to treat, okay? We do mass testing so that we can isolate those people. You said it yourself, so you say that there is no treatment for COVID, and that is true. But the reason you want to test people is that you know who has COVID, and then you can isolate, and then you stop the spread. Here is what I mean by stopping the spread. As a provider, as a medical provider, I am okay with you getting COVID and passing that COVID, that infection, to Clinton. I am not okay with you getting the infection and then passing it to Clinton, then to Yego, and then to Dan. So we want to keep it to where you get it, you pass it to just only one person. But if you get the infection and then you spread it to 4 or 5 people, that is where our healthcare system gets in trouble. So when we test, the reason we test is that way we can, because here's what happens with COVID. When the infection is spread to 5 or 6, 7 people, chances are out of those 4 or 5 people, you will have 3 or 4 that might get severe disease that will require hospitalization. Okay? So the reason you want a mass test is that you can stop that spread, because when you spread to so many people, then you end up overwhelming the healthcare system. Because if you have more people getting severe disease, where they require ventilators, where they require more ICU beds, then that healthcare system cannot survive. And that is what happened in New York. That is what happened in Italy. You had so many people requiring the healthcare system. So you do not mass test so that you can treat people. Use mass test. That way you can isolate and you stop that spread. Am I making sense what I'm saying?
Yes, thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much. It makes a lot of sense. But if I may intervene, Clinton, if you permit me, because if I must ask Gaduma, what happened to contact tracing? Because when we are told of contact tracing, the time that our former prime minister contacted, and I'm sure he must have mingled with the high-ranking official, including the president, but we didn't see contact tracing being put in place.
I think contact tracing is one of those things that I think was over-dramatized. Even where I am in the US, we got to a point where contact tracing was becoming an effective tool in fighting this thing. Because, sasa tuseme kama Raila Odinga, ile infection akonayo, he might have gotten it from so many sources. I mean, can you imagine with all the rallies that he went to? I can see why you are saying the people that he came into contact with. But if you are to, can you imagine try to contact trace for somebody like Raila Odinga? This guy was in Mombasa everywhere. I mean, he would have to isolate the whole country,
Okay, that is
so
true.
It's one of those things that we were talking about it. We want to do, but it's it has become such a when it comes to COVID, we have to realize that we are dealing with COVID in the context of limited resources. So the question is, somebody like Raila Odinga, do you use the money to contact trace? Contract the whole of Mombasa, contact trace the whole of Kisumu, because imagine his driver, Kina Junet, Kina Wanga, all these people who are around him. Can you imagine try to trace those people? So the thing is, do you spend that money, on trying to understand where this guy has been, or do you use that money to try and get more vaccines, to try and get more masks? I know yesterday we sat over here and talked about masks and the importance of masking. I can tell you, maybe from where I sit, I in as much as we want more vaccine, I am a guy who is still advocating for more masking. I am a guy who is still advocating for more social distancing. So if we can get that money and find a way of expanding, kama ni ofisi ya Raila Odinga, can we get more space for people who work with him? Tukienda kwa mashule, can we debate about getting more space for our children? So maybe I'm one of those persons who's looking at this thing and how it is evolving. So contract tracing was big, but over time, looking at the numbers, we must realize that it's not a workable thing. I remember when we were at the peak of this thing, even for us, for most of the patients that we had, most of them could not remember where they had been, how they got this infection. So for me, if you spend all the resources and try to identify huyu mtu alikuwa ametoka wapi, alikuwa ameshikana na nani, alipata wapi, I think you might lose it, in my view.
Yeah, thanks, Clinton. If you permit me again to intervene more with the doctor.
Let me hear something. Excuse me, Sammy.
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, because I want to respond in that context. Because contact tracing, in my opinion, it helps to ease out on the mapping program. Because to say that you are going to do a mass testing, I mean blindly or in a blanket form for 40+ million Kenyans, I don't know how would you take that? Would you strategize on that? But at least when you are doing a contact tracing, at least you are mapping out, what we call the high risk targets, so that at least it will also help you in that testing. Like now, for example, now when okay, this person has been infected and these are his target groups. This is where we think that he might have, interacted with these people. So this we should now prioritize in fast testing them before we continue to the other masses that maybe they are at lower risk. Because, for instance, now you test somebody in Elgeyo Marakwet Valley, there village, where that very well the chances might be that at least is in a lower risk. And then now somebody that maybe he attended the rallies, maybe in Kibiria, maybe in Kisauni, would it be? I think that contact tracing also should still be in practice, so that at least it will help to ease the mapping out of the process.
What I would like to say about this is one thing. I think Kenya, and then I love my country. That's a forever love. But I think we are trying to copy the West way too much. Way too much. Because contact tracing is a no joke thing. As a matter of fact, the only city in the world that have been able to execute contact tracing in such a perfect way was New York with Governor Cuomo. And for them, this was not something that they just woke up and did. I know it's easy to say contact, because I think we throw these words, in and out, the contact tracing, mass tracing. I think yesterday there was another guy here who was talking about, I think it was mass tracing too, he was also talking about. But I think we must contextualize this in. So what does a contact tracer do, if I can ask you? Do you know a contact tracer, first of all? It's a program. You have to train these people. You have to train them, and then we have to facilitate them. It's a program that requires mass resources. So maybe I think what you guys are talking about in Kenya, contact tracing, it's a phenomenon that has been imported from the West. But as far as the execution, we do not have the resources. It's like just we're talking about the vaccine, but these vaccine, we just hear how they are being done in the West, and we are imagining that we are doing it in Kenya as well. but are we doing it right? You know what I'm saying? Because kama sasa ukianza hapa, let me tell you, let me give you a good example of, you know, a good vaccination program. Okay? And I see a huge fumbling of this thing in Kenya. Over here, I can guarantee you right now, hii program vyenye ilianzishwa, it was started by tulianza na healthcare workers, and even healthcare workers, it was healthcare worker 1A, healthcare 1B. You know, tukatoka hapo tukaenda the patients, wale wanakaa kwa nursing homes. And even that, it was nursing homes, na wale wanakaanga zile zinaitwa assisted living. And hiyo kitu imekuwa systematic hivyo, such that, listen carefully here, such that, kama ulikuwa kwa 1A, it does not matter kama wewe ni Uhuru Kenyatta, it does not matter kama wewe ni Ruto, kama wewe uko 1B, you wouldn't have gotten it until your chance got there. But what am I seeing in Kenya? You're looking at a program where unakaa hivi unaona, I have nothing against Lombatalai, unaona mtu kama Lombatalai amepata vaccination. Unakaa hivi, unaona the next day Ruto amepata vaccination. Unakaa hivi, the next minute unaona sijui Betty Kialo amepata vaccination. But look at it this way. Unaona mtu kama Lombatalai, nothing against him, anapata vaccination, but if you ask him about, has your mother gotten a vaccination? Has your mother gotten a vaccination? And you'll be surprised, unakuta budake, ako maybe ako na diabetes, ako maybe ako na hypertension. Do you see what I'm trying to say? So we are learning this vaccination program. We took it from the West, and the West tells us each program, it has to be run in a certain way. But that's not what we are doing. And so that is the same dimension. I'm attacking the whole contact tracing, you know, phenomenon that it is said. Tunasema about contact tracing, but are we executing it the way it is supposed to be? Is that what we're doing, really?
Okay, thank you, Daktari. Brother Dan ama Dun, unaweza ongezea kitu kwa dakika moja, alafu Fei umalizie kwa dakika moja, kwa sababu tuko na topic ingine tena. So Dan alafu Fei, hivyo mtawalia. Dan umemute.
Ready? Oh yeah, I'm okay now.
Sasa uko sawa.
Niko nasema thank you for the chance. Actually, niko nasema about mass testing. For sure, the way this thing inapelekwa haiko sawa. In the first place, wakati COVID ilikuja Kenya and the vaccine wakasema wanaileta, these people did not have a platform how testing is gonna done. Now they are doing in a such a way, yani wanaipeleka design fulani uwezi jua. Nataka kupongeza daktari kitu umesema hata kwamba uwezi niambia mimi niamke leo niende kupata vaccine, alafu mwingine akiuliza about my wife yeye hajapata vaccine. That's not the right way. I'm not in Kenya right now. Mahali niko saizi, the way vaccine inapelekwa kwa njia bora sana. Mimi nikitoka nienda ku vaccine. Kama niko na mtoto mwenye ako na miaka, niko na watoto 5, nikienda vaccine lazima mimi mzazi nitoe health card. Kuna health card ninastahili kuproduce. Kama watoto wangu hana health card, lazima waandamane na mzazi ndio afanye nini wapate hiyo chanjo. Huwezi niambia Ruto ameenda amepata vaccine, ameacha watoto wake nyumbani. They are supposed the whole family to come together to go and get the vaccine at least. Ndio yani wananchi wakiona ndio at least waone kwamba kuna vaccine inaendelea, hata mtu wetu ameenda amepata vaccine asi wote tutoke. Sasa hizi ukiuliza watu Kenya about vaccine, wengine wanasema mimi hata sina haja na vaccine. Kwa nini? Hawajaelimishwa vizuri. Unaona? Na hii mass testing, kitu ya kwanza nikirudi nyuma kidogo about iko nini COVID millionaires. Sasa hizi ukiniambia wametest wamepata watu kama 1000. Nataka kuguza kwanza kwa hii health, hii sector health. Ukikuta wamesema watu 1000 wame test positive. Ili hali wako less. Why? These people, they are looking for the way they get money. waseme number iko high so that the government to issue money for more whatever, for more medicine or more everything that they need in that process. The problem we have in Kenya, we have more people who are earning some money from other people, from the government. Even they have no work to do. Like more people we have in the health sector, they are more corrupt. For sure, what I can say to the government of Kenya, where we come from, we love our country, but the problem we have there is unakaa kidogo unasikia leo wamepata watu 50. Ukijaribu kuangalia which place wanasema Nairobi, ndio of course Nairobi ndio ina lead. Lakini wale watu walikuwa wakati walitestiwa wakapatikana wako positive. Walipelekwa quarantine hao watu 1000. Wako wapi? Watu yani atibi waweke ranking. Waseme these are the people from a certain region Nairobi, from a certain section maybe Umoja, Kayole, at least ndio transparent, ndio at least wa Kenya tuangalie tuseme ukweli there is something is going iko yani inaendelea kwa Kenya, tunaona ni vizuri. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Hapa katikati Raila wakati alipatikana kuna COVID, the other day walikuwa na Uhuru. If this guy he contacted, hata kama tu kuona kwa videos walikuwa whatever walikuwa wamesalimia, lakini mahali walikuwa maybe walipatana. The problem with the COVID, ukipatikana leo haitakuwa like nimepatikana ule mwenye nimekaa naye hata patikana. The government of Kenya right now naweza sema iko number 1 kwa kukimbilia vitu haraka sana. Ingekuwa rahisi sana watoe at least kila mtu, for example kila mtu ako na simu Kenya, wanapenda kutumia simu. Wangeenda kwa IT wa produce a certain app so that it can detect whereby huyu mtu akitembea na mtu ana simu inaweza detect. Kuna app fulani, kuna nchi tofauti kama Dubai, kama Qatar, they have that whatever. Hii simu ina detect this person yako na COVID. Akipata na COVID, huyu mtu mwenyewe akiona iko hii app detect imeandika maybe red or whatever, maybe yellow, depending on the way what I decide hiyo kala ionekane, at least itasaidia watu wetu Kenya, because saizi hata mtoto wa miaka 9 saizi Kenya, he has a smartphone. There's no way we can go to the media, we stand there, we say today we tested the COVID and we find 10,000 people, we found 2,000 people, whereby ukiangalia ranking hakuna mahali wanasema, lakini the only thing they are running wapate pesa from the government. Let the people who are on the top, when they are issuing or whatever they are doing, watae vizuri. Nikimalizia kuna issue ya mask. Wakati COVID iliingia, government ilisema ita produce mask to every school. Mimi watoto wangu saizi government wakati ilisema ita provide mask, hakuna shule ilipewa mask. Ni mimi mwenyewe nilinunua mask. Nanunua mask na hapo watoto wakienda shule nazo. Sanitizer, shule unafuta tu sanitizer inaisha. The next week hakuna sanitizer naweka kwa hiyo mkebe. Watoto wana sanitize. The government of Kenya, most of the people, they are lying. So kindly let the government come up with a point, wakuja na ile njia yani ambayo at least watu wakiangalia wana the government is doing something good to control the vaccine. Hii pesa imekuja ya IMF, imeleta pesa. Ikifika ndio imekuja.
Ndio italeta, haijaleta.
Okay. Imeshaifika. Hii pesa wakati imefika, tafadhali mimi nilikuwa naomba serikali yetu ya Kenya. Kwanza wale wahudumu wa afya wote wanahudumia watu. Anybody is working in a government facility, either in school, wherever, wakuwe vaccinated. Sio ati watu wachipeleke. Make sure wherever the place is, every county wakuwe vaccinated. Wacha kusema tuenda waweka roadblock for what? Okay, weka roadblock, lakini Wakenya sisi ni wachanja. Unaweza funga pande hii, unakuta wamepita pande hii. Don't run people. Wacha kufukuza watu kwa barabara because of ati hawana mask. Mtu anaweka mask mara 2-3 na hiyo kitu inachukua fungu. You wash mask. Let the government iamuke isaidie watu wetu. Wacha kuwasilia kwa mtaro kila siku. Asante sana.
Asante sana kwa maoni yako Dan.
Thank you.
Clinton, can I add something to Dan? 2 seconds.
Amadun. Sawa daktari.
Well, what I was just going to say, Dan makes a very, very good point. And what I would like to say, I'll just say it in 2 seconds, is that I wish we can stop trying to copy the West and fight COVID within the context of our own resources. Because like I said, I think we throw all these names around, and that was frustrates me, because you have all the doctors around Uhuru, the Dr. Morgan, and I think those guys are brilliant. But I wish they would take the context of our country and stop just using bland names and fight COVID within our own means. What do I mean? Because I always imagine, a country like Kenya, and I look at something like contact tracing. Unajua, in the West, contact tracing is such an it's easy to do, because for one, the whole country is mapped in a way where, there are addresses for everybody. Pretty much everybody is known where they reside. Unaelewa? So contact tracing, for the West is much easier. When you go to mass testing, what you call mass testing in the West, it cannot be applied in nyumbani. It's very, very difficult. All you had to do for mass testing over here, you knew where, COVID was spreading in very high numbers. Kama ni kwa nursing homes, so you heightened, you elevated, the numbers in terms of testing kwa hizo, in those formations, in those communities, But now when you look at Kenya, you start thinking, so mass testing, do I go to bus stations, So I wish we can just devise fighting COVID in our own context and do it better, because that's what most countries are doing. You look at a country like Israel. I think they are the first country in terms of vaccinating people. And I think I was reading somewhere that since they started with the vaccination, I think Israel has recorded the lowest amount of people that have died since they hit a certain number of vaccination. What they are talking about herd immunity. I think they have lost almost only 12. I think it was just 12 people. But Israel, what I think they have done fairly well is that they took the context of their country and decided to fight that disease based on their resources, based on their culture. And I wish we can do that ourselves. Thank you.
Clinton, 1 minute.
Clinton.
One
Clinton,
please.
Okay.
Thank you, Daktari. Thank you, Daktari. Wait. Sami Makosi, what do you have? Do you have a point or you want to raise an issue?
Yes, I have a point in context with what the doctor said.
Okay.
About yes, thank you so much. Okay.
Dan, what do you have? You wanted to respond to Daktari?
Yes.
In 30 seconds.
Yes, nilikuwa naomba serikali yetu ya Kenya instead ikikuwa ikisumbuka mambo mingi sana na watu wengi wako kwa manyumba, wako kazi, wanalaumu tu wafanyikazi na employers whatever. Let them decide either they take the facts to the KCC, they tell the entire community, the entire country that a certain day people waweke queue, kila siku watu waenda pale KCC wakuwe vaccinated. Kuna madaktari day and night shift wafanya kazi wakivaccinate watu, wacha kudanganya watu, waweka vaccine huko Kitengela, sisi ni Kitengela, and then people are sleeping in the house, COVID na wapata. Wapeleke hiyo KCC ndio place kubwa, watu waende huko wakipata vaccine. Wale wanatoka Kisii, wale wanatoka Machakos. Yes.
Una suggest venye wamefunga Nairobi. Wanze hiyo vaccination tupange laini kwenye tulipanga tukimwona Rais Moi, yeah?
No. I'm saying kuna age. Yes. Sisemi ati wapange laini, sisemi wapange laini, lakini watu wajue, kaunti ya Nairobi ijue kwamba vaccine on a certain day, Thursday, Friday, vaccine inapatikana KICC. Hakuna watu waende kila siku. Kila mtu alichukua kwa nyumba akienda vaccine. Na tamani nikitoka vaccine kuna kadi anapewa. Asante. Kuna kadi anapewa.
Asante. Hii show inabeba watu 10. So in the next 10 minutes, just relax Makosi. Nakuja kwako. In the next 10 minutes tutakuwa tunaongelea hii vaccine yenye inaitwa Sputnik ama something, hii yenye imekuwa banned na mheshimiwa naibu wa rais alikuwa ameitumia. So hiyo tutaongelea in 1 minute per person for 10 minutes. So Makosi, you can raise your point in 1 minute please, and then
okay, thank you so much.
The conversation. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And thanks Clinton for your moderation. I think you are doing well. Yeah, I wanted to actually, I have maybe 1 point to raise to Dr. Gaduma and a question. Number one is that I want to assure Dr. Gaduma that we are not copying the West. In fact, we have our own style of dealing with COVID. I give you an example where some people, they were tested and they were confirmed and they were put in isolation and they end up jumping the fence and running away. You know, so this is to show the uniqueness of how we deal, with our own. I don't think that something of similar can happen in the West, where people, instead of, focusing on your health, you have the guts to jump the fence and run away, like as if you are being punished, while it is your life that they are trying to assist you and the life of your loved ones. So we have our, and many cases where people, they put masks in the pocket whenever they see a police officer, is when they put it on, just like how we have been using the safety belt. Even the tuberculosis. Do you know that the tuberculosis drugs is free of charge from the government? But some people, they are diagnosed with the tuberculosis, they are given those medicine while they are given free. They end up not taking those medicine until they had to craft a law that these people actually, they can be apprehended and put in a prison facility until they actually finish their doses. So we have our own uniqueness way. The doctor just disappeared. I don't know whether he's on the background, because the question that I wanted to ask, and even Dune and Diego, I think also will tackle this, is the vaccine. Actually, oh yes, doctor, you are back. I wanted to ask about the vaccine. Is there any guarantee that somebody who has been vaccinated cannot contact again the COVID? Number two, those who have been vaccinated, will they be free to walk free without mask, as because now they'll be vaccinated and they will be in a lower risk of contacting or zero risk of contacting the COVID? Will they be able to go wherever they want and mingle with everybody? Or exactly what is the essence of vaccine? What is, I mean, the benefit of people being vaccinated? Because where I am, I've had many cases, people have been vaccinated 2 times actually, and they end up again contacting the virus. And people have been vaccinated, they are still told to put on the masks and to adhere to all the COVID protocols in place. So actually, what is the essence of this vaccine?
Can I respond, Quinton?
Thank you for your question. Wait, Doctor, wait. Hassan, are you with us? Hassan, unmute. Hello.
Yes.
So Hassan, you've heard what people are talking about, maybe in 2 minutes. Yeah. What can you say?
And thanks for the reception. Firstly, the country is in the verge of the 3rd wave of the coronavirus, but actually what the government is doing to the people is not actually listening. Instead of the lockdown, I could say that the government should also consider the challenges that also will, the impact of this lockdown. Mostly, the Kenyans are mostly in their daily businesses. When it has to consider before the lockdown, the challenges maybe the lockdown can come with and the effects. But now we are seeing that there's a lockdown, but the government still is not and giving out the vaccine within the areas which have been locked. Sometimes it's good, to see the challenges that the lockdown also come with. That's what I could say, and I'm sorry, I was not in touch with the program, and let me just listen, and then I.
Okay, thank you very much Hassan kwa maoni yako. Sasa daktari, you wanted to respond to Sami Makosi. Utafanya hivyo kwa dakika kama 1 ama 2. Na kabla daktari hajaongea, Hassan ameongea. Yego, uko na point unaweza chip in nayo ndio daktari amalizie? Yego, ama uko sawa?
Wacha daktari respond on the issue of the vaccine and then we go ahead.
So after daktari response, we are going to shift to another topic, though inahusiana na corona, lakini we're gonna shift. So daktari, do it in those remaining 3 minutes.
I'll do it even with less. I don't like dominate. I don't like being the only person talking. So I'll try to do it as fast as I can.
Okay.
I think there are 3 questions that Mr. Hassan, is it Mr. Hassan, or I think it was it Sami? It was Sami. So point number 1, he talks about Kenya fighting COVID in their own way. I think me and him can probably sit down over a cup of coffee and talk about, because we will always disagree on this, because when he says that you guys are doing in your own way, I am just prosecuting what I see, okay? Because there's what I see on this side and how it's broken down, how it's done, and the efficiency with which it's done, that I just don't, I lived in Kenya too, I just don't see how it can be applied, okay? So when you talk about mass testing, when you talk about contact tracing, or even how the vaccine is being administered, I hear a lot of words or phenomena being copied, but when the execution comes, I just don't see that. So that's what I mean by trying to do it in your own local way, okay? So that's what I mean. Now, on the question about vaccine and can you get COVID-19 again? So here is how I'm going to answer this question. First of all, the reason why you get a COVID vaccine. Remember, all these vaccines, they have told us about their numbers. There is the Pfizer, they have an efficacy number of, let's say, 90%, to prevent you from getting COVID. I think it was 70, but then there is a 90 or even 100 stopping you or preventing you from getting severe disease, okay? So what is severe disease? Severe disease, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, it's where you are ending up on a ventilator, it's where you're ending up, getting a blood clot and ultimately succumbing to it. So the very reason we are stressing people to get the vaccination is you can get corona. I don't think there have been some cases, there's no doubt about that. There have been some cases where people have gotten an infection despite getting a vaccination. Where we have not had any issue, it's where somebody got COVID and then got severely or a case of a severe disease. So mtu alikuwa na COVID, akapata vaccine, amepata another infection, but akakuwa na sniffles, coughing, but they never ultimately got severe disease. So those are the huge benefits of the vaccine. That's why we keep stressing about it. It's not that you're not going to get COVID, but you're not going to get severely diseased. That's the issue. That is the benefit of the vaccine. Now, the question number 2, why should you continue wearing a mask? Here is the reason you should continue wearing a mask. We know, the thing about COVID-19, there's still a lot of stuff that we don't know. There's still a lot of data that we are waiting for it to be processed. And one of the data that we're really looking forward, and I think it's going to be coming from the CDC sometime next month, is this. Does the vaccination, any of the available vaccination, does it stop replication? What is replication? Is that when you get that, so you got vaccinated, okay? But like I just said a while ago, you can still get COVID-19, but ultimately not develop severe disease. So, tuseme umepata vaccination, alafu umepata COVID, the question is, can you replicate? Can you, so for you to be able to transmit the virus, it has to replicate. So, ile data hatuna, or ile information hatuna up until now is that does the vaccination stop the replication, and then the replication, there is the transmission. We don't know that. So that is why we say, hata kama uko na hiyo vaccine, continue wearing a mask, because we don't know, ati kama ukipata hiyo virus, you can transmit it. Okay? We know, we have data to show that you can still get the virus even after vaccination, but the vaccination stops you from getting severely ill, okay? But there is some data that we do not know if you can transmit, if you can pass it on. That is why I want you, Ms. Faith, or I want you, Mr. Clinton, hata kama umepata hiyo vaccine, ukipata COVID, I do not want you to pass it to Sammy. I do not want you to pass it to Dan. That is why you must wear the mask to stop the transmission, because we do not know, we do not have data that tells us that the vaccine stops the replication of the virus. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yes. Basically, what you are telling us is that the vaccine cannot guarantee one from contacting or even spreading the COVID virus. That is so. In another language, I can say yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, in another language, I can say, I think I will not be wrong if I say that the vaccine is still on trial, because there is no specific, to say that anyone who has been vaccinated is safe, is free from contacting or spreading the virus, because people who are vaccinated, they still have to follow the protocols of the COVID. So, and people who have not been vaccinated, they are also, required to follow them. So, if you can, wearing your mask, observe a social distance, sanitize your hands, that is, you are also protecting yourself. And you see, again, you are going to add a vaccine, and on top of that, you still have to adhere to the same protocol. So, in a layman's language, I can still say that maybe the vaccine is still on trial. Am I wrong saying that?
Sammy, there's a big start here, okay? And the big start is for the vaccine that I can speak of, and that is the Moderna vaccine, the Pfizer vaccine, and the AstraZeneca. Nobody who has received any of those vaccinations has died. That's the big start. Nobody who has received the vaccine then got COVID and died. On the other hand, we have 2 million people who have gotten the virus and ultimately died. Is that correct?
I think that we don't know, because there have been some fatalities, though I'm not in the right field to source that information, but I've heard of some cases where there are some fatalities of people who were infected after receiving vaccination twice, and they end up into severe and succumbed to it.
You know, now that to me, I treat it as a here because I think that information is not available to the rest of us or the medical fraternity. You he say, she say, I don't know. I do not have that information myself, so I cannot speak to it. As far as I'm concerned, I do not know of anybody who received the vaccine and then got COVID and died, or even, by the way, even not even dying, getting severe disease. And that is the essence of the vaccine. Nobody is saying that the vaccine is going to stop you from getting COVID. The key thing is going to stop you from getting severe disease in a case of where Baba was, in a case of where Ujama wa UK yalikuwa, the president, is it the prime minister, or even Donald Trump. That is the essence of the vaccine, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that piece of information.
Okay. Thank you very much, members. Dan Rai, welcome to the show.
Oh, Lord.
Who else is new here? Nobody. So thank you very much for that wonderful discussion. For those who are members of our WhatsApp group, we have two issues to discuss. One is now over. That was IMF approves 255 billion loan to Kenya, 33.5 billion to be disbursed in a few days, 82.5 billion World Bank, and 123.8 billion Eurobond loans expected by June. And that one will lead the country's debt to hit 7.7 trillion by the end of June. So that was the discussion, the first bit of our discussion today. So the second bit is Kenya stops private importation of COVID-19 vaccines. And this was the statement from the National Emergency Response Committee on the coronavirus. The statement was made on Friday. To ensure the transparency and accountability in the vaccination process and to protect the integrity of the country, it is effective today, closing the window of private sector importation, distribution, and administration of vaccines until such a time there is greater transparency and accountability in the entire process. So that was the statement from the National Emergency Response Committee. They made their statement on Friday. So this is a very simple topic. We've talked about coronavirus for 2 hours. So I'd like to give each member 1 to 2 minutes. Maybe you say your thought on the government banning this importation of coronavirus vaccines. So let me start by Dan or Boone. Dan, what do you have to say about this? If you have a background noise, please.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton, for the chance. Unajua sijui nini inaendelea na Kenya yetu, more especially the government. Leo nilikuwa nasikiza news, nikaona Kipchumba Murkomen alikuwa anaongea there is a vaccine that ilikuwa banned from Kenya because of the deputy president, whereby alikuwa hiyo vaccine ndiyo alikuwa amepewa na a certain guy Abdul Nasir and somebody alikuwa anaitwa Korea alikuwa amechukua vaccine. Mimi kwa upande yangu sometimes hii maneno tuletea kama ni tunachanganyikiwa. What is the government taking? Especially me. There is nothing like when I ban something because of somebody. Kama COVID imeingia, let people the whole government at least were joining hands together to see how they control this thing, not blaming each and every person that it was because of this and this, it was because of Uhuru, it was about Raila or whatever. My point is, I don't see this good that to ban the vaccine because of A and or B. I don't have much to say because actually I'm totally confused because all the news I was reading here seriously nanipea naona kama Kenya yetu tunapotea. Thank you, Mr. Clinton.
Okay, asante sana. Brother Yego. Yego, Mike.
Okay, thank you very much, Clinton. I think tumediscuss sana hii maneno ya corona, and actually hii pesa 255 billion yenye imekuja, I think it is actually to kukuja kushughulikia maneno ya corona. Now unajua the issue that is here is how will they manage this fund? Unaona, hiyo ndio the main problem that we have with our Kenyan government. Most of these leaders.
Excuse me, Yego. Yego, are you talking about the money, or you are talking about the vaccine that has been banned by the Kenyan government?
Now I started from the money, now coming to the banning of the vaccine.
So we already talked about the money. So you have to connect your point from the money, how the money has been linked to the banning of that particular thing. In 2 minutes.
Let me go straight to the banning. Okay, the banning of the vaccine. Yes. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Yes. So the banning of the vaccine, because we are told this is something that was ordered by the deputy president. It was something private. It was not ordered by the government. So with me personally, my thinking, so I don't mean that anybody else has talked about this, but the deputy president was worried actually about maybe his health, kwa sababu unajua hawezi therapy hawa jamaa because they have been having these differences. So he was not sure if the vaccine that he was going to be injected with would be the real AstraZeneca. But then he decided to order another vaccine, which was private. That is the Sputnik or what is the name? So this is something that was ordered privately. So with the banning, unajua waliona sasa hii kitu ikiingia, kama mtu mmoja ameshapata na wameshagundua kwamba mtu fulani amepata, automatically the rest of the Kenyans could ask, we need this vaccine instead of the other one. Because when you see somebody going for another option, that one shows the other option is much better than the one that is in the field. So that was basically the thing that was on the ground, kwamba hii vaccine sasa inafaa kubaniwa kwa sababu itakuja kuleta differences. Wameona sasa kuna watu wa hii upande na watu wa hii upande, na kwa sababu wanataka uniformity in Kenya, all the people from the president even to that villager wanafaa kupata the same vaccine, say that the effects and the positive and the negative effects of the vaccine can be felt well. I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Yego. So I've heard you say that maybe the chief hustler was not sure about the vaccine he was going to be given. So do you think that it was banned because most hustlers could have gone for that one?
Unajua Okay, me personally, from the history, mimi najua is that the chief clerk actually amekuwa akiona vitu kwa umbali, na ile kitu, the option that he normally goes for is normally the best option, hata politically, hata tukikuja kuona kwa mambo gani, akiamua anaenda sehemu hii, that is it will be the thing of the day actually. So maneno ya vaccine automatically, wakati Yasela tu angeenda kwa hiyo Sputnik, it would be automatic that was what even me personally I could have decided to go for the vaccine instead of going for the AstraZeneca. Lakini sasa hivi vile daktari alinieleza sasa niko na shida fulani, daktari, I thank you very much. Hii vaccine sasa, it means I will miss, it will be history with me. So the chief clerk was actually going to make the other Kenyans to think to think negatively about the AstraZeneca.
Okay, thank you, Brother Yego. Danrai, welcome to the show. Unmute your microphone and proceed.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Nimekuja kama unajua hiyo level mlikuwa unasema hizo vitu zinaenda na hospital na nini. Nimepata kama Gatumo daktari anaendelea. Sasa mimi singeingilia kwa sababu sina information nzuri kulingana na hiyo nini. So about the borrowing, at least tumeona hapa IMF wamepatia Kenya. I think there's some decision as like Kenyans, we can't be involved, but as common wananchi ndio tunakuwa tunaumia. Kwa sisi saa zile wanaboro hizi pesa, watu wambiangi wachungangi hata maoni like to borrow ama nini. Saa zile ya kulipa ni kila mtu awekewe tax kwa mafuta, kwa chumvi, kwa sukari na everything. Me, what I want to tell government, if anyone anaweza kuwa nasikia, kuboro si mbaya, but you borrow, unafanya nayo nini for sure? Because we have a lot of, I think we have 9.6 trillion. Hiyo ni budget ya Kenya, like 3 years budget ya Kenya. That ukiweka tu hizo kwa sababu budget yetu ina run 3 trillion something like that, 3 point something. Means we tuko nyuma with 3 years kwa deni. And we can see from example from Tanzania. I don't think if Tanzania can do better under Magufuli until they build everything, they manage everything according to the economy, na hiyo pesa wako nayo. Hapa Kenya, we produce more things more than even Tanzania. But we just see government is continue borrowing every time and again. Na sisi ndo watu wa kulipa. About hii pesa nimesikia ati IMF wanaenda kutupatia about the COVID. And that sometimes hata juzi nilisema hapa, sijasema vibaya, but COVID iko. But the way they are addressing this situation of COVID and this thing vile wana carry about hizi stories za kufunga curfew na nini na lockdown, ndio inafanya hata Wakenya wana lose money that ukweli kuna kwa COVID. Kwa sasa hii uwezi niambia most of Kenyans, mimi leo nimekuwa kwa groups mingi sana. Most of them wanasikia sasa wameleta tu lockdown na curfew ndio hao watu waone ndio wachukue pesa. You see that mentality wa Kenya wako nayo. Although kuna COVID indicates that we have to take all assumptions of all protocols of kuzuia COVID. But utapata that sasa una lockdown na curfew, then saizo ndio unapewa pesa that you want to fight COVID. Do you see that there's something that most Kenyans wanaona is not logic for sure? Unaona? Nikimalizia, I don't want to talk much about this, but I just want to say like as Kenyans, sometimes we are being not considered in this decision wanna make. It's right because they are leaders that us ndio tuliwachagua. But saa zile bado ninakuja like saizi there are some people nimejua wamelala njaa leo. Wewe unaenda kuboro kwa sababu ya COVID. Yeye mwenyewe hata benefit kwa hiyo pesa umeboro. Hence unataka asaidiane kulipa hiyo pesa. Unaona? So most of Kenyans they don't see even sense in this our government. Although the government of today, but sometimes if you do things in a letter too, like many questions about borrowing every time unaboro, nasikianga tu wameboro. Sisi tujawahi sikia ati wameboro wanataka kusaidia nayo, wanataka kulipa nayo hata school fees, kusaidia nayo watu. Ni COVID. Na hii pesa ya COVID hatujui. Hata 9 billion ipotea, sijui 7 billion kwa KEMSA because of COVID. Na ikapotea na ikaenda hivyo na kesi inaendelea. Wakenya wanaendelea kuumia. Hizi pesa wanataka watuambie. Hizi pesa wanaboro 255 billion of COVID. Wanataka kufanya nayo nini juu ya COVID? Kupatia watu wakule ama kununua nayo nini? Ndio tujue. Clinton, nimemaliza hiyo, ndio naweza sema.
Asante for keeping time. Today you are punctual, you know. Today you will not suffer.
Okay, I'm humble.
Yeah. So, kuna mtu amekuja kwa hiyo roho yenu ya juu. Korir, kwa dakika 2. Maoni yako ni yepi?
Kidogo. Amjambo Wasito. Yeah.
Poa sana Korir.
Wacha nianze kwanza na mambo ya lockdown, sababu sana inanikera sana, na sijui kama serikali wanatuchukuliaje sisi wananchi wa chini, sababu walituwekea lockdown alafu umeachia borders zianze kuingia, sababu mimi niko Kajiado, niko karibu na Tanzania, na mambo mingi naona hapa watu wanatoka Tanzania wakikuja. Hakuna dawa, unakuja unasema hawa watu nimewekea lockdown, at least wachanjwe, ama kitu ingine wangefanya wakuje kwa hizi kaunti 5 wapimwe, at least itakuwa ni afadhali, sababu umetufungia, hakuna chanjo, hakuna kupima kama hawa watu wako na corona watu wangapi, na unatusahau, hakuna hata msaada yeyote unatuletea watu wenye tuko kwa hizi kaunti 5. Nikienda tena kwa hiyo mambo ya pesa kukopa, serikali tunaelekea wapi? Unatuelekeza wapi kama sisi wananchi? Sababu uko na pesa zingine unasema zinapotea. Kila siku unaenda mnafanya kesi ati pesa zimepotea. Na unaenda tena still kwenda kukopa. Rais mwenyewe alisema 2 billion zinapotea kwa serikali yake. Which means rais kazi yake ni kwenda kukopa, wengine wakuje waipe, na ni wachache. Na si ati rais hajui wenye wameipa, wanajua, na ni watu wenye wamesurround. Kazi yao ni kupelekea fitina kujipendekeza. How wewe ni kiongozi aina gani rais? Kama wewe ni rais ya nchi ya Kenya, tafadhali, kama unadanganywa watu wenye anakuja hapo mahali penye huko, kama wamekunywa pombe, unajua ikiwa mlevi saa yote tukiwa tunakunywa pombe, wewe ukikuja, huyu akikuja akiniletea maneno matamu, ni matamu kwa sababu tumelewa. Tafadhali tuache mambo ya kuuza nchi hii. Tumeuza nchi kabisa, imeisha hii nchi. Sababu ukiwa kama kwa hii simu yangu, nikiona KCB ananipatia loan nakimbilia, nikiona kama Family Bank inanipatia loan nakimbilia, nikiona Fuliza inanipatia loan nakimbilia, which means sijajipanga hata kama hizi pesa nitalipa aje. Hizi pesa saa hii mafuta unatupandishia tarehe 14 tarehe 14 mwezi huu, lazima mafuta usiku itapanda na shilingi 5 kwenda juu. Tutaelekea wapi? Hii curfew lockdown unatumaliza nayo. Mtu mwingine ametusariti kwa hii Kenya, na nasema Raila Amolo Odinga. Baka juzi tuliona tarehe 1 ilikuwa ni siku ya wajinga. Uhuru mwenyewe anaenda kutoa kwa kitanda, anakuja kutembea na yeye kwa barabara. Tunasema Raila mwenyewe unatusariti kwa hii Kenya. 2018 wakati SGR tulikuwa tumefikisha Naivasha, Raila akadanganywa aende China akupe pesa ati hii SGR ifikishe Kisumu. Na Uhuru alikuwa amecheza game yake, alikuwa anaenda kukopa pesa ya kutengeneza super highway hapa Nairobi, hii express. Kufika pale akaambiwa ati pesa hakuna, mko na deni mingi. Ile pesa tutawapatia ni 60 billion, muende mtengeneze barabara. Which means sisi Wakale, Wakisii, Wajaluo, Waluya hatupati SGR. Imeenda kwa shamba ya mtu. Saa hii tunalipa deni na hiyo SGR saa hii haifanye kazi. Saa hii tumemalizwa mambo ya transport. Matrela hatununui. Mimi saa hii nilikuwa nafikiria hata Vision 2030 ninunua hata matrela zangu niweke barabara. Hakuna kazi nafanya. SGR imefikishwa kwa hapa msituni. Sinapepa wanyama kutoka Naivasha sikienda sijui. Yeah?
I have a question.
Dandrai, wacha kutudanganya na hii papa yenu bwana. Tumeisha. Hii
Order.
I have a question if you allow me.
Order. Dandrai.
Yeah?
I have a question.
Dandrai, umeleta kierere kwa show. Time yako uliongea ukamaliza.
Why?
Korir una dakika moja ya kumalizia. Hamfai kuzozana. Korir ameongea mind yake venye anafeel.
Sawa, please Dandrai. Please Dandrai,
ama niwatoe mara moja. Kwa wapi nyinyi
please
hapa
tafadhali kidogo mnipatie nafasi kidogo, dakika moja.
So Korir, excuse me.
Nimemaliza. Dandrai, endelea.
Excuse me.
Mimi niko swali.
Dandrai, relax. Kama una swali unangojea anamaliza, alafu unamuuliza swali. Hivyo ndivyo tumekuwa tukifanya for the last 2 to 3 hours. Alafu Korir, malizia pointi yako, alafu wale wako na swali watakuuliza swali. Lakini Korir, unapoongea pia there are some things wazungu wanaita serious allegations. Ukisema kwamba SGR iko kwa shamba ya mtu, sisi hatuna inaitwa nini, evidence. So kuna zingine unaweza kukwepa hata kama imekuuma sana.
Okay, sawa.
So, malizia, alafu wale wako na swali watakuuliza.
Okay, sawa. Kwa sababu kama viongozi tulikuwa tunaongelea kama viongozi, na tafadhali ili tunaomba kama sisi vijana, hata kama tunaenda 2022 tuangalie viongozi ambao inaweza kutusaidia kama sisi vijana. Because mimi niko 34 years, which means nimepakisha 10 years ya kuwazo. After 44 ni kusomesha. So ikiwa kama viongozi kama hawa watabiti, tafadhali wananchi vijana wenzangu, tuangalie na tufungue macho. Wale wamechaliwa na Mwenyezi Mungu, wako na kibawa cha kiakili ya kuweza kusaidia wengine. Tafadhali fungueni macho na tusaidieni, tupikanie hii nchi yetu. Hii nchi yetu imeenda na mali tunaelekea. Kwa hiyo mwaka moja imepaki, hii nchi imeenda. Obvia, last man wa China, mimi nafanyanga na wa China. Na wa China ile nia walikuwa nayo ni kuchukua poti ya Mombasa. Na hizi deni si deni yenye nini, ni kuchukua deni huko kwenda kulipa ile deni nyingine. So nimemaliza. Na bado tuko na nyinyi.
Asante sana Korir kwa Dandrai, haraka ni ya kwenda wapi? Unataka utoke kwa show uende mahali? Si urelax. Kuna wengine pia wanataka kuongea. Hata swali utapewa time uulize, jameni.
No, let me tell you something clear. I'm sorry to say this, but unajua if you chair, even me, sazile I'm talking, that's the time that someone can ask your questions, and that's how people we call moderate. Because kila mtu mimi nikisema mind yangu and you don't give someone to ask me a questions, then here tuna debate without some even facts or whatever. And if you want to debate a bit cheerfully, I ask a question, ananijibu, tunaendelea namna hiyo ama namna gani wenzangu? Hivyo.
Okay, hiyo pia ni poa, lakini nikuulize, wakati Korir anatoa maoni, alafu ushtukie tu hapo katikati, niko na swali. Tukupe time uulize swali. Alafu nimwambie Korir malizia. Pale kwa kumalizia tena bado uko na maswali. Si nilikuwa nafikiria uache aongee mpaka mwisho, alafu kuje useme niko na swali. Sasa unamuuliza swali once na tunasonga mbele. Ama hiyo
sawa, shamaliza. So can I ask?
Okay, uliza maswali yote ulikuwa nayo kwa Korir.
Okay, Korir, I just have 3 questions. And the first question, and I hope that you have to deal with facts. The first question, you personally, did you vote? And if you voted, ulipigia nani kura? Ya pili, what do you expect Raila to do? Because Raila is just a citizen like you. Apart from being given a job with the EU. The last question is that, wewe kama wewe ulipiga kura, because I know someone, I just guess someone you voted to. Wewe kama Korir, nini umefanya? But unasema Raila nilimfanyia Raila hii, Raila akawacha, ama Raila alifanya hii, ama Raila alifanya hii that hatuko nataka. Yeah.
Okay. Nilipiga kura na nilipigia Jubilee. Na kama Raila wakati ile alikuwa opposition 2013 to 2017, wakati pesa ya Eurobond alikuwa anatetea sana. Saa hii ameitwa handshake, ameingia ndani ya Jubilee. Pesa za KEMSA zinapotea. Na anasema hakuna pesa zimepotea. Hizi kamiti yote yenye tunaangalia yenye anafanyanga hizo kesi, watu wa ODM wanafanya kesi ya nini? Pesa gani yenye anashughulikia, anafuatilia? Na nikuulize, kwa nini wakati Uhuru anaenda kukopa pesa sana sana anaita Raila? Swali. Kama Raila anapigania hii nchi, kwa nini hajaongea na hizi pesa, hizi deni zinakopa? Kwa nini hajaongelea hiyo pesa? Hapana, usikope. Malizana na ile ingine ukope. Hata kwako Dandrai, ukienda kukopa pesa, si unakopa pesa kama unajua umelima shamba yenye unapanda mahindi, ama kama unataka kufungua duka, umepika rangi, unajua unakuja kuweka hapa pesa. Dandrai, tuangalie nchi. Wewe nilisikia unataka MCA. Na kama unataka MCA, pia unaangalia hiyo constituency yako iko aje? Unaenda kufanya kazi gani nikichukua hii kiongozi? Nimemaliza.
Okay, before mtu mwingine cheka mjapatia mtu mwingine. Career, I don't want us to lie here. Hatuwezi danganyana hapa. You can't vote someone in, then you expect someone kukuja kuangalia ule mtu ulipeleka kwa saizi. If those people will vote me in, itakuwa kazi yangu kufanya kazi nzuri, ama watakuwa wanaweka mtu mwingine kuja kuniangalia kama nafanya kazi nzuri? Where does Raila anaingiana na hii government will vote in? Kama wewe ulipigia Jubilee, Raila anaingiana aje? Because Raila pia alikuwa kwa ballot. Mbona kupigia Raila, ukuje uulize Raila, wewe tulikuchagua na ukifanyia hii? Why claiming and making some allegations at Raila? Watu wa ODM ndio wanakoma kwa hiyo budget committee, my friend. Sometimes before useme kitu, angalianga. Because huwezi niambia you vote someone, alafu na expect someone kukuja kusaidia kuangalia mtu ulivote in. You voted Jubilee government kama ulikuwa sure that they're going to perform. You never voted for Raila because uliona ideology ya Raila ikusaidii. So don't expect Raila. Raila is just common mwananchi like you. Hata wewe unaweza amka asubuhi na ukataze government. So don't expect Raila kukuja kukataza mtu ulivotia wewe mwenyewe.
Asante Dandrai, asante sana. Korir, hiyo hautajibu. Ulishajibu.
Siwezi nikajibu.
Asante. Kuna Dan ulishaongea, si ndio? Kuna Nyongesa, una maoni yapi ya kusema? Nyongesa, kuna kitu, unmute mic na yeah.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema yenye Korir anasema ati kila chamba anatamka maneno ya Raila. Unajua tukichukua hawa wanasiasa tuanze tuweke ukabila, unajua si vizuri. Kitu chenye inatakana saa hii tuelimishane ni hali ya uchumi ya maisha. Rais mwenyewe ukweli alifanya mbaya kufunga makaunti na ikafanya watu wengi wameathirika, hawana kazi. Na kitu cha pili, hakuangalia jinsi vile hii ugonjwa vile anamaliza maneno ya hii ugonjwa. Kwa maana amefunga lockdown, hii maneno ya curfew inaanza saa 2 na mchana, unajua ndio watu wanakutana wengi sana, na hiyo mchana ndio watu wanapata ugonjwa hata kushinda usiku. Kuna juzi mtu alikuwa kwa redio akasema hata heri angefunga hata paka usiku na apee watu msaada ya vyakula nini ndio wajue jinsi ya kumaliza hii ugonjwa. Lakini ukweli kwa saa hata kama ameweka curfew ya saa 2 na mchana pato watu wanakutana, pato ugonjwa iko tu. Na hii maneno ya kusema ukweli, Raila vile aliingia Jubilee imekuwa na mkoroko, wamekosana, ameleta mfuruko hapo mbaya sana, pake imeaffect, hakuna maendeleo yenye naendelea. Wakati yenye alikuwa upinzani alikuwa anapinga vitu, lakini bila aliingia kwa serikali akakuwa serikali, sasa hakuna kitu chenye anapinga, pesa zinapotea tu. Sasa yeye ndiye anakataza ati hakuna pesa inapotea. Ni hayo tu.
Sasa Bwana Nyongesa, ukiongelea mambo na ukabila eti watu wanablemiana kikabila, hapana. Nadhani Korir alikuwa anaongea kuhusu Raila kama opposition leader. Hajasema eti Raila being a Luo must check on the government. Raila ndio opposition leader tunaye Kenya, so akimtaja amemtaja kama opposition leader. Yeah. Asante sana kwa maoni yako Nyongesa. Nani hajaongea hapa? Derek, are you with us? Okay. Daktari, alafu Jane na Faith. Daktari, Faith na Jane mtawalia.
I was actually going to say, since the ladies haven't spoken, let me speak after both of them. They haven't said anything since they've been here. So either of them.
Okay. So Faith, Jane, alafu Daktari.
Habari zenu?
Nzuri kabisa.
Clinton, before niseme yoyote, there is kuna mtu kwa comments anaitwa Sammy Serem and there was Veronica Kiju something. Walikuwa I think they're in the diaspora and they were asking how they can get in the panel. Lakini nimewaexplainia hapo, so I don't know if they have seen it. Nikamwambia anyone can join the panel. Waende tu kwa hiyo link wa click. So I don't know. Yeah, niliwaexplainia. So I don't know. Lakini nikasema ni vizuri at least nikisema because walikuwa nashindwa ati they're in the diaspora, wanauliza how can the diaspora join? Nikamwambia I'm in the diaspora myself na ni mimi wanga kwa hii program. So nikawaambia they just click on the channel na wa join.
Yeah, hiyo link iko hapo kwa comment section. Imeandikwa Magical Kenya News.
Yeah, so I hope they've
moja kwa moja mpaka hapa chini. Yeah.
So I hope they have seen that. Yeah. Coril anyway, Coril ametalk passionately anyway. I felt him. Nimemfeel sana. It is true. Kwa sababu, me, I don't have faith with the government na hii pesa. I don't think the government will do what is supposed to be done with the money. Wataenda tu itapotea tu kama kawaida. Because that's what they do and they get away with it. You understand? There's nobody to hold them accountable. So anyway, as I was saying, the youths, mnafaa muamke hiyo Kenya. You have to do something. Otherwise, if we don't do something, this will never end. Sina faith na government kabisa. Wapi Dandrai, awacha ma feelings juu ya Raila. Mtu akiongea kitaja tu Raila kidogo hivi Dandrai yako wapi? Dandrai my friend. Wacha ma feelings. Hii panel haitaki makasiriko. Mtu akitaja Raila tu usiwe hivyo. Wewe tunajua saizi hatuna opposition. Hakuna opposition. Raila ashawachana na nyinyi, ameenda ile side nyingine. Pale unaweza kulia kwa hii gava au nini? Au jifungi unaanza kukula. Si ndio? Juu Raila angekuwa kwa opposition saizi watu wangekuwa na safa. Kwa sababu angekuwa ana challenge gava, si ndio? And that's why we like him, because of challenging the government anyway. Si ndio? Ama hiyo ndio tulimtakia. Kwa hivyo, and then another thing, mtu akona noise kwa background. Alafu another thing pia nilikuwa nasema president vile alifunga inchi anyway, alifunga bila mpango. Kwa sababu huwezi funga na ujui watu wanakula nini ama watu watafanya nini. Unlike hapa, hata kama tumefungiwa, gava inajua unakula nini. Kama ni rent zilisimamishwa, kila kitu ilisimamishwa. Hata kama ulikuwa na loan kwa banka huko unalipa. So ile kitu naweza sema hii gava hawajali watu wako chini. Hawajali maskini hata kidogo. All they care is just about them. Kwa sababu there are people who are really suffering. Sisi hapa tuko kwa diaspora tunajua. We are helping a lot of people back home. na chakula ya kukula, everyday life. We are really helping a lot of people. Kwa hivyo, I don't know. All you people, you have to think twice about this government. They don't think about mtu wa chini, which is very good, kwa sababu sahi kama mna vote next time, mtaangalia wale watu mnavotia. Tusianze kuweka hii maneno ya ukabila ama kukua very much attached to one politician. I keep on saying this. Tuache attachment, usikuwe attached kwa mtu. Mimi I cannot be attached to Uhuru because Uhuru doesn't pay my bills. He doesn't know me. You understand? I still have to hustle. I still have to work so hard. Kama hapa hivi huku kuna kuanga na bills zingine Clinton anaweza waambia na nini na daktari hapo. So we still have to work hard. We don't even do one job. We do 2 to 3 jobs. You understand? There is a job I do from 9 to 4, and then I come. There's another one I do 2 hours in the evening from 6 o'clock. You understand? So we have to work so hard. Sisi ufanya job mbili ndio tumeka ends meet. Hata sasa unaona nimekaa hapa sio hizi makaratasi zote ni kazi bado nafanya. Ni kazi bado nafanya, lakini pia hizo zingine lazima nitoke nje niende. So tuko na side pia side hustle kidogo. So ile kitu mimi naweza sema, you vote wisely. Tuache hii maneno ya lazima tuvote mtu wetu. Ati mtu wetu akikuwa prezo, tutakuwa poa ndio tutakula. Mimi ni Mkikuyu, Wakikuyu wana complain mabarabara zao ni mbaya sijui nini na Uhuru amekuwa prezo. Tumekuwa na president wangapi wa Kikuyu? Na shida haijawahi isha huko. Unaona? Such things. My grandfather alikuwa naishi Nyandarua. He was used to grow pyrethrum. They don't grow pyrethrum anymore. Ilienda na ikaisha hivyo juu gava iwa support. Unaona? So da bado Uhuru wako kwa gava na Uhuru ni Mkikuyu. So tusikuwe na hiyo story ya kusema ati sijui ati ni mtu wetu akiwa huku. As I said the other day, jaribini mtu wa diaspora. Kuna jamaa mmoja ni wa diaspora hapa na kuja kusimama prezo. Akikuwa kwa hizo presidential debate, sikizeni sera zake. Si ndio? Sikizeni tu sera zake. Sikizeni, it will take one person to change that country. I'm telling you, this is somebody who has worked very closely with Obama. By you people, mkisikia mtu wa diaspora anakuja kusimama huko, mtakangi story zake kabisa. Si tutamchangia pesa kabisa na atakuja kusimama. Huku sisi uchangiana. MP wangu akikuja hapa ninamchangia kidogo pesa zake za campaign. Na mimi MP wangu anakuja ananoka hapa kwa mlango. Ananiuzia sera zake, anaingia hapa anakaa hapa chini kwa sofa. Ananiambia sera zake. Sio mimi namtafuta, yeye ananitafuta. Lakini na mimi nikitaka kuona MP wangu every first week of the month, first Monday, ako hapa kwa library. Naenda namuona. I don't even need an appointment. Na walk in, I will see him. I elected him, so he has to work for me. You understand? So those are the things we have to see. People who will work for us. Na msianze kusema sijui tuko diaspora nini. Hata sisi kuja Kenya, hata ni COVID imefanya tu hatujakuja. This year tulikuwa tunakuja last year tukulie Christmas huko, lakini hatungekuja juu ya COVID. Kwa hivyo Kenya sisi ukuja tena sana. That's what I'd leave it at that for now.
Okay, Faith. Jane, thank you kwa maoni. Faith.
Mimi ningeongelea kwa upande ya hii chanjo yenye inapigwa marufuku. Kwa sababu kama kitu moja saa hii, jinsi nilisoma message ya Lekina. Wanasema hiyo chanjo waliipitisha. Wakasema ikuje. But saa hii anashangaa kusikia hiyo chanjo ndio inapigwa marufuku. Haya, tayari deputy sijui inatoka Spain kama nimesahau hiyo jina hapo
inatoka Russia, inaitwa Sputnik.
Haya, alafu huyo deputy amedungwa hiyo kwa ya kwanza na wanasema yenye umedungwa ndio inafaa udungwe tena second round. Sasa wale wenye walipata hiyo ya kwanza watarudiwa kubadilishiwa dawa ama watafanyiwa aje? Kwa sababu unajua hiyo ni kitu yani unabaki unashangaa. Na mbona wanaipiga marufuku? Unajua kwa vile saa hii tunajaribu jinsi ya vile tunaweza kuloa hii tempa ya corona, kila dawa ingekuja ijulikana hao kikundi hii walipewa hii dawa, hii chanjo, kikundi hii wamepewa hii chanjo, ili tudhibitishe ni gani kati na hii moja tunasema hii yenye wenye walienda State House ndio iko sawa. Tunajuaje? Ile ingine ingekuwa sawa kabisa. Sasa hapo ndio mimi ninarudi naangalia government nashindwa ina mpango gani? Kwa saa hii ni kujaribu kila njia, si ati ni kusema hii hapana, hii hapana. Hapana, ni kujaribu. Wale wenye walipata hii tunaweka kwa kikundi yao, wanaandikwa majina, wanajua watu fulani kama ni 50 walidungwa na hii dawa, imewasaidia aje kwa life yao. Watu fulani kwa kikundi hii wamedungwa na hii dawa, imebehave aje. Ndio hapo sasa tutajua kati ya hao watu tumewadunga hizi dawa gani ndio government inaweza shikilia na ikasaidia Wakenya wake, kuliko kusema tu hii tuna ban isiingie Kenya, hii tuna ban isiingie Kenya. Sasa ile yenye unaikubalia ingie Kenya, unaijuaje kama ndio halali? Ama hiyo unajua hizi zenye unaona wana ban wanasema zisiingie, wanataka hizo zao zenye zinaingia wameinunua kwa bei ya chini, ambayo sio nzuri kwa wale Wakenya wengine. Hao watadungwa ile nzuri, but ikishafika kwa mwananchi wa Kenya, mwananchi wa Kenya yeye anaekewa yake maji, anaenda hapo anadungwa tu, naambiwa umedungwa dawa ya corona, ile yenye chanjo ya corona haijui. Baada ya muda unasikia huyo watu bado ndio hao wanaongezeka idadi ya corona, hawa ndio watu sijui wamefanya aje. Lakini kwa sasa tungechukua dawa zote, mimi ninge prefer zote. Mimi hata sasa siko Kenya, niko Saudia. Na Saudia mimi ninaona watu na useme nini, kwa sababu sasa kuna app Saudia wametoa. Saudia wameweka na simu, unaonyesha hiyo app, unaingia. Sasa wewe ukiingia unadungwa hiyo chanjo, but ule mwenye alikuwa amepata corona, huyo naye anawekwa kando kwanza, hadungwi hiyo dawa. Yeye anawekwa kando kwanza, nasikia kuna madawa zenye wanaendelea kutumia. Sasa hao waezi dungwa hii chanjo. Lakini wewe mwenye hujapata, ukienda onyeshana hiyo simu yako iko na app hapo, unaonyesha tu imechorwa hiyo trade yao hapo na ina jina yako na picha, unaingia unasonga huku unaenda unachanjwa. But Kenya unashindwa, wanakataa. Mpaka mimi najiuliza hiyo ni kusaidia ama ni kumaliza Wakenya wenye wako Kenya? Yangu ni hayo tu kwa leo.
Asante sana Faith kwa maoni yako. Abdullahi, niweke akaunti yenye iko na picha ama yenye haina? Cause unakuja na accounts kama 4. Acha nitoe hii yenye iko kwa screen, alafu niweke hii yenye Dynasty.
Ni Dynasty lazima kuja na screen 3.
Sasa nimeweka yenye amekalia ile kiti ya Dynasty, ndio hiyo sasa.
Sawa. So let me respond to Faith, because I think there is a lot of with what Faith says, and I think this is the most troublesome thing about this whole vaccination thing. There is information that is scattered everywhere, and then first of all, I think I have to fault the Uhuru Kenyatta government for one thing. I can understand with them trying to control the flow of vaccines, but my question and what troubles me is, who allowed this vaccine in the first place? What criteria, what protocol was used? Because the reason the Russian vaccine has faced a lot of trouble, let me be clear about this, is because from when these vaccines were being made, the Russians were very covert about what they were doing. And that is why, in as much, and by the way, Faith, when you say about the government wanting to buy these vaccines that are in Kenya right now are coming in for free via the COVAX program. And the reason the Russian vaccine is not part of that program, by UNICEF, is because there is very little information that we know about this vaccine from Russia. We do not know its efficacy, we do not know. And ukiangalia vaccine kama ya J&J, tunajuanga hiyo it was made using the old way of making the adenovirus process. Ile unachukuanga a dead virus unaweka kwa mwili, although ya J&J it's not the real COVID virus, is another virus, but it delivers the information to your body. Sasa ukienda kitu kama ya Pfizer ama Moderna, ni ile ikuwa ya mRNA, you make another it was a technology that was inainjectiwa kwa mwili yako na inaambia some information to yourself, but sasa hii vaccine ya Russia, there is so much we do not know about it. So I can see the government being skeptical about it. Now, my problem, like I said when I started this, is say, who allowed it in the first place? Because now you cannot blame Kenyans for thinking that the government banned this vaccine because William Ruto alichukua. And you would be surprised. That might not be the reason. Maybe the government just want to control, the vaccine that are in the country, and like I said, we know what AstraZeneca is about. We know what J&J is about. We know what Moderna and Pfizer are about. Like in Russia, there was so much crowd on it. There's so much unknown to it. And one of the troublesome issue with the Russian vaccine was the time. Hizi vaccine zingine zote, they were taking so much time. There were so much studies. Like in Russia, they never waited for their studies to materialize. They never waited for peer reviewing. If vaccine ilianza kutumiwa, I think it was a couple of months ago, really, way before. And so that is why we continue to have this issue about, is it safe? Is it not safe? What are the numbers? What are the findings? And the Russian government, unfortunately, have been opaque about it. So maybe I can sympathize with the Kenyan government for the position they find themselves in. What I cannot sympathize with them, it's why in the first place allow it. Why? That I would like to hear from somebody. Why allow it in the first place? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daktari. Let us hear
Clinton,
Yes.
one second. I just want to ask Faith quickly. Has she had the vaccine, and what vaccine did she have?
Mute. Mimi bado sijapewa vaccine. Sijaenda kwa vile hata mdozi wangu hajaruhusu kuenda. Bado.
Okay. Lakini
Okay.
utaenda ukipewa chance, utaenda?
Sidhani kama ningekuwa kupewa chance ningeenda, but sioni hata yeye mwenyewe akiongelea about hiyo chanjo.
Kwa hivyo
Sijasikia hata yeye mwenyewe akiiguzia wao iko hivi.
Hautaki kupewa vaccine. Kwa nini?
Niko 50 yani bado niko tu pale.
Hauiamini? Hauamini vaccine?
Unajua kitu moja in Saudi. No, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. In Saudi, you can't trust anything because unajua ukikuja huku Saudi, it's not in like other places. Saudi, it is different. Kama sisi house girls, unaweza kuwa mgonjwa, jinsi unatreatiwa sio vile wale wengine wanatreatiwa. So you must be keen with your life. Hawezi kubali tu kwenda kusema kwa vile unajua huku ukikuwa mgonjwa hata ikwe nini unaambiwanga meza Panadol. Haujui hiyo Panadol ime-expire ama iko aje. Ukizidiwa unasikia chukua yogurt ukunywe. So unashindwa, wewe ni mgonjwa, unapewa yogurt, unapewa Panadol, ukizidi unaambia mdozi nimesikia mbaya kabisa. Unaambiwa kuna yogurt hapa. Wananunuanga by the way, wananunua kubwa. Sasa huyu madha atakwambia tumia yogurt. Ukitoka hapo uambie na sikii kabisa kuna hii mafuta yao ya Waislamu hivi. Unaambiwa chukua vijiko moja ama vijiko mbili ukunywe. Sasa anything in Saudia you must be keen. Siwezi kuambia nitatoka
kwa vaccine ni different. Vaccine ni different kwa sababu ukienda kabla aiweke kwa shindano unaweza ichukua we mwenyewe hiyo chupa usome. Bora uko unajua the types of vaccine, unajua. Alafu unaweza soma we mwenyewe. Unaweza soma we mwenyewe alafu uone kabla aiweke kwa syringe. Ndio uhakikishe. Sisi tushadungwa.
Haya, kitu ya kwanza hakuna ninajua hata mmoja. Naona hakuna hata mmoja ninaweza kuambia ati ninajua nimeambiwa ni hii na hii, hapana.
Okay, asanteni sana. Jane, make sure umevaccinatiwa juu bado tuwakuhitaji hapa Kenya. Ukipata chance ya kuendea vaccination, hakikisha umevaccinatiwa. Who is talking?
Me,
Who is talking? Yes, Dan.
Dan,
Do you
1 minute.
have a question?
I wanted to just tell Faith one thing.
Yes.
Actually, Faith, kuna yale umeexplain, umeeleza, we sympathy actually, tunaona vibaya yale mambo mnapitia, lakini kenye ningekuambia chochote kinafanyika, najua wenye mko Saudi, hata mimi niko Qatar, kuna yale mambo mnapitia mengi, lakini in terms of vaccine it real, huwezi enda pale ati unadungwa sindano kama uone, you see something that you are unakuwa injected. As I personally nimepata AstraZeneca, mimi nimepata hiyo vaccine, niko na wiki mbili sasa hizi sijaona any side effect, lakini tunatumaini ya kwamba mambo itakuwa mazuri. So what I was saying here that anything that comes along, maybe unaambiwa about vaccine, sio tunaenda kwa private place, unaenda into a public place, na ule mwenye daktari is a professional person, ukikaa naye unamuuliza maswali, anakuelezea. And then wale watu wamechukua vaccine, let me tell you, if you are under any medical, elezea daktari kwanza before uchukue vaccine. Na kama umechukua madawa umemaliza before ama within the shortest period of time, ama maybe 1 week, elezea daktari, because kuna zile kwa ile bench mahali wamekalia kuna a lot of vaccine wako nazo. Ukimuelezea wewe ni mgonjwa, uko allergic, umechukua madawa nini, he can decide from the way you said yourself, ama ulijieleza mwenyewe, atachua mwenyewe what kind of vaccine that you are supposed to take. So nikimalizia Clinton, mimi nilikuwa naomba na nataka kuongea nitoke kwa sababu nataka sasa kuingia job. Nilikuwa naomba hivi, na hii ni maoni wa serikali yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu wamefunga county zetu zote 5, Nairobi, Nakuru, Machakos, whatever. As I said earlier, tafadhali wacha atenge mahali maalum, wacha kusema ati Kenyatta National Hospital. Saizi uwezi sema unapeleka mtoto wako akikonjeka, saizi uwezi mpeleka hospitali. Kwa nini? Ukienda hospitali wengi sana wako pale ni watu wa corona, na hiyo ni sure. So the only thing mimi nilikuwa naonelea kama ya Kenya ingefanya, ingetenga place na ikuwe ni public place, ama ikuwe ni either Nyayo Stadium, iende Machakos, hizi county zenye zimefungwa kwanza, watu wakuwe vaccinated. Na ukikuwa vaccinated hauwezi enda upewe second vaccine. Kuna ile period unapewa hiyo vaccine ikiingia kwa mwili, and then the second time uende kuwa vaccinated. Those people who are rushing to get the second vaccine, they are ending themselves into a problem because they don't know what is going to into their body. You understand, my people? Because we are here, ile vaccine ukipewa, like yangu nimepewa na narudi after naenda mwezi wa 6 tarehe 6, unaona. So hii period nakaa, the moment nikisikia anything wrong, I have a number we are given, unastahili kusema. Ama naambia my boss, namwambia kulingana ile facts nilikuwa nimepewa na hivi na hivi na hivi. That's why I'm recommending the government of Kenya should decide, because they have all the details about watu wa Kenya, wako na huduma number. They are supposed to take the message to because kila mtu ako na huduma number saizi. Wachukue namba, waandike text, watu kama wakiweka centers mahali ya watu wanaenda kuchukua vaccine. Kila mtu anakuwa located siku fulani. Kama ni case wenye wako Nairobi, sio watu waenda kwa chumula because of the pandemic. Wachitole waseme mimi naenda siku fulani, mwingine anaenda siku fulani, mwingine anaenda siku fulani. At least wakisema maybe 1 month ama 2 months, ndio at least waangalie waone kama ile rate ilikuwa kama ni tuseme ni 70% Nairobi. Hiyo rate wakitest positive inapungua to 70 to 40 or to 50. Kwa maana hatuwezi sema ume lockdown and yet people are suffering. Like in Machakos, napongeza Mtua. In Machakos ametoa ushuru, vitu zingine ameweka free. Our president of Kenya, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hatuwezi mtukana kwa sababu ni mtu, yeye ndio kiongozi wa nchi. He's a leader. But let him sit down with all stakeholders, waone kwamba ni jinsi ipi wata organize at least ya watu wa hizi county zote wamepata dawa. Tukiingia katika sekta ya transport, hapo hizi county zote wamefunga. Wakisema saa 2 watu watoka kwa barabara. Sasa niambie, mtu mmoja alikuwa na corona, na watu wote wameingia kwa matatu. For sure, si mtu mmoja kama ameingia 14 kwa matatu, si mtu mmoja amesambazia watu 14. Hiyo sio vizuri. Ndio at least mimi naonelea ni vizuri tu watenge mahali maalum, kwa sababu wako na huduma namba, watumie kila mtu message especially, na watangaze weke kwa media, watangazie watu, watapata ujumbe mfupi kuelezea ni siku gani wanaenda kupata hiyo vaccine, at least ipunguze hii kusambaza kwa corona in Nairobi County. Thank you sana, nimewashukuru sana watu wangu, tumesikizana. Mimi naingia job. Clinton, I love you so much. Thank you for the show. I see you the next time. Unanipata Clinton?
Clinton, I think ako offline, so we will pass your regard.
Yeah.
Can we hear from Francis Mwendo?
Yeah. Okay.
Have a good time, Dan.
Yeah, thank you.
Tutaonana baadaye. Francis Mwendo.
Poleni sana, stima hapa imeenda. So
uko sawa?
Mtakuwa mnaniona ngiza tu.
Okay, tuambie.
Ile mzuri naweza sema the discussion is very healthy and very educative. Aswa kwanza nimesikiza wale ambao wamedungwa. Mnanipata kweli?
Yes, we can hear you. Tunakusikia. Okay. Mr. Derek Okello, are you there?
I'm here.
Can you speak to us? Talk to us about the vaccine from Russia and it being banned. Your thoughts?
This is a very good initiative. I didn't know this was going on. Na nimefurahi kuungana na nyinyi, nisikie nyinyi naendelea. But what I know, issue of vaccine, this is a global effort kutoka nchi mbalimbali, and this is a crisis in affect kila mtu. So whether it is from Russia, whether it's from UK, whether it's Germany, we are dealing with a problem here. And as citizens, we must cooperate with the government. This is a global initiative. This is a global effort to fight the pandemic. And this pandemic, pia munaona vile ile shida iko sahi. Nairobi is in a problem. We are in a crisis. and it's something that we need to cooperate kila mtu to ensure that tusaidie serikali. You know, there's this attitude in Kenya. We always point mistakes on the leaders, but we Kenyans hapa chini tunafanyanga nini as Kenyans? That is the most important question we need to ask. Even if everything falls on the leader, what is the local person doing down here? So we as Kenyans, ukiambiwa ufunge mask, uoshe mkono, you keep social distance, it is a matter of cooperating. For those who are in the diaspora, munaona vile wazungu wana cooperate. The problem with us Kenyans, we don't cooperate in so many things. So we must accept that we have problems in the country and we have to point these mistakes. The moment our leaders will sit down and identify, we have problem 1, 2, 3, how do you sort it? But the problem is, the way the media is diverting the attention of a problem towards tribal lines, we are not heading in the right direction. Wakenya hapa chini, we need to calm down and sort our issues. But let us not point our mistakes to our leaders. Hapa chini sisi wenyewe tunafanya nini? That is the most important question we need to ask ourselves. What are we doing as Kenyans down here? Let us not blame Raila. Let us not blame Uhuru. Let us not blame Ruto. These are our leaders. Why would I blame Raila for my mistakes down here? A mistake that I can sort. So Kenyans, we must learn to sort our issues in an approach that is cooperative, in a manner that will help the country. The media saa zingine na wa blame. Rather than focusing on issues that are positive in the country, we are focusing on the wrong direction. Mara sijui Raila amechokazana na sijui na Ruto, mara sijui what. Let the media point positive directions. Are we progressing or we are going back? So Kenyans, let us cooperate. Kama ni vaccine, let us cooperate government. Kama wamesema tuchukue hii vaccine, tuchukue pamoja. Because this is a global effort. Russia wametoa, US wametoa yao, UK wametoa yao. So let us all cooperate in the line of ensuring this pandemic that does not wipe us. So uliona tulizuba. Sasa tumeshtuka, the numbers are very high. So what I'm requesting Kenyans ni ile tushirikiane hapa sisi. Maneno ya ukabila, it has to stop. This thing has to stop. We are breathing the same oxygen. We use the same brain. Hii mentality wazungu walituachia, sijui mara Kikuyu, sijui mara Jaluo, sijui nini. This is the thing that is affecting this country. It has to stop. It has to stop. Let us think like human beings. Let us not go the directions of being a Jaluo, mara sijui Ruto amefanya nini, sijui. No. It is a problem affecting the country. Let us think like human beings. That is all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okero. Clinton, looks like you're back, so back to you, and then can we hear from Mr. Muraya? And then back to you, Clinton, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Okero.
Is it my turn?
It's Mr. Muraya, and then Clinton will assume as the moderator. So, Mr. Muraya, let's hear from you regarding this vaccine and why it was banned by the government. Your thoughts, Mr. Muraya.
Thank you very
2
much.
minutes.
And thank you for this, to contribute to this debate. But essentially, what we need to understand is this. The vaccine issue, the vaccine politics is a global problem. We've had a lot of mistrust, and this mistrust is not arising because of any scientific basis. It's because of selfishness and nationalism. And essentially, when you look at the European Union, you realize that the only reason that they are complaining is because they are not getting enough vaccine doses for their population. But when it comes to Kenya, the problems are just as the previous speaker just said. We tend to politicize
then everything, and then we have the government that still not make a decision based on the best interests of the society. Because if the Poisons Board, for example, approves the Sputnik 5 vaccine, the question that Kenyans needed to ask themselves was, did the Poisons Board have the capacity to test the efficacy of the vaccine? Now, if you cannot answer that scientific question, then whatever approval given by the Poisons Board is not sufficient to warrant the vaccine getting into the market. So for those, if you look from a perspective of the Ministry of Health decision, then you might say, fine, they are warranted to suspend the vaccine. But then again, you have to ask yourself, the vaccine got approved and it got into the country and people started getting the vaccine, including the deputy president. Now you have to ask yourself, why would someone who is the second in command get a vaccine and then the same government that he leads bans the same vaccine? So it all boils down to the politics that are in this country. We just tend to see everything from a political angle. Our minds are reduced to think it is either William Ruto, Raila, or Uhuru, and anything that seems that is not revolving around the politics, it is not considered important. So what I think is this, the ban is justified to some sense because there is no approval even from the World Health Organization. But the bigger problem is that the manner in which the vaccine got into the market in the first place demonstrates incompetence of the government, and the manner in which the vaccine has been banned or suspended demonstrates that we cannot rise above our politics. It's as simple as that. And unless we are able to rise against politics, to go beyond reducing everything into politics, then we will never have a competent government. So what we need to do, I don't think it's going to happen in this government because already it seems that the people who are running it are not basing their decisions on any scientific basis. That is very, very clear. And if at all they were basing it on any scientific basis, we would already have the Pfizer vaccine in the market. We would have the Moderna vaccine in the market. Those who can afford it, they should get it. But the manner in which the government is taking us around, it demonstrates they cannot rise above the occasions, above politics, and it also demonstrates that in this country, decisions are not made based on any scientific facts. And that is essentially my opinion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Clinton, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So you can take over, but just to respond to Mr. Muraya before I forget this, I think as far as the AstraZeneca, the Moderna, and the J&J, I don't know. I don't think you can blame the Kenyan government for not having it in the market, because I think what happened with those three vaccines is that the big boys, namely the UK, the US, the European Union, they all gobbled up. They took all those vaccines. They actually paid ahead of time, and then so I think they scooped all the supplies. Should Kenya have been on the table when the negotiations were going on? Yes. So I think you can maybe say, where were you guys? But as far as getting the vaccine right now, I don't think they can even buy it. They might even have the money, but they cannot even buy it. They might get it in 2022, 2023. But I do agree with you. They should have been on the market where the bidding was going on. And so that is the point that is clearly obtained. Like you say, why the Russian vaccine was allowed in the market, and now they are, I have no idea. A matter of fact, I don't know if there's anybody who's on this platform who knows exact details. Because I think we are dealing with a lot of the government bandits, but were the reasons elaborated? Were they enumerated? Did they say why? Did they say they are banning it because of reason number 1, number 2, number 3? Because I cannot see a whole government banning a vaccine because the deputy president received it. And then back to you, Clinton.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. There is Charles Rupaya. Charles, what can you say? Hello, Charles. Okay. Hello, Charles.
Okay.
Okay, Muraya. What can you say about the loan that the IMF has decided to give to Kenyan government? What's your opinion? How should it be used to combat COVID-19, maybe in various development projects? What's your opinion?
I think we need to put everything in context. Of course, when we talk about IMF, we cannot talk about IMF without trying to put in context what this current administration has been. And it's been very clear. And let me begin by saying the problem is not a problem of countries all over have been borrowing, and it has been the trend since the abolishment of the gold standard. And for those who don't understand, the gold standard, the gold standard is when the dollar was anchored on the gold, and then when the gold standard was abolished, now every became a floating currency. Now, what we know is countries borrow, but it is the question of spending the money that they borrow that becomes the issue. This government has been borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Fine. But then how have they been using the money? They steal most of the money, and little that comes into the country only goes to build roads, railroads. Those are long-term investments that do not have a direct benefit to the economy. Now, the IMF comes in with some very stringent stuff. And I think what we're going to see in the next few months is to see a government that is going to be very diligent in expenditure. And it's not going to be diligent because it wants. It's going to be diligent because the IMF is demanding to do so. Right? 9 PM news.
Excuse me, Muraya. Excuse me, Muraya. Can you use the earphone, because we cannot hear you well? So you can use an earphone. Yeah, it's gonna be better. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry, my device is not working with the earphone, but I'll just say summarily that about the expenditure, it's very simple. The government is going to be diligent, not because it wishes to be diligent, but because it is going to be forced to be diligent by the IMF.
Okay, asante sana kwa maoni yako Muraya. Charles Rupia, una maoni gani Charles? Charles, microphone yako is muted.
So are you able to get me now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. So can I proceed?
Yes, you
can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay, I've actually, first of all, I want to thank you for hosting us. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Charles.
Yes, I can hear you, Charles. Okay, I want to thank you for hosting us because yesterday I tried to get through, but I could not get through. Though the discussions here were very valid, depending on the situation that we are in right now, and with the loans that people are talking about right now. The loans are not bad as per se. The only bad thing is that is the mismanagement of the loans, which I've had so many people here discuss. But I can see Kenyans are coming out in large numbers to reason up this time around, because you find out before we were going for elections, and people are not objectives. People are not objective in that Kenyans had war or had put on tribal codes. And even if you tell somebody that his tribal coat is torn, they will not take that and they will not listen. But it's good with this platform. I would like us to be very objective and discuss these issues, because what we have seen in this country is that our leaders they don't offer what is called servant leadership. They don't listen to common mwananchi. They say that we are their bosses, just like I had somebody who said yesterday. They say that they are our bosses, but they don't listen to us. They listen to their fellow politicians. Taking a loan from IMF is not bad, and I can say that it is not bad. It's only that the embezzlement and the corruption that this government is taking part in, headed by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who has actually refused to actually finish this thing, corruption. That is what is ailing Kenya. Right now, Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering from all sectors of the economy. And I want to tell the government that we cannot create wealth by seeking donations. A wealth of a country is created from within, because we should believe in ourselves. If the president went to Tanzania last time, they went for the burial, you could hear him saying that His Excellency Magufuli taught us one thing, that we can depend and rely on ourselves as Africans. Tonight, the UK is like they have been babysitting us. All the IMF, they have been babysitting us. Tonight they have closed for all the trips that are coming from Kenya to the UK. And this should be we should start from this, that by closing that is not a bad call, but it's a challenge to us, that we should also be dependable. We should also be reliable. We should not just be depending on the foreign countries, depending on aids. And the issue that I wanted to discuss so much yesterday is the issue of ARVs that are stuck at the port, that the KEMSA did not get the contract to bring it in, and then there was another body which was signed, which was responsible. So there has been a tussle. So these are things that we must talk about, and the president must now come out and listen to Kenyans, not listening to his fellow politicians. And the young Kenyans, especially the youth, I heard them arguing here yesterday on tribal and based on psychophancy. That is a very bad thing, by the way, very bad. Psychophancy is the worst thing, and it is really killing us as the youth of this country. Because somebody was worshiping Raila. They were saying, I am a live member of ODM. I'm doing what? I'm doing what? For me, what I see, even if I'm diverting from your discussion, what I see from where I'm sitting is that all those politicians are on top there. All those politicians, and they are specific Kenyans who have actually been malicious. When we are going the right direction, they are going the wrong direction. And I can tell you, it is on record that in 2013, Kenyans did not look at the policies that the politicians were selling. Kenyans went along tribals. And when, after 5 years, we could see what Jubilee government did. They did nothing, totally. Misplaced priorities, and they were bragging with the SGR. SGR was a misplaced priority. And infrastructure does not grow economy directly. And I want to be on record. An infrastructure like SGR, it doesn't grow economy directly. It can only grow economy if we did have an alternative like a road, or if it's going to increase maybe production somewhere. But we had an alternative, which means we could the loan that was borrowed from China to do SGR at a very high cost could again be used elsewhere. Like, we have a lot of factories, we have a lot of industries that are dead in this country today as we speak. And I believe that a leader who will help this country is a leader who will believe in the efforts of Kenyans, who will improve the maize sector, who will improve the sugar sector, who will improve the coffee sector, because these are the areas that Kenyans get employment, that Kenyans can be employed through. If somebody is saying we can grow the economy by double digits, and they are not looking at these areas, then we are heading nowhere. We are heading nowhere at all. And in the current politics, there is the hustler, and there is the Kieleweke died, and now it's the hustler and this other group. What I can say, the hustler narrative is good, but the people championing it are the bad people. Because you see, it is true that we have the dynasty in this country and the hustler. It's only that the word hustler is a very bad meaning that should not be used. A hustler is somebody who uses his position to steal things, and then they with impunity, and then they cover. But that, if I look at that picture, it was a good one, because this dynasty doesn't listen to common mwananchi. As we speak, Kenyans are suffering because of dynasties. And on top of that, I don't see anybody who can offer leadership that this country requires because of the challenges. The politicians are not aware of the challenges. The few politicians that we have, they go to parliament, they are very good, but when they just see money and kickbacks, they get into that, and now they cheat Kenyans that we are handling this, and they're not actually handling it because people are looking at their interest. At one point, they were called MPs. And let me not go outside what we are discussing here. I am not for individual, I'm not going for individual politicians, because even if you look at the One Kenya Alliance, what are they offering? If you just look individually, what can, let me start with Gideon Moi. Or if Uhuru Kenyatta is their sponsor or whatever, what can Uhuru Kenyatta offer? Nothing at all. Being the president for all these years, he has offered nothing. He knows nothing about governance. There's nothing he knows about governance. That is why he's messing up in every sector. What can Gideon Moi offer this country? Nothing. Gideon Moi doesn't even know how to speak. Nothing. He can offer nothing. Look at Kalonzo. Kalonzo is in between. He has been following top politicians. He's not a top politician, but he's been following top politicians. He was with Moi. He went to Kibaki. He went to Raila. He's now following Uhuru Kenyatta. He can offer nothing to this country. So if you look at the formation that we already have, it's nothing totally. The only one we can talk about that, it's be good to be sincere. The only one we can talk about is the Raila side. Because when you look at Raila, sometimes if not now, because now he is now with Uhuru Kenyatta, and they are doing those bad things together. He sometimes sees, just the same way, it's like Magufuli. He sometimes sees those bad things that the government do, and he can point them out. So you can have some 5% of belief that when he goes to government or when he is president, he can at least try and change. And with the experience that maybe he has, I'm not telling anybody here to that I'm campaigning for him, but what we have right now, what we have at the moment, there is no leader that you can say this one can offer this. In 2013, Kenyans were told choices have consequences. Some people were saying, women, they've voted twice. And now we are crying together. Whatever corner you are, we are crying together. These problems are hitting us together. And these problems with this platform, one day or one night, I would like you to just invite, maybe that we invite Uhuru Kenyatta or Raila Odinga or William Ruto here. Bring them on here, and they should hear what we are saying, and we will tell them that they have failed. They cannot tell us that they have brought us development, but they have failed. Right now, if you look at the corruption cases, was it last week? I heard of something in Tanzania that the auditor report was out, and some corruption cases had touched the port. Immediately, that port, I don't know, it's the MD, was fired, or was sacked, or was suspended, pending investigation. But what about Kenya? Kenya, you get that, and I've had so many things being mentioned that even surrounds the president himself. He doesn't act. He leaves those things like that. Right now, we are bringing in another loan. This one they will take. This one they will also steal. They will steal this loan, and this is not going to help us. Then after they have stolen and kept it in offshore accounts, then Kenyans like us are now forced to pay through raising taxes. Now they have raised for us fuel, and I got some information that even this week they are going to raise it again by other shillings. I don't know by how much, but it is quite unfortunate that at this point in Kenya, we cannot get the life that Kenyans should get with all the knowledge, with all the education that we have, with all the civilization that we have. Let Kenya depend on itself, and let us unite this time round and elect somebody who is capable. Let us not just be divided along tribal lines. Let us unite and elect somebody who is capable, who can take Kenya to the next level. I got the information, or I happened to have heard that Kenya, and it's also in the public domain, that Kenya is ahead of Tanzania economically. The economy of Kenya is bigger than that of Uganda. It's bigger than most countries in the East Africa, if to be precise. With this kind of dependency that we are putting on the European governments and maybe China and in other countries, we will not be able to grow. Right now, Kenya has the potential, because when you go to almost all sectors, even the phones we are using, even the televisions we are using in our houses, everything we are using, we can manufacture these things inside here, inside this country, and this country will grow. And there are several sectors that are affected because we import. We take Chinese things to this country. We bring them here. Chinese are even selling fish. They sell tilapia in this country today. And that tilapia is not better than the one we have here. Ours is better. It's only that the government has refused to maybe do value addition on the farming that we do inside here. But our Kenya has a great potential of growing, which are not exploited. Let me end my comments there. Let me not take a lot of time. Other people also want to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Kiongori,
una
maneno yepi?
Sorry, I can't
Sorry,
hear
I
you.
can't hear you.
What is the question?
Okay, we were talking about the loan that Kenya is yet to get from the IMF, and again, the government banning.
Okay, thank you very much.
The importation of COVID-19 vaccine. Yeah, private importation. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes, let me speak about the loan. I think I had addressed the issue of the Sputnik 5 vaccine on another platform. So the point is this: the government needs the money because the money comes to the people. That is fine. The problem that is here is that the terms of the IMF will be detrimental to the economy, in the sense that what we are gathering, at least what we are gathering from the terms of that contract, is that even the resumption of taxes, the income taxes that resumed in January this year, were due to the terms that were set out by the IMF. So it is not like Uhuru Kenyatta had a choice last week when he announced the lockdown. It's not like he had a choice to announce some input or some injection into the economy with regards to finances. No, it's because he doesn't have any other option. Whatever decision he has to make, or whatever decision that the Treasury has to make, it's based on what the IMF in Washington determines. And it's going to be a tough period until we resume normality. What I think we need to hope, and I really hope that Kenyans are going to do that, is that in 2022, we get a government that is transparent. I think right now we don't know what is happening inside this government. But if we get a transparent government in 2022, then we will come to understand exactly what has been happening in the last 10 years. And I know it's a bombshell, because when you see Uhuru Kenyatta borrowing from IMF and not the Chinese, then you know that there is a huge, huge deficit and problem in the government. So it's a good thing that the IMF has come to bail us out. We know their terms are draconian. We know the country is essentially under receivership, but we really hope that with the IMF, we are going to resume some sense of humanity in the management of this economy, because the government has been operating as if it is meant for the rich, and the poor are just meant to receive the leftovers, like Lazarus in the Bible. So I really think it's a good thing, but then again, there's always that problem of the terms. Thank you very much.
Okay, Diego.
Okay, thank you very much, Clinton. I think I've listened to what Charles Rupia has just spoken about. And again, my friend there, Kimori. But I think the issue is the appropriateness of taking the loan. Was it appropriate for us as a country to take the loan? Now, when taking the loan, there are some circumstances or key points that we are supposed to consider. First of all, you don't have just to go for a loan just because you need money. You should be having a problem. So you should identify the problem. What is the problem that Kenya has now? And the problem that is all over the world now is the thing about COVID-19. Now, how much is it required to tackle the issue? That is the point number 2. How fast do we need this money? Do we need the money now, or we can go for the money tomorrow or the other day? Now, after taking the loan, how are you going to pay back? Now, even before paying, how is the loan or how is the money coming after getting the money? How is it going to be managed? And then now the mode of payment comes in. How will you repay back? So in all this, I'm not seeing if here in Kenya we are only qualifying whereby yes, we have a problem, but we don't know how much that this problem. We don't know. We have not actually assessed it properly, and we say it is appropriate for us now. In the repayment part, common mwananchi yataumia. As my friend there Charles has said, that in some few days to come, kuna mtu alikuwa anajaribu kunicorrect hapo mbeleni, that as from 14th of this month, that will be suffering the most. So the loan that is being taken, it is automatic that mwananchi ndiye atakuja, ni mimi, wewe na Wakenya wenzetu ndio tutakuja kuumia. Now when this money comes, I think what we are failing as a country, tusiseme kwamba hapo Kenya we don't have money. We have money. Iko ni vile tu pesa iko mikononi mwa wachache. After kukua mikononi mwa wachache, ile pesa ambayo iko sasa, ile yenye tumepewa under public dominion, we have not known how to do what we call prioritization. We have to say, first of all, hii pesa wacha tuweka hapa kwanza, tushughulikie hii. Next, because this one is a country whereby they collect tax every day, and I know wana generate pesa kila siku. Wewe kaniambia ukitumia hii pesa leo, by next week the country will be bankrupt. Hakuna leo hii kitumika, kesho there is money, the next day the same way. So we are supposed to prioritize first. How let us put this money in this way. So bringing the loan, they were supposed to prioritize and say, hii loan tunaileta na tunakuja kuweka mahali. So what I know is that this government being led by Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, they don't know even how to come and manage the money. They don't know what will the money be used for. Well, because ukijaribu kuangalia, we are still looking, as I had said before, we are still looking for where the other monies went, and we are still bringing another loan. Bado tunataka tu kutajirisha watu, the COVID billionaires that we have talked about. In Kenya, we are lacking one thing. We are lacking sober leaders. When we say sober, tunataka leaders ambao they can speak out their mind. We need leaders ambao wanaweza jipanga vizuri. Unajua kuna mtu akiongea ama mtu akijaribu kupanga kitu fulani, ukisikia tu akisema hivi unajua basi huyu jamaa amejipanga. Lakini hapa wanasiasa wetu ama viongozi wetu wanapenda maneno ya entertain. They are entertaining the Kenyans. At the same time, sisi wa Kenya, we are also entertaining them. Kwa sababu wanakuja wana dance na sisi kidogo, wanaturushia hiyo 50, 100, tumeanza kuimba. Oh, asala. Oh, baba. Oh, unye. Vitu yenye haitatusaidia. So what we are supposed to go for, let us look for these leaders who can stand for us. Leaders who can heal our problem.
Bana admin, Bana Collins.
What is the problem? Yo echo.
Maybe can I just add something on what you have said, on what Diego is saying?
Yes.
I know when you go for a loan, you already have the plan, because there's a reason why you are going for the loan.
Yes.
So that one is out. The government has decided to go for a loan, which I believe is to mitigate the COVID issues. So they have already planned for it. The only problem we are going to have is that this loan will come. It will be used to buy maybe vaccines, PPEs and other things, etc., etc. And some of these things will not be bought. There will be things that will be tendered for, and money will get lost in between. So that is where the problem we are having. And the fear we are having as Kenyans is we have been taking loans. We say we, though we are not involved directly, we don't have control. If we have control, we would say we don't want that loan. But we have been taking loan, and our debt has grown to, I saw it was 5.3 trillion. I don't know whether it has gone up. So this loan, if we bring loan inside this country, it is supposed to be used to mitigate COVID. So how should we mitigate it? This is a question that we should ask the government. There are people who are not working right now. People who are really suffering. People who have been redundant, jobless because of COVID. There are a lot of sectors of the economy that are affected in this country. The government should look for a long term that we do with this money will bring in change, not bringing in PPEs, which is tonight we call it hewa. They will bring hewa that in form of PPEs. They will then bring some containers at the port there. Those containers contains vaccines, and those containers will be empty. So that is where we are having a problem. If the government can actually borrow, like we are in the red line in terms of borrowing, then they bring this loan here, then they actually mitigate what they're supposed to mitigate in terms of COVID. And there are things that we can do to help the common mwananchi, not necessarily paying them directly. You know, sending somebody 2,000, like the last time they were sending in Kibera and elsewhere, cannot help us out of COVID. And the government must know this COVID is here with us. A time is coming that we will not even afford a lockdown. A time is coming we will not even afford a curfew, because it will be maybe 2 or 3 years. COVID is here. COVID is not going. So should we continue with the lockdown? Should we continue with the curfew? We should now be addressing this thing in a manner that in the next, to say 6 or in the next 1 year, we will not be taken back to our houses that stay at home, do what. We shall have learned how to cope with the COVID, and our people will be reporting to their various hassles and taking care of themselves, because it will reach a time that you must take care of yourself. You will not even need the government to take care of you, because now the government cannot afford that. And again, I don't see the reason why we are taking a loan. Though a loan is good, when you have a reason for borrowing, it is good. But I don't see the reason. The government of Kenya is collecting taxes, and we can depend on ourselves the same way I was saying. To get this, do you think we cannot afford to buy vaccines ourselves? Even if it is for 100 people, then we buy one batch for 100 people. We can afford to buy vaccines. We must not take loans to buy vaccines. That might be the reason why the government is taking loans to mitigate COVID. The government should work on the ways of bringing people, Kenyans, back to work with this money that they are borrowed. They should work on ways of bringing this economy to life, so that we should not keep on borrowing, that we cannot collect our taxes, that we cannot produce inside here. We must just borrow. It is a wrong thing to borrow always. It is a good thing to borrow once, maybe to bridge a gap. But it's not a good thing to borrow all the time. I don't know whether these people, these IMF people, they don't blacklist people. Hawana CRB ya kuweka watu. Hata wangetweka hapo CRB, we would be safe. But I don't think that we should borrow to maybe buy vaccines. We should borrow to buy PPEs, to the things that they have been saying. We should borrow to give somebody's sister or somebody's brother a tender, whereby they are going to supply nothing. This is what I'm against. If let this money that has been borrowed be almost the last one, if not the last one, let it be almost the last one, so that we can use this money, and I pray where I am, we can use this money to mitigate COVID. We should not use this money to buy things which are not things which we buy them this week and we again need them the other week. Once you buy, that money goes like that, and so people who shall have eaten this money, they have eaten it, and they are sisters of politicians and they are brothers of politicians. And these things that were bought are gone. Now the common mwananchi is suffering. Again, lockdown. And then loan. So for how long will you take loan? For how long will we have the lockdown? This lockdown, we should work on it so that people go back to work. So that money can be generated and we can use it more. Because now, if you tell somebody, if not the politicians, if you tell somebody, can you take care of yourself? Buy a mask, and he can afford to buy a mask. He can afford to take care of them. They can afford to take care of themselves. That you go to work, putting on a mask, and then you refuse intermingling with the people. You avoid crowds. People will do that because that is by being in crowded places will take us back to lockdown. Will make us lose the jobs. So if people can be told, don't do this, but they are enabled. They are enabled. The economies should be opened so that people get back to their hustles. And with this, we have known as Kenyans that if we intermingle or if we crowd, we spread COVID. So this loan that is coming, I beg and I pray, let it be almost the last one, and let it be used correctly. We are not there to monitor, but it will reach a time that now it is enough is enough. Maji imezidi unga. Now we just tell the president, no, you cannot do it like this. If you do it like this, you had some people in Nairobi were demonstrating because they had been closed. Their shops, their bars, their restaurants had been closed. So and a lady broke down in tears. So the president had to go and look for his elder brother so that they go around to show that solidarity. But in the real sense, things are not good. Things are not good. That is why I'm encouraging Kenyans going forward. We must unite. Whether you are a Kikuyu, whether you are a Luo, whether you are a Kamba, whether you are who and who, we must unite so that we vote objectively, so that we get leaders who can lead from the front, not from behind. I've seen my good friend Mutembei. You are a staunch follower. I've followed you. That's why I'm here today. And this thing that has been brought here, this thing that Mutembei has brought us here, let us also use it wisely. That is why Clinton, you have not replied, but I requested that you bring on these leaders so that they can listen to Kenyans. You know, when they talk on TV, they are alone. But here we are here. We can tell them. Otherwise, thank you. I'm following.
Okay. Asante.
Asante sana.
Charles Rupia. Maybe Derek uko nasi? Hapana. So, Dada Yego. Yeah. There are some echoes.
There are some echoes. I'm not getting you clearly.
Okay. Sasa unanipata?
Yes, I can get you now.
Yeah, so nilikuwa nasema hivi, kuna venye hii kompyuta yangu inanipea stress hapa, inanitoa ikinirudisha, inanitoa ikinirudisha. So naomba uchukulie chuo kiasi, angalia mambo na internet kwa hii nyumba yangu, nione shida iko wapi, alafu I'm gonna get back to you in a short while. So, you can lead the show for the time being, yeah? Nirekebishe mitambo yangu alafu niweze kurudi. Asante.
So, Bwana Charles, I think Dan, karibu sana Dan. Bwana Charles, we have talked much about this money, the borrowing issue. I think tumeongelelea, tumeona imekuwa ni tabia ya Kenya. Our leadership, they have developed that habit of borrowing. Unajua ukizoea utakuwa unatumia hata kutengeneza hata mlango tu wa broken alone, although you have a salary. That salary so Bwana Dan, Dan, can you get me? Kindly Dan, ebu unmute.
Yeah.
Yes, Dan, go ahead. Hello. What is the problem, Dan? Network kama nini?
Network bana.
Hatukupati. Charles, unapata Dan?
To get him, ana katika. I think maybe it's network.
Maybe.
Kindly Dan.
Anyway, I think this topic of I saw you started discussing it earlier. I was busy with other things. Yes. But I think we have discussed it. And the only thing that I pray is that what we are discussing here is reaching the right ears. The people we are addressing, which our leaders. I think these things should reach them so that they should hear them. And some of them I know they are followed, and they should know that the state Kenyans are worried about every time taking a loan, and we are being told we are going to the red line. Our national debt is going to almost 6 trillion now, which is we also feel is dangerous because we also take loans. But when you keep on taking loan, you take loan this time, take loan the other time, and there is no development. That is the question we are asking. There is totally no development. From the previous loans we have acquired as a country, we have not seen anything tangible that these loans have done, except for the SGR and some other few projects here and there. But the country should be opened. The government should put down the measures that can enable this economy to function again. Because with this, we cannot depend on loans all the time. That our economy can only grow if we take a loan. What if one day we will be denied that loan? We go for the loan and we are denied. So again, they will come with an excuse that now we have to raise taxes. By that time, we will be buying a liter of petrol at 160 shillings or even 200. Which our leaders, and right now, I don't consider them as leaders because they lead from behind. Our leaders should live in Kenya and in Kenya because it's Kenyans. You know, if we combine efforts, we produce, our GDP will go up. Everything will go up if we produce internally. But if you go to maybe a place like Trans Nzoia, a place like Uasin Gishu, those areas are known for maize growing. And if we cannot get enough maize there, then we are on the wrong track. If we go to Central Kenya is known for coffee, pyrethrum, and the Meru side is known for Mera. They should be producing those products. If you come to the lake region, we have sugarcane, we have cane farming, and we have sugar factories in Nyanza and in Western, and we are consumers. You cannot tell me that you produce sugar today, or if a farmer grows a cane somewhere, it can lack because that cane, even that one piece, will get a market because we consume them internally here. We should produce sugar. We should not import sugar from Tanzania. We should not import sugar from Brazil. We should not import maize from Brazil. We should not go that way. It is wrong for our country. And that is why Kenyans must forget about tribes. And we should start talking about muungano wa Kenya, the way they say it in Tanzania, because we are one thing. Tumeungana, tunafanya kazi pamoja. We endeavor to produce our own products. If we produce more, we can export the surplus. If we produce less, we can import, only to bridge the gap, the deficit that we have. But we should not be depending on imported sugar, while almost 99% of this population depend on sugar. 101% of Kenyans depend on maize. So if you grow maize today, why should you lack a market even in Kenya? You should not. But our leaders have prioritized importing maize. Quite unfortunate for us. Our leaders have prioritized importing sugar. Quite unfortunate. That money, that loan that is coming, let the government inject some of it in Mumias. And you will see wonders there. You shall have employed several people there. Let it be injected maybe in our sugar factories we have. Right now, the only factory we can talk of is the textile in Eldoret. But all these other ones are dead. How are you going to employ people? How are you going to grow the economy by double digits if you cannot produce internally? We must rely on imported goods, which is wrong. And then the issue of corruption in this country. The president must be held accountable for the corruption that is happening in this country. We cannot say, President, oh, President, you are good. Oh, Your Excellency, sir, so that we get goodies from him. That is wrong, totally wrong. We should tell the president that he is responsible for the corruption that is happening in this country. So many things have been said about corruption. No action is taken. People are just, we want to see handcuffs. We want to see people being arrested for for such bad practices in this country. We cannot take these bad practices and bad behavior to the next generation. What are we teaching our children? That if somebody has amassed wealth through corruption, then that person is the person to follow. Why do people go to school then? If people who do black deals and get rich, when I was young, I was being taught, go to school so that you have a good life. But nowadays, you go to school, for you to have that good life, you have to steal from public coffers. And even those who did not go to school have also stolen from public coffers. And everybody now is rich. And the youth are playing a very vital role in this country. If the youth can follow, well, that so and so is wealthy, so and so is wealthy, and so is well off. So that is the direction we are supposed to take. We should not be. We should believe in our efforts. We should work hard to make that wealth that we want.
Okay, tell us.
Yeah, I'm getting you.
I think what we are actually discussing. We have talked about the embezzlement of funds, and that is where you are talking about. That is bringing all these failures. Now, away from that, allow me to introduce another topic here.
Yeah.
I want us to discuss on the curfew thing. In Nairobi, the counties. We know that the echo sound somewhere. Yes, I'm getting the. Are you still getting the echo?
No.
Yes.
No, I don't get. I'm not getting the echo sound. It's fine.
Done.
Mine is okay.
Good. Now, this curfew, how do you see it? Was it appropriate for the curfew to be adjusted to 8 p.m. in Nairobi area, Machakos, Kiambu, and Nakuru? And how do you think? How has it affected the common mwananchi? Was it appropriate? How has it affected the common mwananchi?
Diego.
Yes, Dan.
From my own objective,
yes,
this thing has really affected many people. Why am I saying this? At the curfew, and the more especially in Nairobi.
Until then,
I don't know why I'm hearing echo sound.
Yes. On the headphone.
Tell to mute.
Sorry?
Yes, continue now, Dan.
Okay. I was saying, more especially in Nairobi, you find Nairobi is the capital city, whereby most of the people and most of the tribes are living. You find wakati the government put the curfew, you find at the time the curfew is being inaanza, there's some people are working. Tuache kwanza na usiku. Mchana, people are working, maybe 7 hours, 8 hours, depending on the work that you are doing. Ikifika usiku kuna ule mwananchi wa kawaida, tuseme like a security man. Like there is those guys working in a warehouse. And remember, warehouse, these are the place where more people working and packaging of products, like pale industrial, more things are done at night. Now government imekuja imeweka curfew. Wale watu wote walikuwa wanafanya kazi kuanzia masaa, kazi imekatika. Ikikatika, the employer will not continue paying them because they are not working anymore. Number one, imepata watu kwa njia fulani, yani kazi yao imekatika. Unanielewa? Kitu ya pili, huyu mtu mwenye alikuwa anafanya kazi usiku, wakati kazi imekatika, atategemea nini? Hakuna kitu. Atarudi pale nyumbani, akikaa miezi 2 miezi 3, the only thing atadu ni kuangalia njia mbadala. Na njia mbadala sio kitu kingine, either kuanza wizi, atafuta at least watoto wake wakule. Number 2, the area Nairobi, I'm talking where because I personally, when I lived, I leave this place, I come to Nairobi because that's the place where I settled. Wale watu wako Nairobi saizi, wacha wale wa mashinani Nairobi saizi, unakuta watu wengi sana wana depend biashara ndogo ndogo. Na hii biashara ndogo ndogo unakuta mama mboga pale kwa kipanda chake, in the evening hours, that's the time people come from work, wakipita pale kwa barabara wanunue mboga yake, wanunue nyanya yake, wanunue matunda yake, waingie kwa nyumba. Lakini you find the moment more customers are coming, they are not there, they are in the house. And you find the more you are in the house, you have no money. The little saving that you have, unanunua siku 2-3 imeisha. Do you think this mama huyu mwenye alikuwa anakata mboga, this guy alikuwa anataka mboga hapo kwa barabara, atapata pesa? Na hata ule mnunuzi alikuwa ananunua, atapata pesa wapi ndio arudi pale kwa kipanda kununua? Mimi mwenyewe nimeuza maziwa Nairobi, and that time maziwa ilikuwa, hii maziwa ndogo ilikuwa shilingi 8, kubwa ikiwa 18 shillings. Saizi imefika mpaka 50 something. Why am I bringing this thing? You find maziwa, si watu wote wamefuga ng'ombe Nairobi. Ni wachache tu wale wako karibu na wale wamechenga na wamepata pesa poa kufuga mifugo yao. Lakini saizi uniambie maziwa ni 50 ama 50 something. Na huyu baba mwenye alikuwa anafanya kazi ya kipanda, alikuwa anafanya kazi ya mchengo, the moment ile pesa amepata kidogo, imeenda, ishaenda. Unaona? Ikishaenda hivyo na kavi bado imewekwa, na huyu alikuwa anategemea kazi 1-2. Unajua Kenya sasa tutegemea kazi moja. Ukifanya maybe mchana, unakimbilia pande nyingine hapa at least upate. Meanwhile hii kafi sioni umuhimu wake kabisa. Kitu cha muhimu serikali ingefanya si kuweka curfew. Ingeangalia zile eneo fulani. Kwanza kitu nazingatia zaidi. Ingezingatia ione ni jinsi gani inaweza, ili hawa watu wa Nairobi, wale watu wa Machakos, wale watu wa Kajiado, wale watu wa Nakuru, kila mtu apate chanjo. Na wacha wasijitokeze kuleta mambo ndogo kusema ati watu wamekuwa tested positive ni watu 17. Watu wamekuwa tested positive ni watu 20. Ili ukiangalia hawa watu 20 hawajulikani mahali wametoka, bado wanasema Nairobi tu. Wanasema siji place fulani. Kama Nairobi, kama hizi county 5 zimepatikana corona, at least government imekuja na ingeweka mikakati fulani. Waseme hii county 5 za Nairobi zimepatikana, hii county zote 5 zimepatikana na corona. Tumekuja na hii mipango ili tuweze kuzuia usambazaji, sio kuweka curfew na kuweka lockdown. Haiwezi saidia. Ameweka lockdown Nairobi na watu bado wanatumia usafiri. Basi angefanya hivi hii serikali. Government iko na gari zile za zinaitwaje? Hata nimetoka na huko mpaka kuna mambo zingine nasahau. Hizi NYS. At least sasa singe operate within Nairobi with no one is supposed to pay. The government should supposed to stand on the transport sector. watu wetu wanaumia mambo mingi sana, ni chakula, ni everything. At least government inaendelea kubora, tukatai, let them bring the money, isaidie wananchi. Lakini it is supposed to wake up, at least isaidie mwananchi kwa section fulani. Kama naeka lockdown, at least bas waseme area Dagoretti, area ya Embakasi, area hizo areas waselect watu, at least wa donate some kind of food stuffs. Sio kuweka lockdown, kuna mama wale wako hospitali, kuna mwingine ako mahali fulani hana kitu, ana njia lolote yoyote ile, anaweza jimudu.
Okay, asante sana.
Yeah.
I think what you are trying to say actually, the president was asked that how are you looking down, how are you looking these people, and yet you are not able to cater for their needs. So that is where now the lockdown was inappropriate. Now sijui Faith, naweza semaje, was this curfew, how do you see this curfew in the 5 counties? Was it appropriate? And how do you think this curfew has affected or is affecting, or how will it affect the living, the common mwananchi?
Kitu ya kwanza yenye ninasema tu, na hiyo ninakataa, ni before waeke lockdown wangealert wa Kenya. Lockdown itawekwa baada ya muda fulani, lakini mtu kuamka tu asubuhi na kusema lockdown, unajua hapo inakuchanganya wewe, hujajipanga, huna mwelekeo, yani unabaki umeshindwa. Ni vizuri mtu akwambie kesho ama baada ya wiki moja, pea watu chance, wiki ama wiki mbili ama hata mwezi, useme unaweka lockdown. Hiyo lockdown ukipeana muda, kila mtu atakaa akijua wakati fulani walisema wataweka lockdown, watu watajipanga. Hata wale wadogo watabaki, sio wengi sana watakuwa hawajakuwa alert. Kitu ya pili, unaweka lockdown, unasaidia aje wa Kenya? Kwa sababu sasa hivi wanasema ati watu wanatoka Nairobi wanapeleka ugonjwa ushago. Mimi naona watu wanatumia mapanya route, si bado tu ugonjwa inaenda ushago. Mbona wetu wanatumia shortcut, wanakimbia kwa sababu gani? Hawana namna, na inabidi akikaa hapo Nairobi atalipa aje nyumba? Nyumba ya Nairobi unajua tu tarehe moja inakuanga tayari rent imeshaitishwa. Ukifikishwa tarehe 15 umewekwa nje, uko na watoto wanataka kukula, nyumba ndio hii inafaa ulipe. Utajua unalipa nyumba ama unatafuta chakula? Kama ni wewe uko hapo, si mpaka utumie. Hata mimi nilikuwa na nyumba Nairobi, wakati iliwekwa lockdown bila kujua, ilibidi nitafute tu mtu, hata vitu zangu zikapotea. Ule mwenye ndatuma tu Nairobi aenda avunje mlango atoe vitu zangu kwa nyumba na nijue vile zitafika nyumbani. But ingekuwa na mpango, ningekuwa hata mimi mwenyewe nimejua nimetumana, kama ni mtu kutoka nyumbani mwambie enda Nairobi, chukua vitu kwa nyumba, peleka, fanya hivi na hivi. But sasa hivi niko mbali, uko Kenya, but unapata wameweka lockdown hivyo. Kama unajiuliza, at least kukiwe na mwelekeo. Ndio hao watu hata wakijipanga, mtu anakaa kijua yenyewe lockdown itawekwa. Hii lockdown, wache mimi niende nyumbani, kama ni vitu zako unauza unaenda nyumbani. Mimi nimekaa Nairobi na nimekuwa at least kiateka Nairobi, na ninajua hao watu vile wanaumia kwa kulipa rent. Nimekuwa kiateka, nilikuwa naona mtu, yani unaenda hata mwingine unajiuliza ni mfungie ama ni wache. But inabidi ufunge. Sasa hivi kuja upate usikie mtu anakuambia lockdown imeweka, yani una feeling ni kama hata huyu mtu hana roho ya utu. Hafikiri wale wadogo wenye wako chini. Kwa vile watu wengi kama mimi nimekuwa pipeline imebeba watu wenye wana hustle. Si watu wale watu wanakuambia ati ninajua mwisho mwezi nitapata. Huyo mtu ana hustle. Anaenda ajue tu asipoamka hakuna. Ni lazima amuke ndio akule. Sasa ukuje uamue tu na umweke lockdown, huyo mtu unafikiria ana survive aje? Nyumba hapo inamngojea, bibi ako hapo, pengine watoto wako hapo. Yani unaangalia mpaka unaona hata Uhuru angepeana muda ingekuwa vizuri. Watu wengi wangeenda ushago, wenye wanaweza enda nyumbani waende. Kama ni vitu zako amua kuuza kiasi, upate tu fare ufike nyumbani. Lakini sasa hii amefungia watu, wamekaa Nairobi, wana chakula, watu wana na unajua Nairobi ikikosa pesa, ujue mpaka ushago imekosa pesa. Na hiyo ndio mimi ninasema Kenya ikikosa pesa, sisi watu wenye tuko nje ya Kenya ndio tunaumia, kwa vile unafeel hiyo uzito. Kila saa ni simu, sijui nifanyie hivi, sijui nifanyie. But Kenya ikikuwa na amani, hata sisi wenye tuko nje tunasikia vizuri, kwa vile sasa uko na pesa utajipanga hii na hii. Lakini sasa unajipanga hii, unasikia simu, sijui ilikuwa mpaka unashindwa Kenya ni nini inaendelea, na hii corona iko tu kila mahali.
Let me ask you something, Faith. Tuseme kama if the president angewaalert watu waambie we are going to lock down this day, don't you see utakuwa na expose the other Kenyans to the virus, kwa sababu there are some people who are in Nairobi na wangesema wacha to move very fast to our reserves. Huoni kama ungekuwa na expose the other Kenyans in the remote areas huko reserve to the virus?
Wacha nikuulize sasa, wewe umeangalia YouTube, umeona vile watu wanaenda ushago, wanatumia pikipiki?
Yes.
Hata mimi nimeuliza mamangu jana, nikamuuliza mama, ninakuja nyumbani nitafika aje? Akaniambia kuna shida, wewe fika Nairobi, chukua gari, inafika mahali fulani, chukua pikipiki, inakufikisha mahali fulani, unachukua gari. Sasa hiyo bado sijapeleka.
Hata ningependa kama Abdullahi angekuwa hapa, niliona alikuwa na travel from Nakuru to Nairobi, sijui ataingia aje until the cask is there. So labda ataweza kutueleza kisha akiingia.
Ndio nakwambia sasa ni kutumia ma shortcut. Na ujue sasa maaskari hao wote wako kwa barabara, ni pesa. Hakuna hapo askari mwenye utaniambia ati ako street anafuata instruction sijui amepewa, never. Ni ule mtu unamfinya pesa, unatoka unasonga mbele. Ndio tricky yenye wanafanya. Tukitoka Nairobi kwenda ushago Western, mkifika penye traffic wako, mnatoka kwa gari, mnatembea. Nyinyi mnajiweka kama mko fupi, gari inapita inaenda kwa traffic, inamalizana, mnafika mbele, mnapandia hapo. Hiyo ndio tricky iko kwa barabara.
So Faith, what you are trying to say is that the lockdown and the curfew bado kuna panya routes na watu bado wanaweza enda to their reserves spreading this virus. Is that right?
Nzuri sana. No preventing yenye iko hapo hakuna hata kidogo. Kwanza sasa ndio imekuwa worse. But angepeana muda ingekuwa vizuri.
Now I don't know. Karibu sana Ian and Ronka. Charles, kindly please.
Thank you very much. I've waited for my opportunity. What I'm requesting is that at least you should give us timelines, because there are many people who want to talk, so we should not talk for long. But going to the point that about the lockdown, I would say lockdown is necessary, but curfew is not necessary. The reason why I'm saying this, now the Nairobi area, Kajiado, Machakos, Nakuru, and Kiambu are now zoned and locked down because there is high prevalence of the disease in those areas compared to other areas. But majorly, the reason why there might be high prevalence is because there are a lot of people there around those areas. So lockdown would be necessary to confine or to quarantine the people who are in those areas, so that they don't spread the virus to these other areas. What I am against and I condemn is the curfew. Because the government has got its employees who works from 8 or from 7 to 5. Those are in the government's payroll. And then there are people who work from 5 going all through the night up to morning. These are the people who are majorly affected. And in doing so, the president has closed the night economy. The night economy, which is very dangerous. You can remember in this country, we had buses traveling from up country to Nairobi, some from Nairobi to up country, and that economy, it had grown. If you go to Narok, if you go to Nakuru, if you go to Voi, you would see that nightlife and that night economy. All those businesses are closed down. The eateries that the government have closed, I don't see the reason why government is closing eatery. The only area that the government would close are the bars, because it is not very easy to control people who are already drunk in the bar, not to get close to each other. But in an eatery, in a hotel, in a restaurant, social distance can be maintained, and all the COVID-19 safety protocols can be adhered to. So I don't see why the reason why the government is closing these eateries, that they don't operate at night as they used to, because we can actually control, the government can actually control the protocols can be followed in eateries. Curfew, just like in these other parts of the country, is unnecessary. Curfew in Mombasa is unnecessary. Curfew in Kisumu is unnecessary. It is unnecessary. The government should close the bars, and the government should allow the hotels to work, so that we have that night economy. The government should allow the buses to travel, the night travels. They should come up again, because if you now restrict those buses that are going to Nairobi, going to Mombasa, to adhere to COVID-19 protocols, they will, because we have police officers. It's only that the problem we again have with the law enforcers is that they take bribes. Once they take the bribe, and then that is not followed. So you even see, I also saw it on YouTube. It's all over. There is, I don't know that place, is it in Nakuru or where? There are some motorbike people, they pick passengers there, and then they go through. There was a chief there for chasing some of them, and they managed to cross. So this COVID-19 thing will only be managed when everyone, all of us, have taken responsibility. Because right now Kenyans feel that hii kitu inatuumiza, so they want to go against it, and that is the fact. So many people are at home right now. So many people are down. So many families are down, suffering. There are even some Wazees who are in the reserve, Wekushago, and this Wazee, they depend on their grandsons or daughters or sons' hustles in Nairobi. You close it down, these people are affected. Right now, even my friends in Nairobi are really affected. And some of them are calling and telling me, Bana, we are like this, we are like this, we are like this. For me, lockdown is necessary, but curfew is unnecessary. Very, very unnecessary. The president should open the country. The president should uplift, that's what I mean, uplift the curfew. Let the hotels operate. let the economy run 24 hours so that even the little we can get, the government also knows they have lost a lot from this lockdown and curfews. They have lost a lot of billions. So I pray that the government should hear my plea, so that they uplift the curfew. They can use the lockdown to contain the people in the zone areas. But again, there is also need to educate these people on this COVID-19 protocols and safeties. The mwananchi should also be told that if you crowd, or if you don't follow the procedures laid down, then we will go back to, we are going to lock to curfew or to lockdown full time. Because if now the president can lock down the country against the people's wish, the way he has done it in Nairobi and Kajiado and Machakos and Kiambu and Nakuru, people will still go against the order, because you will see people the way they are crossing the border, and the police officers are also taking bribe, and things like that happen. So for me, lockdown is necessary. Curfew is unnecessary. That is my point.
Okay, thank you. Was it Conga or who? I have seen he has left. The other one, Ian, again has left. Now, Charles, let me ask you a question. You said that the curfew is not necessary, and the lockdown is the one.
Yeah.
Now, don't you think that the lockdown brings more to people than the curfew?
Just ask that again, please. Unakatika katika.
Are you getting me? Hello?
I'm getting you. I've muted my mic because kuna echo. So continue.
Now, so the question is, when we say we uplift the curfew and we remain with the lockdown, don't you see this lockdown is affecting mostly the business people much, because the business people, they have to move out of the counties to get some items to their workplaces. Don't you see if it could it be a vice versa, the curfew to continue and the lockdown to be uplifted?
I think this one, what I'm saying is going to minimize the effects of the lockdown, in that we know very well that the COVID-19 protocols must also be followed. There are people who fall under the category of essential service providers. I think there are these people who transport parcels. I don't know what they do, but there's that. So with the essential services, people doing businesses outside Nairobi, people who transport things outside Nairobi or in Nairobi, should be categorized as essential service providers, who should be allowed, with the permission and with the adherence to the protocols, should be allowed to do their business of transportation of goods, which are essential goods, and transportation of services, and providence of services, which are essential services, I believe. So with that, I think it can work for me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. Dan, do you have something to add? Kindly unmute.
Okay, regarding what as Charles has said, I can add that okay, the lockdown is necessary in some cases to reduce the number of people from one point to another so that to spread the COVID. But the another thing the government should do is to see if they are putting the lockdown, they are supposed to allow those people who do limit the number of people who are supposed to be in maybe we say that maybe if I'm traveling from Nakuru to Nairobi, the government should come to an idea with a point that if it's a 14-seater, the people who are supposed to be in a 14-seater car, maybe they are 8 or 10 because they are 14, they limit those 4 people. You understand? And then these people in this car or in this bus who are traveling to one point to another, they are supposed to show the identification card that they are vaccinated. There's no way that I'm vaccinated. There's somebody not vaccinated. I don't know whether he has corona or not. At least the government should come in so that to help people so that to reduce the speed of spreading of COVID. There's no way that I can live in a certain point. Maybe we are living in a certain place whereby the government is there, and you heard that there are some people in a certain place who has corona, and that's the moment you run there, you start maybe acting like. And what I come to see the health sector in Kenya. Most of them, not only say health sector, the entire Kenya. In our mind, tunapenda corruption sana. Like for example, we as parents, mtoto ukimwambia naenda mahali fulani nikapo kwa nyumba nakuja, unamwambia nitakuletea switi. So you train your kid from early age that dadi yake kuja ataniletea sweet. So unamweka ile azin akikuja ataniletea sweet. Why am I saying that? The government when iliweka lockdown, ingekuwa na ile ingekuwa na ile I don't know why can I say this, ingeweka ile mikakati na kusema kwamba if kama tumeweka lockdown kuanzia Machakos to Nakuru, toka Kiambu to Nairobi, there are some things which are supposed all these 5 counties they're supposed to undergo so that people not move in and out. There is nothing like you just come and put the lockdown and then you are just leaving people like that. You are not even talking anything. The government should come to with an idea how it can help these people, these 5 counties. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Dan.
Yeah.
I can see Clinton. Are you back? Clinton? So meanwhile, as Clinton is preparing, I can see he's back. Yes, Clinton, are you back?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, I'm back. Can you?
Are you there?
Hear me?
Yes, I can get. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Now again. So as we are waiting.
Can you get
yes.
me?
We are getting you. It's Omega.
Okay.
I don't know why. Okay, Dan has left. Now, Charles, let us still go ahead. I think there was this.
Just ask again, please.
There is this thing of the COVID-19 billionaires, the KEMSA, can we call it the KEMSA siege? Now, we have not received any reports so far from the government. How far have they reached? Now, are you seeing this as, are they delaying justice for Kenyans? What happened in the KEMSA?
Jacob, that is a very funny question. Anyway, have you ever seen corruption culprits in this country brought to me? Personally, I've never seen it. And I believe that the reason why you might not see culprits or any outcome from the corruption cases, I hope I am in the right track, being looked into, is because these people are backed by very powerful people in government, or if not powerful people in government, then they are cartels who maybe funds some people, or they are conduits. You know, this thing can just go around until you find out that these people are conduits. Like the case of our sister, who is now the governor. You see, these people in government, they use other people as conduits, and these millions, they go back to them in government. So they are the same people who will again come to the press and say, "No, we must get to the bottom of this matter." And who are the beneficiaries? The beneficiaries are themselves. So don't expect anything, my friend. Don't expect those COVID billions, they went like that. You will never hear anything about them until such a time that we might get somebody, a president who means his words. If he says this, he does it. But as for now, don't expect anything. Those billions went like that, and we have been crying about them. And even this one that is coming, we have really made a lot of noise about it. And these noises might even be going to the deaf ears, which you will find that when those billions come, they will again be taken under mysterious circumstances that you don't understand. Last time I listened to, was it this lady who got a contract with the KEMSA, and she was being asked by the panel from the parliament, how did you get the information about the tender? Yeye aliomba tu. Yeye aliomba tu, Mungu akamsaidia. So it was like a miracle. Yeah? And you know, in somebody who is little known, is only known to few people. Yeye aliomba tu, akapata contract. Which Kenya can you pray? And how many of us have prayed for opportunities, which we have not gotten up to now? Can you just pray that, let me get a tender of this amount? And a tender, what, billions of shillings? You can just pray, then get that tender in this country. You know, Kenya kuna vitu mingi sana. So, even this one that is coming, you just expect the same things. That is why there's a lot of, we fear that we are borrowing again, and we are going to, there are some people who are going to swindle, some people who are going to embezzle the funds that will be brought. So that is the major fear. And the pending cases, if the president was serious, for me, when I addressed my issues, I addressed the president directly. If the president was a serious man, you would just stand somewhere, or you would just go to that, how do we call that office of EACC, huh? And just get those culprits, huh? You get their name, and then they be summoned wherever they are supposed to be summoned, and then they answer those questions. If they are found guilty, they bring back the money. But I think that cannot happen, because you will find out that these people are related to the sister of the daughter of it's a chain until you get to that top person. Who is it? Government. So that is where we are heading to, and that is the situation on the ground. We will never bring the culprit to books. We will never see the handcuffs. We will just be talking about these things in the social media like this and in TV, and it ends there. So don't expect anything. Don't expect anything at all. So the government of this country is not serious.
Okay, so Chelsea,
you're low.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Can you hear me? Hello, Diego. Excuse me.
I beg your pardon.
Yes. Can you hear me? We are not getting you, Clinton.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Ayaga, can you hear me?
Ayaga, yes, nakupata. Sasa?
Oh, poa sana. Sasa Ayaga ndipo umeingia bana. Maybe tukupe hizi
kuna lot of noise at the back. I don't know what is wrong. Maybe someone ameweka kelele zingine mingi background.
To me now it is quiet. Or you are still feeling the noise?
The echo to sasa, only the echo.
Echo maybe nikikumute alafu utumie ishara kuniongelesha. So unanisikiza Ayaga?
Sasa nakupata vizuri sana.
Hakuna echo, si ndio?
Sasa iko sawa.
Sasa Ayaga, ungependa kusema nini kwa dakika mbili hivi because tunamalizia?
I know where the problem comes. Give me just a 1 minute. Unimute alafu nirekebishe. Mimi ndio niko na shida pande yangu.
Okay, so Charles na Diego, we appreciate for your discussion. Imekuwa discussion very mature. Na sisi wenye tulikuwa tumekaa nyuma ya tent ya green. Tent ya watu wa Nairobi, tumewasikiza vizuri sana. Very mature discussion. Hatukuwa tumekalia tent ya watu wa nyumbani. Nasikia hapo wazishi wanasema usichukue maji na soda. Hizo ni vitu za watu wa Nairobi. So tumewasikiza vizuri sana, and we really appreciate for engaging us in that discussion.
Maybe I can inquire.
Yeah.
Okay. This I appreciate you because this your show is a good one, and it gives people like us platform to actually air our views. I was pregnant yesterday with a lot of things, which some of them evaporated, but I had a lot of things yesterday to discuss. It's only that my mitambo had a problem, which I've overcome today. So maybe I don't know whether we call it these discussions or these interviews. Do you schedule them for specific times, or when you go online, you notify?
Okay.
What is there?
Okay, subscribe kwa hii Charles, hebu mute alafu. Okay. Ukisubscribe kwa Magical Kenyan News utakuwa unapewa notification tukienda live. Alafu pia tuko na WhatsApp group and you've qualified to join that WhatsApp group. So maybe you can text Diego your number, or you text at the private chat. So naona hapo kando ya screen yako kuna private chat. Hope unaiona. Sasa finya hiyo private chat, eka hapo namba yako na jina yako, and in the next few seconds utakuwa ndani ya WhatsApp group. So hapo WhatsApp group utakuwa unaona venye watu wana discuss hadi time tunaenda live. Like maybe kesho pia tunaenda live for some 2 hours hivi ama 3, itakuwa sawa. Ayaga, it seems you are pregnant. Maybe. Ongea for 4 minutes.
Unajua shida, sijui topic ni nini na nilikuwa sijui watu walikuwa wamefika wapi na discussion.
Kwa sababu na tulikuwa tumefika wapi. Nitakuambia na nikupimie na dakika pia kama punishment. Tulikuwa tunaongelea hii issue ya Sputnik vaccine kuwa prohibited in Kenya. Imepigwa marufuku na naibu wa rais ameshaichukua na alikuwa anangojea hiyo round 2. Sasa juu ataenda Russia ndio apewe hiyo ya pili ama itabidi avumilie na hiyo moja. Jambo la pili ambalo tulizungumzia ilikuwa sana inahusiana na corona. Tulikuwa hapa na madaktari.
Bwana Clinton.
Yes.
Let me just say something a bit. This Sputnik vaccine and this AstraZeneca, you know, we've had a
Charles.
Nimekusikia.
Nilikuwa nakusikia before ni join.
No, I didn't talk about the vaccines, but there's something that I want you to maybe find out or put up for discussion. This vaccine of AstraZeneca, it has been stopped is it in UK, in Germany? It is not being offered to people who are below 60 years. And you know that thing is silent. Nobody wants to talk about it because some people have taken the vaccine and the people fear. There is the issue of clouds or whatever.
Okay.
Wait. So Charles, that was the discussion that we had before. I think the doctor was here jana na leo wakatuelezea jinsi ambavyo wana deal na hizo vaccines, and most of us sasa hivi tuko na knowledge. Maybe tukiwa na hii show kesho pia daktari obviously atakuwa na atachukua kitu kama dakika 5 to dakika 10 hivi kuelezea nyinyi ambao hamkuwepo wakati alikuwa akielezea masuala haya. So kesho tutamuuliza swali kwa niaba yenu.
Sitaki kuongelelea hii story ya vaccine. I'm not a doctor.
Yes, lakini nakuhusu hata kama wewe.
Nimefanya shipping. Nimefanya shipping, ama freighter.
Okay.
Mtu asikudanganye. Na tuambiane ukweli kwa hii government yetu. Usidanganywe ati hiyo dawa ilikuja hapa na backdoor. Anything that enter through airport and the port, yes, ikuje na meli, ikuje na ndege. Number one, that thing must be taxed. That thing must be cleared by either clearing and forwarding agent, a government clearing forwarding agent. So musianze kuwekwa hapa na panganga mingi. Sijui hii imekuja ikawa hiyo ni uongo. I don't want to talk on a perspective of a daktari. Mimi nataka kuongea on a perspective of shipment. So government knew who ordered that medicine, how it was brought here, na venye imeanza kufunction. Let us not politicize everything kwa sababu we want to link DP Ruto with sijui Russia. Those are the same problem Willos are suffering because Jaramogi Oginga Odinga was linked with Russia. USSR by that time they were called communist. Ati wakati yo alikuja akajenga ile Karashi Hospital in Kisumu, sijui yo ikakawa quote in quote is a communist, we are capitalist, that were being supported by Western countries, and Jaramogi was a USSR who are being supported by communists, akina Mussolini by the Stalins of that world at that time. Let us not brand Ruto into that perspective. Alafu tuseme kwa sababu Ruto amechukua hii ya Russia, sasa ako pro Russia and we are pro West. Shipment, the declaration, those things are clear in law, in whatever. Whoever want to have them, I have them here. I can give you bit by bit. Wanajua government knows who brought that medicine. Kagwe should not come there. Anakuja hapa kutuambia kwa public ati sijui they have stopped for what? Walijua hiyo dawa ikiletwa. They knew who brought it. Who paid for that? Wamesema hiyo dawa ikulipwa KRA. Sililipwa. Watuambie nani alilipa KRA ya hiyo dawa? Who brought it here? Who ordered it? There is a procedure. I can't just wake up and go to Uganda and bring something from Uganda through our airports to Kenya. That medicine was not smuggling. Corruption ya importing is called smuggling. Haikuwa smuggled into Kenya illegally. Ilipita legal requirement. You know, maybe I don't love Ruto, but when Ruto is being accused wrongly, kwa sababu he has taken, even me, I took that, ya Russia. I will took that second one, Iko. I will do that. Si uongo ni ukweli. Yes. AstraZeneca, something that has been warned, don't give under 60 years. I'm not 60, my friend. I'm still young. I'm around approaching 30. Why should I take something that has been warned worldwide? Age of 30, age of 60 and above should take it. My father took AstraZeneca and I took Russia, and that is all. And that is, and okay. I will get it. Yes. Hiyo ni ukweli.
So man, you have very pregnant points, lakini unaziweka kifani fani.
Si hivyo nasema kitu nataka kusema. In Kenya and in Africa, we always politicize everything. We want to politicize a medicine. We are punishing that medicine because certain individual took it. That is the only reason why it is banned. It's not banned because it is bad. Have they said it is bad? That doctor who was here, I never even listened to him. Alisema hiyo drug ni mbaya. No, I don't think so. He's only banned because that medicine is linked politically to some certain individuals. When that medicine was being imported, ilipita yale requirement, government wakachukua mpaka pesa ya KRA. This is the government once upon a time wali import fake phones kutoka China, alafu wakakuja hapa after sisi kununua hizo maphones, then they closed that phones. Ni ukweli. Yes, so
I can remember that.
You can remember that. So that Russian medicine is not bad. It's even one of the recommended by WHO, World Health Organization, is recommended, is perfect, has no side effects.
Ayaga, naomba tumsikize Maina Shege for Maina. Maybe you can contribute for 5 minutes.
Hey, Jambo.
Jambo sana Maina.
Pole, nimeingia sahihi. This is the second time nimekuja kwa group, sijui sana mnaongea mambo gani, lakini naona leo mnaongea mambo ya vaccine. Vaccine now is a good thing. Kama ya Oxford. Although hapa Europe imekuwa kwingine imefungwa kidogo, is still recommended by European Union. Na kama England, half of the population hapa wamedungwa. Although today nilisoma kuna 24 people wamekufa because of clots. So yule Ayaga, nimesikia sema ile ya Russia ndio umeipata.
Nimeipata hiyo, and I'm well, healthy and clear.
Okay. Sijui sana ya Russia, mimi naishi Uingereza. Kwa hivyo hapa in Western Europe tunapatiwa ya Oxford ama Pfizer ya America. Kuna zingine kama za places like Spanish. So hiyo ya Spanish is not very popular here. And it's not something wanaweza lakini it's more political, if you know what I mean. Because Western countries are not going to take a Eastern Bloc vaccine. So what is the topic of the day, kabisa? Because poleni, excuse my ignorance. Nimeingia tu sahi sikujua mnaongea sana. I was just listening in.
The topic ya leo nimeelezwa kuwa in Kenya we are politicizing between AstraZeneca and a Russian vaccine.
Hapana, don't mislead Maina. We did not talk about
niwaeleze from my own standing. Nilipoona inaitwaje hii vaccine ilipokuja Kenya, niliona hata president amekuja welcome.
Hii ya Russia.
Which one?
Sikujua ni gani. Kuna nyingine ilikuwa inaflagiwa na Uhuru.
AstraZeneca. From India.
Nikashangaa sasa ni dawa. Why does the president need to come and invite kwa country? Like a big deal. Kwa sababu kule naishi Prime Minister hapa Boris Johnson alikuwa na COVID. Na ile hospitali alikuwa when he was sick, ile hospitali alikuwa ameenda, two of my brothers work there and they deal with COVID. So walikuwa looking after him. But then alipopona, he had to wait like kama mtu mwingine wa kawaida mpaka age yake ifikiwe. I don't know if you saw it last week, ndio alidungwa sindano yake. So my dad, who is in his 70s, alidungwa shindano yake mbele ya the prime minister. Because it shouldn't be about politics. Kama hivyo unani Ayaga anasema politicizing the whole issue. It should not be politics. It's about catering for the most vulnerable people. Na hapa Europe, the most vulnerable people ni kutoka ile age ya ile kujuu kule from 100 kurudi nyuma, na wale watu wako na pengine asthma na vulnerability zingine zile. Kwa sababu the younger you are, like you're saying, Yaga, sorry, excuse my ignorance. Ayaga, yeah. At your age, you're more likely to survive COVID.
I've got 3 brothers na wote wameshikwa na COVID. Ni mimi tu kwa familia yangu sijashikwa na COVID hapa, lakini wote ni wadogo wangu.
Even me, I've passed through it. I got it, and then
na tena unaona hapa
some traditional medicine and
hapa imeua what over 150,000 people. Now, there was a time over like 3 weeks, every single day, over 1,000 people used to die every single day. So how watu mpaka watu tunafanya kazi nao walikufa. Unaona?
Maina, if I may ask you, Maina,
go ahead.
The issue here was and is we have the AstraZeneca vaccine.
Okay. Yeah.
Which where you are, it's not recommended for the people who are below 60 years.
No, it's recommended. It is recommended here. What is happening? Let me explain to you what's happening. The last 2-3 weeks, kumekuwa na issues za clotting in Europe. So some of the countries like Germany, na France, na Italy, waka stop kidogo for our 60s. But then wame resume. Lakini hapa England ndio kwa sababu ndio wako mbele in Europe with the vaccination. We've vaccinated more people than any other country in Europe.
We have heard of deaths as well. We have heard of deaths as well.
Hapa wamekufa 24 people. But
as a result,
wanasema ni clotting, but wanasema if you compare that clotting, those 24 people is 24 people out of 18 million. So ni kama tu wale watu wengine wa kawaida ambao hawajadungwa sindano ambao wanakufa na clotting as a result maybe other natural, whatever. Mambo za kawaida tu kwa sababu hiyo clotting anybody can get it. So at this moment in time wanajaribu kustudy is this circumstantial or is it linked? At this point nobody knows kwa sababu hii COVID is a very new thing. No, the reason imeshinda dunia yote, kila mtu ameaffectiwa, whether you're in Kenya, whether uko hapa England, every single person may affect you, because there's a whole new thing the world is having to deal with. So when I study, they're trying to understand, is it linked? Nobody knows. But the most important thing, nasikia mkisema, is vaccine is a good thing. Are we not in agreement here?
Yes, our problem in Kenya is politicizing the process.
Yeah, but it's good that nyinyi wa Kenya mnaongea vizuri sana. Ukija hapa in Europe na America, watu weusi wana ujinga mingi sana na ndio wanakufa kwa sababu
ndio wanakufa kushinda kila mtu.
Na hawataki kuchukua.
Na hawataki kuchukua, ndio tulikuwa tunaambiwa nyinyi ndio mnakufa na mtaki kuchukua.
Na unajua nini? Na unajua nini? Vile ukisikia wakiongea kwa internet, ile mambo ya kupitanishia, it's not led by science. We should be led by science.
But mimi nakwambia Kamau, it was propaganda.
Nakwambia Kamau, nimeona kwa internet mtu mwingine amedungwa shindano ametetemeka hapo, usichukue hiyo kitu.
Mdomo imeenda side, mtu mwingine amedungwa mdomo imeenda side. Ilikuwa ni propaganda,
exactly. Mimi I've got 2 brothers who work at St. Thomas Hospital.
St. Thomas Hospital, yeah.
Yeah, and Mojo is one of the top scientists hapa. So anaelewa kisayansi na Mkenya kabisa, anaongea kama mimi. Alikuwa na COVID yeye mwenyewe. Na anaweza kukueleza is a very important thing. Lakini hawa watu wa huku weusi na wale wako America, kuna hii mambo ya nini? Ni kama Chinese whisper. Unajua unawespia mtu usidungwe na anambia mwingine usidungwe, inapitishwa hivyo. Na huyo mtu they're not scientists, hajasoma vile eti anaweza, because if you have to pinga kitu hata kama ni politics ama whatever, at least do some research, have an understanding of something so you can explain that to people.
But at least I'm good. I'm happy to see like Kenya mnaongea vile ilivyo. Regardless, politics za Kenya najua ni zile zinanuka tu.
Maina, have you had your vaccine?
Mimi sijafikiwa. I'm also a frontline person. Lakini sijafikiwa. Lakini from I think last week we can book an appointment with your local GP, which GP like doctor.
I know. I'm here. I'm in the UK, so I know GP.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
But
everybody.
Mine was different. Because I'm a healthcare worker, so we were booked through work. So I got my first vaccine was on the 1st of February. Yeah, and my second one is on Wednesday. After 2 weeks, after 8 weeks.
Oh, really? Because what happened with my workplace, our governor, amekuwa akifight because I also work in the front line.
Okay.
But then
front line, you need to have a job, man.
But we've been told, well, if you live in UK, you know, Crescenda.
Criteria, yeah, they're following the criteria.
Police Commissioner to Crescenda.
Yeah.
He's been fighting for us because I work there. Now, what tumeambiwa, we have to wait like everybody else.
Okay.
But then again, nimekuwa nyumbani for the last 13 days, so sijakuwa kazini, so nimekuwa nyumbani, sijui ama there has been change in work. But there's every chance nikirudi, there's watakuwa wameanza kuroll. But at the moment, kila mtu sasa, if you're anybody who is 50, 40, you can book it with your
But sisi tulidungwa mapema kwa sababu ya hivyo, tuliko kwa hiyo category ya support workers. Yeah.
Okay, Charles.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
What is the state of COVID-19 infection in the UK?
It's really gone down after vaccinations.
Yeah, there was a time every single day for about 4 weeks we had about 50,000 every day. Now it's gone down to it's gone down to between 5,000 and 4,000 a day. But for a whole month, we used to get between 50 and almost 100,000.
What about deaths?
Death so far almost 160,000.
Deaths are easy. Tunapata maybe 23 in a month.
Yeah, kama jana ilikuwa sijui ni 34. Yeah, but there was a time ilikuwa over 1,000.
Na hiyo ni furaha kwetu. 34 tulikuwa tunapata 1,000 deaths. 1,000 deaths a day. 1,000. Tulikuwa tunaangalia TV unazima TV.
Jane, there was a time kulikuwa one.
Ni sisi
there was a time kulikuwa 1,994.
Yeah.
Na places like America.
Total lockdown, si ndio? Hatuko tunaenda mahali.
Kama America.
Yeah.
Unakuta there was a time walikuwa wanakufa 4,000 a day.
We went through a rough time.
Yeah.
It's not been easy. Kuchukua vaccine. I'm telling you, sisi huku tulikuwa tunatetemeka. Mili nishika. Yeah, ilinishika.
Jane,
Niko slow.
Kuna mimi.
Uko wapi wewe?
Niko High Wycombe.
High Wycombe. Oh, okay.
Lakini nilihamia High Wycombe kitu 2 years ago. Nilikuwa naishi South East London.
Oh, mimi nilikuwa West London before, alafu nikakuja Slough. Sasa niko Slough karibu 10 years.
West London ni wapi?
Nilikuwa West London, Northolt.
All right, because I used to work in Chelsea for about 9 years.
Mimi nilikuwa Northolt.
Oh, fantastic. So anyway, nimependa hii group the way mnaongea.
Excuse me, niulize swali kidogo.
Go ahead.
Clinton, nilichoongea.
Maina Shege. Unasema kwamba infection rates za UK zimeenda chini, which is very true. And I think from next week or 14th kuendelea wanaenda kufungua Wembley Stadium. Kuna game itakuwa inaendelea hapo ya final Tottenham na Manchester City. Na wameruhusu fans wakuje. Na huko bana tunatafuta hiyo COVID certificate tuingie Wembley.
Muingie Wembley, kujeni. Sisi hatuko mbali na Wembley.
Okay.
It is
Is that Diego talking? Kuna mtu nani alikuwa anauliza
Clinton, the moderator.
Oh, Clinton. Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
Clinton.
Yeah.
What is happening with football?
Yeah.
I haven't read too much, but watakuwa na full stadium. There's no way.
Sio full stadium, yeah. Bado kutakuwa na
What they
social
will do, watafanya vile walifanya last time. The first time walifanya between 1,000 and 3,000 fans.
But Wembley ni kubwa, wametuambia 10,000 ya Tottenham, 10,000 ya City.
Kwani wewe ni mtu wa Tottenham?
Mimi ni mtu wa City bana, hiyo opportunity bana.
Wewe ni mtu wa Man City.
Man City.
City is a very small team, by the way. City is a very small team.
But they are doing well.
No, not anymore.
Mimi msee wa Man U, and I can tell you
how big Man U. Unajua watu wale naishi nao hapa kwa nyumba wote ni Man U. Ukisema Man U watafurahi.
Hata City tuliwaonyesha juzi hapa, tuliwaonyesha. So Man U is a very big team. City is a small team.
In the final, like next week.
Charles. Yeah. Man City na Man U unajua ziko pamoja in the same sort of area.
In the same city, in the same place. Wote wako Manchester.
Man City ilikuwa kidogo.
Man U ndio kubwa.
Lakini sasa ni kubwa. Mimi mtu wa Arsenal. We don't win anything. Hatuwini kitu chochote kile, lakini
mimi hata niliwacha kusema mimi ni wa Arsenal kwa sababu wametuaibisha sana.
Arsenal usiongelele.
Royalty ilienda wapi wewe?
Wacha tu hata siongeangi.
You're not supposed to change.
Bado mimi ni Arsenal lakini siongeangi pali watu wanaongea.
Exactly. You should not.
Hiyo game itakuwa. Na tunaomba sana Monday Prime Minister wenu atakuwa na press conference, ndio?
Hata umesema wameitisha 10,000.
Yes, maana 10,000. Kwa hivyo ni ngapi? 20,000, ndio.
But then again, so 10,000 for those two teams. Inacheza wapi? Tottenham?
Wembley, anasema Wembley
Stadium.
Oh, 10,000 ni kidogo sana kwa sababu Wembley inaweza hold 100,000.
Wembley is big. Wembley is very big.
Yeah. So 10,000 is nothing.
Okay.
Ni kama
kwa hivyo Clinton it's
Monday Prime Minister wenu atakuwa na press conference. Ataanza tu hivi kuongea na tuko kwa magoti.
Mtu wa Arsenal. Right now you are 0 and Liverpool is 3 goals.
Don't worry.
Charles.
We are used to it.
Yeah? Charles.
We are used to it.
Nikwambia kitu kingine hapo.
Stop adding salt into injury. Stop adding salt into injury.
Charles, listen to this story, man. Yeah. Mimi mtu wa Arsenal.
Oh, ndiye anatuonyesha kwa screen. He's so mean.
Ni asai.
Who asked you the results?
Kwani kuna game sahi?
Charles, no, maribu murshi yangu bwana. Lale.
Wewe, kwani hiyo game inachezwa sahi, Charles?
Kwani wewe unapata timu na ujui mnacheza nini? Ndio maana timu yetu inateseka hivi. Fans hawataki hawajui.
Kumbe ndio sababu Clinton amejificha hapo anaona ball.
Kai wewe.
Zile Japan saa 3 asubuhi sijamaliza. Hadi replay nangojea. Tunaona kesho.
Bwana nyuma ya tente nakwenda.
So, Charles. Hebu kueleza kitu kingine hapa. Mimi mtu wa Arsenal na saa zingine nafanya kazi kule. Sasa nikifanya kazi unajua utaki kuonyesha wewe ni shabiki. Una concentrate na kazi. Na pale mnapigwa mabao. Ama mnapiga bao uwezi changilia.
Kazi haifanyiki.
Kazi imenikazia. Lakini hapa kuna mtu wa Chelsea by the way.
Sioni. Labda Yego wewe ni wa Yego amejificha, pengine ni wa Chelsea.
Wanaonekana wacheshi. Bwana Charles, umedungwa sindano ama bado?
Hata sifanyi kuchukua hiyo sindano.
Kwa nini?
Kuchukua?
Ndio ngine tena jana vizuri.
Charles, hatukusikii, uko mute. Charles, uko
Nasema
mute.
bado.
Kwa nini hautachukua?
Nitachukua. But you know, I've learned a lot of things from you people because we are getting a lot of information in the social media about the AstraZeneca. So we were going for the Sputnik that has just been stopped and banned by our government. So people are.
I have no knowledge about that one. I know only about the other ones.
But one of the guys, kuna jamaa alikuwa pale, sija ameondoka, amesema yule alisema amedungwa hiyo Hispanic.
Amerudi ndio huyo hapo.
It's from Russia. Hiyo kitu imesema ya Russia. Hakuta it's not been nini. Petition who? You said imepetition who? Petition who?
Imepitishwa.
I don't think so.
Yuko hapa na amedungwa na kopoa, so hakuna shida.
Lakini hiyo ni maji.
Bayaga, just still take precautions.
Hiyo ni maji.
My age mates wale walidungwa AstraZeneca, they complain fatigue, whatever.
Just for two or 3 days.
There were a lot of complaints.
Kila dawa inakuwa na effect na different people. Hata unaweza kunywa Panadol.
Yeah.
Na una effect na haita affect mtu mwingine.
Kuna watu wako allergic to Panadol, unajua? Kuna watu wako allergic to Panadol. Kwa hivyo ni kila mtu ni different. Mimi nilidungwa Pfizer. Na kuna mtu alidungwa na ikunireactia, na kuna mtu ninajua alidungwa Pfizer na ilimreactia vibaya sana, unajua, so everyone is different.
You know the AstraZeneca vaccine had a lot of issues this side, but now you are actually educated us, and I'm going to consider it because I was going for Sputnik.
For the last 3 weeks, we have really changed the mind of people in this platform. Because they were asking us about the vaccine, and having taken and a few more tuliwaambia. Una understand? So watu wengi tulichange a lot of people's mind hapa.
And we need to spread this gospel.
Our problem with AstraZeneca is sahi iko banned. Russia is not exporting that.
Ilikuwa banned. Unajua, lakini walikuja wakaongea, alafu the Council of Europe walikuja tena wakasema no, it's not banned. Wamechunguza na wakaona hakuna issues anymore. Saizi people can go on and take it, na bado watu wanaichukua.
Tena Russia hawezi kununua dawa za Western Europe. Watasema wameziban. Kwa sababu
lakini saizi AstraZeneca hawana shida Europe. Hawana shida. Yeah, they talked about it. Yeah,
but in Europe it was banned. In Germany and I don't know which other country.
It was stopped. It was stopped.
So that is where the problem was, because in the same
it had been stopped. You understand?
Yeah,
alafu wakafanya uchunguzi zaidi kwa sababu doctors came out wakasema hakuna shida nayo. Una understand? Alafu walikuja huyo mwanamke anakuanga the leader wa hiyo whatever the Council of Europe. Alikuja akahakikishia watu na akawaambia haina shida, they can continue using it.
And and Canada Canada also stopped it. Have they
Canada? Yes.
Canada huko ni mbali sana na kwetu huko, na wako side ya America.
Resume kwa sababu ile Canada iko mbali sana na sisi.
Iko mbali sana na sisi.
Hata chukua za Europe, lakini lazima watachukua ya America kwa sababu
watachukua America. Watachukua America, wako side ya America.
My friend, if history taught us right, anything that is coming from Russia is considered as communist thing. No
That's
Western country, be it UK, whatever, will accept that medicine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that is. Let us not bring the Cold War that was
hata
there
kama ni
in
nzuri
early,
hata kama ni nzuri
accept. So by advancing that AstraZeneca is gooder than whatever the medicine I took, I believe in it, and as an Africa, I was taught medicine is to believe on it.
That's Ayaga, that's a very good mindset. Sometimes it's just a state of mind. Unajua,
Yes,
that's a very good mindset.
I don't want to engage myself in the politics between Europe brothers when they are fighting over there.
Excuse me, members. Kuna echo inatokezea nyuma. Kama uongei una mute, alafu tunamsikiza yule mwenye anaongea vizuri. Na huyu Ayaga anaongea ni kama anajitetea, kwa sababu anaona kwa hicho yeye peke yake.
Why not?
Ayaga, let me tell you one thing. Siasa za Kenya achana nazo.
Si za Kenya.
Kwa sababu unaona kama, unajua ni kwa nini? Unaona kama hapa, kama mimi na my sister hapa.
Siasa tuna face Africa.
Ayaga, naomba unyamaze kuongelesha alafu.
Isa Cold War ili.
Tafadhali nitakumute hivi mpaka utanyamaza.
Kidandrai style.
Okay.
Minor relax.
Okay.
Sasa Ayaga ni kama kuna issue na wewe. Atakueleza issue yake. Hapana, anataka umuelezee kitu, ya? Okay. Sasa atakueleza hiyo issue yake alafu utamjibu sisi wote. Yes. So Ayaga, proceed.
So Minor.
Yes.
You are the butter.
Nakusikia?
Yes, my problem is one. We as Africans, we should not be dragged in the politics and the Cold War in Europe states, like what we have suffered before. You are getting me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, the issue of vaccination, you should not tell us we is recommended the Russia one. The Russians are people. They are taking it. If there is a problem with that medicine, it answer huko. If it is okay there, it must be okay here. We should not politicize these things to commercialize at the one, because India is in good books with the Westerners. So it is good for Indians to export their medicine to Africa because it is proved by the Westerners. That kind of mindset is what we have suffered before. Politically, me as a Luo, I'm talking as a Luo, because Jaramogi was aligned as a USA, as a communist. Are you getting me? Yeah. And some people now, that is what they are creating. That is what they are making. Yeah, that Ruto is a communist. Is people like Putni. He import the medicine. That medicine is good, has no side effect in Africa, and the Africans should embrace it without the wars and the shenanigans that is taking place in Europe. Those people are making market for their allies. India is a US ally. India is a UK ally. We know Russia is not their ally, and they should not and never bring Africa into such shenanigans. Our lives matters, my friend. Black life matter. I rest my case.
Okay, thank you, Ayaga. So Maina, you can respond to what my brother was saying.
Asante ndugu yangu. So nakuelewa vile unasema sana, but what you're saying in Europe, that is not even an issue. It's not something that gets spoken about. It affects African because that's why you're talking about it. But in Europe, here's the issue. We don't talk about the name. You are Russia, and they don't talk about our vaccine. And in Africa, all these countries from what you're saying, they play political games with the lives of Africans. Because I'm old enough to remember the old USSR. I remember Odinga going to Russia. I remember the Cuban crisis. I remember the Berlin War. I love my history, so I completely understand where you're coming from. But here, that is not an issue. Even unasema ati ya huku kuna kule. Hapa mtu wa kawaida hata ajui if you ukiongelesha Njoroge mzungu pale barabara hata ajui kuna Hispanic. Hiyo Russia ajui. Hata atakuuliza niyo ni nini? Ni pombe ama ni nini? Maybe unaona. Lakini sisi kwa sababu we like to educate ourselves and find out more about other people. Ndio unaweza kuelewa, kuna vitu kama zile, kuna hiyo na hii. Kama Kenya hivyo kumekuja hizo vaccine, kuna mtu mmoja amedungwa ya Russia, mwingine amedungwa ya kule kwingine. Inaoneshana kuna mbarana mberua. Is that what you say? Ndio, hiyo ni Kiswahili kizuri. Barana mberua. So
in UK.
Yeah, sasa na usiseme wewe ni mluo tena kwangu. Wewe ni Mkenya mwenzangu.
Hapana, wewe umekuwa kwa wazungu bana.
Mimi ni Mkenya pia.
Si ndio hii umeshindwa kuita balaa na beluu.
Nimekuwa kwa muda. Kiku yangu ni nzuri kishinda Kiswahili yangu. Kiswahili yangu iko zigzag kidogo.
Mimi Kiswahili Kikuyu yote ni nzuri.
Hata sisi tuatamani tu hiyo English mnaongea huko.
Usitamani. Hebu nikwambie, nani amesema kutamani kizungu hapa? Usitamani. Mzungu hata kuheshimu unaongea kama yeye. Kwa sababu unaona wewe huna heshima na lugha yako. Mimi kule nafanya kazi na hata pengine somebody like Jane unakuta anafanya na wazungu peke yao. Yeah. Watakuheshimu kwa sababu ya accent yako, kwa sababu hiyo accent yako it makes you who you are. Mimi kule nafanya kazi, I'm the only black person. Lakini naongea kama accent ya Kikenya pia still, na nimekaa hapa kwa muda mrefu. Kwa sababu
accent ni ngumu kuchange, na ukiona mtu anajifanya ana change accent ni kufake ana fake.
Kwa hivyo the most important thing is
I don't change my accent. I'm proud of where I come from.
Unaelewa? The important thing is for clarity.
Tutawaletea calligraph huko.
Calligraph Jones.
Na Maina umeanza kuumauma ulimi na unasema you have the African accent. Wapi?
Nani? Mimi.
Anafaa kuwa fluent kama mimi, si ndio?
Hiyo accent inatoka kitambo Maina. Kubali aishi.
Maina you are no longer an African, my friend.
Mimi napenda Kenya, nakuja kama si COVID ningekuwa Kenya sahihi.
Yego, that's wrong. This man is an African. Even by
I'm African, I'm very proud as well.
Yes.
Hata ana English name.
Yes.
Ana English name.
Yes, Maina Chege, that is an African.
Kama
organization of mind.
Hizo ni safari ya African.
Clinton hapa. Huyu Clinton, anaitwa Clinton. Kama Clinton akienda China apate ile passport yake pale kwa immigration, yule Mchina akiangalia passport, akiangalia juu ana expect kuona mzungu.
Clinton. Watu
kwa sababu ya Clinton.
Anasema huyu mtu ajijui.
Bana China siwezi enda ching chong.
Nimepatia na example tu. Nimepatia na example. Lakini mimi Maina Chege wanaona huyu ni Mwafrika. Wakiniangalia wanaangalia passport yangu tena wananiangalia wanaona huyu jamani ni Mwafrika kweli. Ni proud.
Wewe ni Chege ama Shege?
Ni Shege.
Hiyo UK
Chege.
Tumenyima passport ya kuingia lakini boy
Maina Shege.
Ni Shege. Maina Shege.
Maina and Jen, let me ask you something.
Go on.
unajua hapa Kenya tunalagaiwa. There was I had a cousin of mine alikuwa anaenda Australia.
Okay.
Na waliulize 125,000 Kenyan shillings. So sijui was it appropriate ama, kwa sababu kuna mtu tena aliniambia if you are able to get that passport hiyo unaenda.
Australia ni ngumu kwenda, hakuna place hard Europe mzima kuingia. Oh my God, Australia
na New Zealand. Ukitoka Kenya ubebe eti nini samaki ama kwenye na viatu ziko na mchanga ya Kenya watakurudisha tu,
utarudishwa. Australia kuingia Australia
hawataki mchezo.
So Australia
hata uko na visa, uko na kila kitu, chances zako za kuingia ni very slim unless you have a British passport. Hiyo watajua.
What is the difference? What is the difference between Australia and the other countries?
Australia wanajipenda sana.
Vile wanafanyanga kila nchi, kama hata hapa England tunaishi, it's very very hard to get our visa, but you can get a visa for the rest of Europe. Inaitwa Schengen. Elewa. Kuna rafiki yangu tulisoma naye primary school. She was given visa for eight countries in Europe, but angeweza kuja hapa
ama Australia.
Alikuja lakini she had to get a separate visa for hapa. Lakini kuja hapa ni very very difficult, especially now. Well, maybe not now kwa sababu tumetoka Europe. So maybe Kenyans who are doing nursing, doctors, teachers, they may have better chances.
Countries. Let's say Commonwealth countries.
Before,
Commonwealth.
Before England ilikuwa inaweza kusource resources from Europe kama daktaris, nurses. Lakini hao watu wako Europe, they're not going to want to come to England anymore.
To England, no. Kwanza wengi after Brexit, so many went back. Polish, wengi walirudi sana,
na wata prefer kwenda Ujerumani ama Faransa
na Netherlands huko.
So unaona sasa vile that country wanaoppress watu, yani wanawatumia watu baada ya wao wenyewe wamejiweza, sasa wanaanza kueject watu wengine.
Diego, let me tell you one thing. Ukipata wale watu walivote Brexit huku, ni wale watu wajawahi toka kwa hii country, ni wale watu wajawahi travel. So wale wajinga hapo ndio wale remote kabisa. Mtu hata hajawahi toka hiyo area yake hiyo alizini, hajawahi hata panda ndege, hata wengine hawajawahi enda London. Wale wanaishi huko mashinani kabisa, hajawahi hata enda London. Una understand? Sasa wanajua tu ile area walizaliwa, ni wale washamba kabisa, au ndio walivote Brexit. Lakini mtu yoyote ambaye ako na biashara, mtu yoyote ambaye anafanya kazi, mtu yoyote ambaye usafiri, anapenda kusafiri na ashaenda to one country and another, hakuna mtu alivote Brexit kwa sababu wanajua vitu zimekuwa expensive saa hizi, si ndio Maina? Vitu zimekuwa very expensive Brexit.
Kwa sababu hapa sisi tuko island.
Kila kitu
everything tunataka has to come from outside.
Vitu unaona kama kuna supermarket moja hapa inaitwa Lido, vitu zake utoka Ujerumani na it's a very cheap supermarket, very affordable kwa kila mtu. Saa hizi kila kitu kienda Lido zimepanda kabisa.
Na huku hiyo supermarket ndio cheap huku kwetu.
Hata huku ni cheap. Hata huku ndio cheap kabisa Lido, kwa sababu it's a German supermarket.
Lakini kuna Lido
kimepanda.
Huko sukari mnanunua ngapi?
Clinton ako Germany.
Oh right, okay.
0.10.
Clinton, by the way, now I've got my cousins when I was in Germany.
Maina, is it your first time to join the group?
Nilikuja hapa jana juzi.
Oh, okay.
Lakini nime subscribe. How do you know what was when they're on other than subscribe?
Said, we normally meet. We used to meet on Sundays.
Okay.
But jana tu Clinton akabahatisha watu wakakuja online, lakini si watu wengi wanajua. But from next week tutakuwa at least tukienda on Saturdays. Yeah,
Saturdays
8
or
o'clock
Sundays?
Kenyan time.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
6 o'clock.
okay.
We changed to 6 o'clock. Sindio Clinton?
Yes, 6.
Yeah, it was changed to 6 o'clock Kenyan time.
Oh, nimeshukuru. I do like the debate we're having with all these Kenyan guys. Hey,
It's very nice, but our aim is to change the mindset of Kenyans and our viongozi.
Do you know what I do like about Kenyans? Napenda Kenya sana. How are young hivi? They're very, very intelligent.
Now let me request something with the moderation of Clinton. Vile tume because all of us there here now we are Kenyans, ndio?
Kabisa.
Na vile tumekubaliana we want to speak one voice. Now I want us to come out with a plan. Hata kama tutachagua agents ambao watakaa huku Kenya, we need to identify places ama tuko na areas ambazo ni sijui nitasema aje, yani they are still very low in form of developments. Tuseme tunaweza tembelea wale watu ambao wanahitaji usaidizi. Tunaweza team up, tuseme unajua hata tukienda in a certain county kama Turkana na tuseme to identify mtu mmoja, tuseme tunajengea huyu mtu nyumba. Hata kama ni nyumba itakosti hata kama ni 30,000 na tuchange hivi tupate hiyo 30,000 tujengee nyumba. Tuende mahali ingine.
What I could say about Diego?
Yes.
What I would say about that sort of thing, personally, hapa when you live, a lot of people ni kawaida yao. See, it's just a normal thing for people from Europe to help.
Europe diaspora, we do a lot of that anyway. We support
kama
a lot of
wazungu
people.
Kama wazungu unakuta anakuambia ati alianza kupatiana charity akiwa na 7 years na sasa ako na 80 na anapatiana. Personally, part of my salary goes to charity. Na mimi nimejitolea. Now I support some charities myself. 2018 I cycled from London to France to raise money for sick children with cancer. 2019 I cycled from London to Belgium. Last year I was supposed to cycle from London to Copenhagen, but then COVID came in. That didn't happen. And what you're saying, I would like those kind of program myself. I do love raising money for kids, sick children, children with disability. I've got a son who is autistic, so I'm very passionate about autism. And I know how much it's not understood in Africa. He goes to a very special school called Drum Beat in London. So that's the sort of program I would want to get involved in. Do you understand me? And also maybe to visit hospitals in Kenya. You know, you find a need, and then when you come back, you can find, maybe you might come across a child who's sick, and you might want to raise money for that person. Unaelewa?
Yeah, exactly.
So
that is what I
can
was
see where
speaking
you're coming
about.
from. I can see what you're coming from, and it's a good idea.
Yes.
Everybody can.
Excuse me, Maina. This Clinton talking. In this show,
go on.
Is somebody's news channel. You understand?
Sikuski?
Clinton, your sound has problem. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We are not getting you.
We are not getting
Clinton,
you, my
you're not
brother.
too clear.
I'm getting you people. You can't hear me?
No, we
can
can't.
hear you. Let's all mute ourselves and then he can talk. Then it's gonna be easy for us to hear him.
Okay, sawa.
Ngoja tuokote huyo kwanza, anaitwa Wamukota.
So utaniambia kwa ishara ya mkono kama unanisikiza. Can you hear me? So Ayaga was complaining na yeye ndiye alikuwa ameachilia mic. Wamukota umejoin late lakini karibu. Ni aje?
Asante wanakuwa sana.
Uko na lipi la kusema kwa dakika moja ama sekunde 30 hivi?
Sina ya kuongea sana.
Asante, karibu sana Wamukota. Unatutizama ukiwa wapi?
Niko saizi Isiolo.
Asante,
Isiolo, Kenya.
karibu sana. Sasa Maina, nilikuwa nasema hivi, hii show tunaendesha ni Facebook account ya mtu na anaitumia kupeperusha news as a news channel, so iko na majukumu tofauti. Sisi tumepewa ndio tuweze kukutana hapa tujadili hizi vitu zote tunajadili, because we cannot do them through our personal Facebook accounts. Wamukota, mute or I do it for you. So when Yego talks about the charity, I think the person that can answer that question whether he's done of this account. Hello, you still cannot hear me?
We can't hear you. We can't. Your voice has problem.
What?
He's gone. Clinton, you're just breaking. You're breaking.
I'm hearing you people. You cannot hear
sasa
me.
uko sawa. Sasa uko sawa.
So Yaga, nilikuwa nimefika wapi? Okay. Nilikuwa nasema hivi. Mnanisikiza?
Yes.
Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi. Mutembei ndio owner wa hii show na anatumia hii platform kupeperusha news kila siku. Maybe sijui Raila amefanya nini mahali. You understand those Facebook issues. So sijaiona akitengeza mambo na charity kwa hii group yake. Okay. Lakini kama members watasema ni hivyo, Mutembei niko shwa jalala. Anasikiza kila kitu hapa na tuko na WhatsApp group. You can raise the issue in the WhatsApp group and the members will have to contribute.
Clinton, what is the issue?
Alafu kesho Clinton.
Relax Yaga, kuna venye wana wanyamazisha hapa chini kiasi tu. Unasema nini Yego about the issue in a group?
I had requested
yeah,
if you can have a joint, we can join our hands together and okay, tunajua haijakuwa mpango ya haijakuwa kwa mipango ya Mutembei, but we can now come in with that idea of now doing that charity. We can as I had put across that we can identify those places that tunaona tunaweza wafikia na wanaweza hitaji usaidizi wetu. Maybe we can even say we can even say we do it once in a month or
Yego,
something.
Yego, are you in Kenya?
I am in Kenya.
Where specifically?
I am in Kenya, in Nandi County.
Nandi County. So Yego, let me tell you this on a personal basis. I don't know what others are thinking, but when we talk of charity, we know how it works.
Yes.
And some of us have been part and parcel of all these processes. You understand? And therefore, even right now as we speak, kama hapa Ujerumani, month inaishanga on 15th. Nishapangia hadi salari yangu ya mwezi wa 7 15th. Nishajua itafanya nini, kama itaisha yote ama itabaki. Unaelewa? So in short, we have so many like groups that we support, so many vulnerable people back in home, back at home, sorry. Unajua Ujerumani pia imeharibu English yangu kidogo nilikuja nayo. So we support people back at home. Maybe we don't put them on camera, but these are things that are taking place. You understand? And hii yenye umekuja nayo pia is a good idea, but we cannot force it on people because maybe Jane here supports so many people back at home akona shule nzima ana provide sanitary towels, you understand, and then you want to tell Janet punguza pair class 1 to 3 7 na 8 achana nayo, hiyo pesa ingine tupeleke mahali. So it depends how is someone committed, and I think this is not the best platform. This thing to discuss kwa WhatsApp group, unaweza erase pale. Ayaga ni member, Maina atakuwa member, Jane, so people will have to talk about it on the other platform. So sorry, hii ni news channel ya Mutembei, itakuwa tu purely news. I hope so. Alafu kuna kitu uliulizia kuhusiana na commission ya kwenda umeenda Australia ama Saudi Arabia, Dubai. Ina depend unaenda kufanya nini. Huwezi enda kusoma alafu ambiwe toa commission. Wale watu wanaendaga Dubai kufanya kazi huwa wanatoa commission, wanalipa agent mwenye amemtafutia kazi, na sijui hiyo pesa ingine pia inaendaga wapi. Hiyo pesa yao yenye wanatoa iko na sababu. Kwa mfano mimi nilipokuwa nakuja huku nilibahatika kupata barua, so si kuambiwa eti tafuta sijui 1,000,000 ama 2 weke kwa account ndio kuja kukutumia. Mtu aliniandikia tu barua eti atakuwa anasimamia kila kitu, but in real sense nilikuwa nafika tu hivi, kesho yake tarehe 5 nimeanza hustling. So it depends, yeah. Na unajua nyumbani ukitoka tu hivi ufike abroad, wanajuanga kuna mti imesimama mahali, unaenda tu na kota hivi pesa,
unapata pesa
ukiingiza kwa bag. So by the second week they were calling, relatives ask for their phone number. Hadi sasa unamuuliza na we ni nani? Mimi ni sister ya mamako. Unamsave, unamtafutia jina, unamsave, kwa sababu every month anahitaji kitu. So it's a good idea. We know people are suffering back at home, but we do help where we can, and we are still helping. Yeah.
My friend, people are not suffering back at home. I'm in Kenya and I can tell you people are not suffering. It is only our politicians that are enslaving us.
Ayaga, kama unaishi vizuri, shukuru Mungu.
Clinton.
I'm not saying mimi.
Clinton, we know these people.
Ayaga. Ayaga. I like wewe kwanza umesema you are a Luo. Have you been to Kisumu County?
Yes, I've been in Kisumu. Where do I pass when I'm going to Siaya?
Unajua Kisumu County?
Yes.
Kisumu County ikinyesha,
from Fort Tenan up to Seme, where I'm passing through Akala to Siaya County, so I know.
Sikia, maji yote yenye natoka Uasin Gishu County, Kericho County, Nandi County mpaka ile ya Vihiga inaenda Kisumu yote, na inabomoa nyumba mpaka ukienda uone mama na watoto vile wamekaa. You are scared.
That's a history of the past. There is a dam imejengwa hapo ina control that water that used to flood Kano area. So
where is the dam?
Don't mislead people. There is a dam there. Nowadays,
Benson.
Nowadays you don't see Atieno making noise. Serikali saidia. When was the last time you hear that lady telling the government?
All right, guys, there's somebody new. Let's give her a chance.
I personally will not allow Kisumu watu wako sawa kuendelea, and in real sense kuna shida mahali hata kama ni kidogo. So Ayaga, kama unaishi kwa lami kila mahali,
shida iko, shida iko.
Okay. Gloria.
But Clinton, at the same time, unajua, we work so hard, we send them money, hao wana party tu. Unajua, na sisi hatupatangi time ya kuparty.
It is our politicians
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Wanatudanganya sina hizi na hii. Kumbe tunawasaidia kwenda kuparty.
Can I make a point?
Wacha tumkaribishe Glo kwanza. Maina, wacha tumkaribishe Glo.
Every election
Glo aongee. Asema hello.
Hello, hey, Wakenya wenzangu, habari yenu?
Poa.
Salama sana, salama.
Hiyo ni mzuri. What caught my eye was your topic. Mlikuwa nilisikia mna discuss Australia, nikasema wacha niruke hapo ndani.
Thank you very much.
Uko Australia?
Niko Melbourne, Australia. Mimi kukuja huku najua si rahisi. I would say it is one of the hardest processes.
Hardest.
It's tough and enyewe Wakenya ni wengi huku and sitadanganya kusema tunaishi huku na a lot of MPs and senators kids. Wote wako huku. Wote. They are here.
Unajaribu kusema nini?
Amesema watoto wote wa MPs na senators wote.
Mpaka cousins na ma sisters.
And that is the problem I was talking about, and Clinton
naomba Gloria aendelee mpaka amalize. Ayaga akianza kumuingilia
Glow kidogo.
Yes, sasa mimi I'm just an ordinary Kenyan. Sisi hatukukuwa ati I'm not from a wealthy background, it's just by chance. Mimi nilikuja huko through my mom. Alipata scholarship ya kufanya PhD. And that's how sisi tuliingia huku. But there are different types of visas and subclasses that you need to fulfill. Especially for students, there's something called a bank statement. And that is the process. You can go through all the processes as a fill out visa. You can do everything right. You can get the scholarship, but you need to have a bank statement that proves that how are you going to be living in that country? How are you going to be sustaining yourself? And I think it's before when I came here, it was 2009, but now it was a few millions of Kenyan shillings you needed. But now I'm sure it has gone up, and especially now with COVID and everything, it's just impossible nearly. Because right now it got to a point they even stopped international flights. They were like, no one in. If you want to go out, you can leave, but coming back is gonna be the biggest problem. So yeah, Australia is it's just difficult.
So you see, Gloria, when you try to discourage me like Australia is much difficult, and I'm planning immediately this woman opens the country, yeah. I think alitupea lockdown ya siku 5. Hii Easter inaisha lini? Si ni Monday?
Tuesday.
Sisi hapa ni mpaka until further notice.
Anakupatia reality on the ground though. They're giving you the reality on the ground.
Umesema mnaishi vizuri. Umesema Kenya hakuna shida, mnaishi vizuri.
Hapana. I was responding to Yego question.
Okay.
Of saying
so Gloria,
there are some Kenyans.
There are some Kenyans. Exactly.
Nimetafuta sponsorship niingie hii Australia yenu kama student kwa 1 semester.
Yeah.
Na school fees bana, wajua huko Jerumani wanalipia tu kindergarten. University education is free. So wameniambia maelfu ya pesa hapo bana, mpaka nikajiuliza. Na mimi hata sitaki masomo, nataka tu niingie hapo nitafuteko kazi. Pengine na bibi.
Let me tell you one thing. That is where you go entirely wrong, and you even risk being deported, because once you say you're coming here for school, they will literally follow you. Watakufuata kama mbuzi to see kama ni shule unaenda, and they literally minimize your hours, and you have to submit a report of your work hours. And people, they have due diligence everywhere. There's no department that doesn't do their due diligence, because no one wants to lose their jobs in any sector. So everyone will do their due process and make sure if your employer, they want, because when you apply for a job, here you must prove that you're either an Australian citizen or that you've been given work rights to allow you to work a certain amount of hours. And even though you make it here as a student, once you make it here as a student, you are allowed to work, but just a certain amount of hours that just allows you to just get by. And that meaning that the reason why they allow you to work is to, just to subsidize that way. The bank statement to provide, and you show that you can be able to take care of yourself when you can study. And that's excellent. It's just so that you can just to add something extra. It's not what you're supposed to live off of. You've already said you're financially stable to stay here. So why do you need to work as a full-time person? So you see, they are very crafty with it, the way they do it. And I've seen so many of my friends in Kenya, they're from Kenya, they're really struggling because they're like, I can't work extra. If I work extra, I can get my visa cancelled and I can be deported. And we've seen it happen. Some people, or if you're not even going to school, you're just working full time, you abandon the school, that can get you deported, and your passport will just, you'll be blacklisted. You'll never be able to travel
Okay,
here
okay.
again.
Then let me just stay where I am. Deportation? No.
Mm.
They can
There is a
Migunamize me.
there is a very young beautiful lady here called Nancy.
Nancy.
Usikie sauti yake.
Ayaga, wewe huko hapa jana.
Nancy umemute.
I was here
Nimekuja
yesterday.
saizi, I'm trying to
Ayaga,
figure out what you guys are talking about.
Ayaga, don't make a mistake of saying.
Umekuja tukimaliza, lakini tuliongelea mambo na hiyo COVID vaccine walikataza. Yes, na pia ile ingine ilikuwa gani? Benson Ayaga pia alikuwa late kama. Hii ingine ilikuwa kuna loan, IMF approves 255 billion loan to Kenya, 33.5 billion to be disbursed in a few days, 82.5 billion coming from World Bank, 123.8 billion Eurobond loans expected by June. Then the country's total debt is likely to hit 7.7 trillion by the end of June this year. So we're asking ourselves, hii pesa itatumika vizuri ama kutakuwa na COVID billionaires tena na tena, ama hii itatumika aje?
Right. I'm going to start from a point of disappointment and a point of, I don't know what to say. I'm disillusioned about our government because, like, I looked at when Uhuru went to the funeral of Magufuli. He said something that contradicted his own stand. He said that what Tanzania has taught Africans is that we can live within our means without borrowing from outside. But look at what he's done. A week after leaving that place, he signed another loan. So I am not optimistic. This money will go into the usual pockets that go to our politicians. The money will be stolen. And he also stood the other day and saying that he had closed the country. It is not because of his own measures, but it is because of what the scientists had advised him, which to me, I don't believe that was the advice from the scientists. Because when I looked at what Mutua did, which I also think he's a limelight stealer, because I don't think that he can pass the stimulus that he promised the people of Machakos, because the county government has to sit down and agree the relief measures. But at least he could have borrowed from Mutua's leaf and help our country. So for me, the IMF loan, the fact that he gave us 21 days for the KEMSA to report back, and the president of Kenya gave 21 days, then went on a national vernacular station and told us that the money, Kenya loses 2 billion, alafu anatuuliza sisi kama citizen mnataka nifanye nini? He hasn't given us the KEMSA heist people, and yet he's going to borrow more money. And then to me, Uhuru needs to go home. I wish we had a way of impeaching this guy. He is leading us to the dogs. I have no hope for my country.
A point of information, Nancy.
Benson, tuheshimiane tafadhali. We go with order. So
A point
when
of
Nancy,
Clinton, a point of information. I want to inform this lady. It seems
are you
Ayuko Kenya.
regulating this show or me?
No, I'm asking a point of information. I want to
Then
inform
I'm
him
telling
about
you,
something.
let Nancy finish what she was saying. Then you ask
Omera.
for permission to intervene, or else backstage inakungojea. Kuna space kubwa sana. Nancy, malizia.
So for me, my country, I love Kenya, and because I'm not in Kenya, sometimes I wonder, is it because I'm not in Kenya, I don't see what other people see? But from a distance and reading from the news that I read every day and keeping in touch with politics in Kenya, this
Okay, Nancy,
money
you don't have
they've borrowed.
Nancy, you don't have even to read from the newspapers. Get it direct from me and Ayaga. We are in Kenya.
No, I'm just
Nancy,
saying.
Nancy, continue.
For me, Uhuru does not seem to be in touch with the reality of what the common man is going through, because I've seen so many people crying that they don't even have food, but they're borrowing so much money, and there is no relief for the common man. He went out and closed the country, gave us some measures. Then his own spokesman comes and gives us contradictory orders within few hours. That's a government that is not in touch. That should have been agreed before Uhuru came out to close the country. So for me, I have no faith in this loan. I have no faith in them refusing this Russian vaccine to be distributed in Kenya, because the one thing that looks stupid and contradictory for me, they told us that it had not been authorized by the NCDO of Kenya. How did Sputnik get into Kenya? How did the deputy president of a country end up having the same vaccine? Uhuru lacks integrity because he called the whole cabinet, vaccinated all the cabinet in his own state office. If he had integrity, he would have invited the deputy president and his wife, because it's not about his personal relationship. He should be a statesman. That's what statesmen do. Uhuru has let our country down, and on a PR level, he needs to go home. And I wish Kenyans we can get back and impeach this guy. He's not good for our country.
And you know what, Nancy? I think the thing that really irked my soul, I would say, the thing that really made my blood boil. Currently, my auntie in Kenya has COVID, and she can't go to the hospital. In Kenya, we live as a family. We live so many people in one house. So you can't afford a hotel.
Who has
She's in the
children at the back? Why can't they mute? Sorry, whoever has kids at the back, can they not mute themselves?
I think it's Gloria. Gloria, I think what's the time in Australia?
It's minor.
What's that?
If you have kids at the background, mute, please.
Minor,
Yeah,
it's at night, man. Kids are sleeping.
Not here. It's early.
Minor, it's almost 11 o'clock.
In Kenya, we give them
they've just woken up. Anyway, I've told them not to say too much.
Minor.
Okay, so
Minor.
Glow, please continue.
Minor, mute your mic, and then when you're speaking, you're muted.
You're
mute your
yeah.
mic, and then when you're speaking, that's it.
Now, can I inform Nancy what is happening in Kenya?
No, hold on. What I was saying, what irks my soul, is the fact that currently I have a relative back home who has COVID, and she was in the tourism industry of sending girls abroad to do work. She was an agent, and now that work is gone. She has COVID. She lives with her kids in her house and her husband, and now they can't even afford a hotel to go and put her there for quarantine. And now what irks my soul about looking at these ministers and these government officials getting the vaccine, and now they're saying they're running out of, they don't have enough. So I'm like, why did you vaccinate yourself first? You don't have the disease. Why can't you put your people first? Say, I'll be the last one. Always a leader will be the last one to go down. They say, I'm going down with my people. let everyone else be protected, but I'll be on the front line. I'm the leader. I'm the one leading this whole thing. I'll be the first one to go before I let my people suffer. And that's not this government, they're protecting themselves. They're here vaccinating themselves, taking pictures, thinking it's funny.
Gloria,
It's not funny. People are dying.
People started vaccinating, taking the vaccine after Uhuru did it. They were not taking it.
Gloria, Kenya was in a different position from the European country because the people in Kenya were not believing the vaccine was real until they saw their leaders being vaccinated. Because remember, vaccine got to Kenya a few months ago, but people refused to go. It's until Uhuru and the lot started getting vaccinated that the people accepted to be vaccinated. So that was the reasoning behind it.
That's why I wanted to inform you. First, my point of information. I wanted to inform you about Kenya. Ameenda. So
okay. There is this guy called Edgar. Edgar anajaribu kuingia kwa show lakini devices zake haja connect. Edgar, kama unanisikiza, click microphone na sehemu ya picha, alafu nitapata jinsi ambavyo nitakuweka kwa show. Asante sana, acha nikutoe tena urudi. Uklik picha na hizo zingine. Nancy ndio huyu.
Guess what nimeona saizi tu hapa kwa news ati Kenya wana complain vile wamebaniwa na UK kuingia hapa.
Yes, we have to complain.
Can
that be from our show?
No,
can we inform you? Can we inform you what is taking place in Kenya?
In Kenya, seriously, you give us time, we explain what is on the ground.
Yes.
Ayaga, go on.
Yes. Number one, Nancy amesema Uhuru went to Tanzania and says, Africans. My friend, Uhuru Kenyatta is a good politician. In Kenya, we don't have a leader. That is a pure politician. We don't have a leader. People like Diego put us in problems by giving a third man as a leader. And they don't want to accept. They want to run away from it. We don't have a leader in Kenya. Don't talk of leadership. We don't have one.
Ayaga, why are you pointing me?
I'm saying people like you. I'm just giving the analogy of Uhuru Ruto tano tena. Yeah? You get
ule.
Yes. Na tukatunyoa na tukakubali, na sisi ndio huwa tunapinga maneno sana. Tukasema basi sisi hatukuzaliwa watu wa kupinga sana, wacha tu relax, tuone Kenya ikaenda. Hii ni amani mlitaka na tumewapea, na bado mna complain. Nancy, what is happening in Kenya? The vaccine was here a long time ago. It was broadcast. In fact, I didn't sleep when that thing came. Ilifika wakati kama saa hii. It was a breaking news. Kagwe himself was there. Nobody was taking that vaccine. They insisted until Uhuru took some glucose in State House with cameras and is when people started taking this medicine.
And by the way, Uhuru affected the vaccine.
They were also waiting for Baba. The problem with Baba had problems with COVID. Yeah, so he was sick. And they waited for Ruto, the third in command, the second in command in Kenya. Ruto akapiga kona, akachukua ile ya Russia, ile ya Putin. So in Kenya we are politicizing this. We are waiting. Like me, I just took that one for Russia for time being. I'm waiting. What Baba will take? The day Baba will take that COVID test, even if he will took some glucose and water somewhere under cameras, you will see the rate at which people are taking that thing in Nyanza is very high. So in Kenya, we are politicizing everything. Some people are taking it because Uhuru has took it. They don't know even if Uhuru took it or took glucose. Yeah.
But Ayaga, kindly please. This thing, unajua hii maneno ya vaccine, if we say now we are going to take this vaccine because somebody else has taken it, I think we are getting to the wrong direction, because umesikia vile daktari aliexplain jana, this vaccine tena haihitaji mtu mwenye ako na health complications, for example the low level of hemoglobin in the body. Haifai mtu mwenye ako na low level of hemoglobin achukue this vaccine. Sasa ukisema if baba will take, let me say for example, tuseme most of the Nyanza region they have not taken it. If baba is going to take today, the whole Nyanza will take. What about these people who have got these problems? Are we not going to lose innocent souls just
And
because they
Diego,
have the yes?
Diego, kwa sababu
You don't have the statistics.
hold on Ayaga, because Baba had it.
1 minute. 1 minute. Diego has no statistics. The Rift Valley is the lowest intake of that COVID because Ruto took the one. You have to pay 8,000. If only Ruto, I wish he announced today that he took this AstraZeneca, Rift Valley could have been even the second province now by taking it.
That will be now out of ignorance, because
and
me
that is the
personally,
ignorance. That is the ignorance we are saying, which is being politicized around this thing that I'm against.
Excuse me, Ayaga. When you say that Nyanza people will have to wait for Baba to take COVID, Baba alikuwa na COVID. Hao watu wa Nyanza walimsaidia. Si COVID inakufinya we peke yako, maybe na familia yako.
We were praying and fasting, my friend. I'm telling you
And
the truth.
then Clinton, unajua, once because he had COVID, I think he has to wait for 28 days to be vaccinated. 28 days, a calendar month. It's a long time kama watu wajatake vaccine na vile hiyo kitu inaangusha watu.
Na hata hajapona. Ulisikia venye anaenda kwa microphone.
Clinton, what I'm sure is that Baba.
My friend Baba is very okay. I met him today at somewhere.
He's not. We saw it.
Baba is okay.
He needs rest.
Leave
okay,
alone
Baba,
propaganda.
I agree with
leave
Ayaga.
alone propaganda.
We saw
I agree with Ayaga.
Leave alone propaganda. The media is propagating.
He needs rest.
Raila has always have that voice since.
Let me support you, Ayaga, by saying Baba is okay. That is one. That one I agree. The problem with Baba now, the problem with Baba is the age factor. Unaona, anapigania kufanya mambo mengi, but the age factor is not allowing him. Kwa sababu like now Baba is almost 80, 78, si ndio? Is it 78 or 75?
Baba is 76.
76. Unaona, hiyo miaka haimruhusu. And this one is somebody who has actually undertaken very many sijui nitasemaje, including revolutions and whatever. Amekuwa akikimbia hapa na pale. Unaona, the other day, okay, hakuwa anajihisi vizuri kama mimi I am in my late 20s, na wakati niko mgonjwa, kama nikihisi tu kichwa nalala kwa nyumba kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Baba ameshikwa na COVID na anaenda kutolewa Nairobi hospital, anatembezwa, sijui anaenda kuangalia terminus. Seriously,
my friend Baba is a public figure and many people have interest of him. We want to just see
being
Baba,
public,
and that's
being
why
public
Baba
figure
being out here.
Listen,
Ayaga, can I say something to you? Because people like you is why our country is where it is at the moment. You guys, and I've been listening to you for a very long time. Let me tell you, identity politics will never lead Kenya anywhere. Baba has been in politics since you were born. What makes you think there isn't a person of the same age as me and you who can lead Kenya? Forget about Baba, forget about Uhuru. They've been leading our country for so many years and Kenya has not progressed anywhere. If you want Kenya to go ahead, stop identity politics. Stop Ruto, stop Baba, stop Uhuru. Especially, I'm in the UK. I don't care whether Boris Johnson is in power. I don't care whether whoever is in power tomorrow. Kama tutakomboa Kenya, ni sisi tubadilishe akili yetu. The power lies within me and you and Ayego and Maina and Gloria and Clinton.
can I
utatuibia
answer you?
baba mpaka lini? Baba
Can I
hizi
answer you?
moto, baba anaweza kufa hata kesho. Magufuli yako
Can,
kufa, Tanzania
can I
ended.
answer you? Can I answer
Eti
you?
baba no wait. Eti baba akipigwa shindano ndio watu wa Nyanza watapata shindano. Maisha yako ni ya baba au ni yako?
Which is very right.
Nonsensical
Can I
politics,
answer you?
identity politics. You guys need to stop it.
Nancy.
Okay,
We will not,
that's the last discussion
Nancy,
about kina baba
yes,
na
yes.
vaccine.
Let me just respond, Clinton. Give me a minute or two.
Yeah, it depends. With the first 3 seconds, what will you will respond by saying the first 3 seconds will make me mute you, ama nitakuacha uongee kwa dakika moja.
Nimekubali. So Nancy, we have young politicians in Kenya, very, very brilliant, firebrand young politicians in this country. What our young politicians are, they don't have a policy that they are fighting for. What they have, they are just fighting for their own to get rich. We have seen young politicians are the more people who are involved in corruption, even that millionaire, COVID millionaires. I have statistics with me. The most young people, the young people are the people who are being used to loot government fund by being youth. How can you trust those people? Number two, Kenyan politics has been that way. We cannot wake one day and say, no, it has changed. We have to change it gradually. I believe it can change. But don't think like UK. UK, you have a queen, and the queen is everything. They don't care who is become prime minister.
Respond.
That is a...
And we'll do a first design, a model or a prototype.
Where is Nancy?
The test design.
Maybe she has a problem with her network.
Okay.
Nancy is coming back. I want to talk to Ayego and say we should not agree the status quo.
It is Ayaga, not
Ayaga. I'm Ayaga. Yego is Yego.
Ayaga. Do not accept the status quo.
Excuse me. It's Ashley talking or Nancy?
Ashley.
Okay, Ashley.
Yes. Sorry,
proceed.
Ayaga.
Nancy, relax.
Nancy, relax. 1 minute. Let Ashley.
Let Ashley finish what she was saying.
I was saying, Ayaga, it's not good to accept the status quo. The people who can change Kenya is the youth. This Baba you keep fighting for, he doesn't fight for you. Since he started since he came to in good terms with Uhuru, he has done nothing to help all the people who are fighting for him, and some died. He has done nothing.
That's very wrong.
I'm telling you what I know. That is my truth, and that is what I have seen, and that is what I have heard. So what you have heard might be different, but this is what I'm telling you what I know from facts. He's done nothing. When VAT was increased, he did not fight for the people of Kibera who live below the poverty line. He didn't fight for them. In fact, he was forcing his MPs in parliament to vote for the VAT.
That's a very misleading information, Ashley.
You will not have to respond to each and every
democracy.
Siongea malize alafu mjibu.
These are facts. I watched the debate in parliament. When this time when they have put the petrol to be high, he's not talking. He's not saying anything. Just now there is COVID. He is going through COVID and he's still sick. The reason I know he's still sick is because the way he sounded the other day when he was talking is how I sounded when I was sick in January. And the thing about COVID, if you use so much of your energy, how he's going out there, those people who are taking him out there don't love him. Because if you expand yourself, you will not have the energy to fight COVID. And COVID is so bad, you can sleep and not wake up. You go really quickly. You can be okay today and not okay tomorrow. So he doesn't need to be working on anything stressful. He can walk around. And if you love him, you will not insist for him to see him out there. If you love him, you will want him to take his time to be healed. So you can't say, oh, we want to see Baba. You have to, and then remember, this Baba is fighting for himself. He's fighting for his children.
Actually, you are misleading the people. If you're
I'm
not
not misleading everybody. All this is facts that are on news. So I just want you to think about that. But those people, there are people who want to be fooled. There are people who want to stay in that mindset, and that is their problem. Baba is living in billions, and he has not asked Uhuru, his brother, to give the people who are now, some of them sleeping hungry, to feed them. Yet last time there was COVID, the very fast COVID, he got billions. He got paid billions with Kalonzo in the middle of the pandemic, that people are crying to Uhuru to give them money for food. He saw it fit at that time to give the Prime Minister and Kalonzo money from their retirement that they were supposed to have been given a long time ago. It is true they are owed that money, but this was the wrong time to give it to them when he was saying he did not have money to feed Kenyans. I'm done. Thank you.
Can I respond to you?
Okay, thank you very much. Nancy, are you using 2 accounts? Or the Nancy without a picture? What do you have to say?
Nancy
Okay, the same
is
person, the same
using 2
person.
accounts.
Sorry.
No.
So, oh, the active one has gone. Nancy, come back again. So, Ashley, you've talked. Evo, what do you have, man? Unmute your microphone and proceed.
Hey, hi guys. I'm just joining in, so I'm not sure what the topic is. Anyway, so I'll listen for a couple of minutes and then
we are almost coming to an end. Maybe you are very late. We've talked for 6 hours 35 minutes na masekunde juu yake. So just sit there and watch as we finalize. Maybe tomorrow you'll have the opportunity to join our discussion.
Clinton, my request, can I respond to Ashley only, and I will rest?
Yes, you must respond.
You must respond to Ashley, but after you've been given time. Yeah, you have to respond to Ashley. She's waiting. Nancy, you went off while addressing Yego and Ayaga. Summarize in 2 minutes. Hello, Nancy. Okay. Maina Shege.
Oh. Can I say something?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
I thought.
Nancy, proceed. Okay, sorry, Nancy.
Sorry,
Nancy. Clinton, can I say something?
To Ayaga.
Okay.
I don't know who is talking. Is it me or Maina?
Okay. You have to talk in order. Nancy, Jane, and Maina Shege, in that order. So Nancy ukimalizia Jane atachukua na Maina. Hivo.
Okay. Ayaga, I'm so disappointed, and I always get disappointed because of yourself with the next step.
Networking.
Nancy, it seems you have you have a problem with your internet connection, and we're gonna get back to you in a short while. Jane.
Yeah, I'd like to say what Nancy is saying. Even me, I'm very disappointed with Ayaga. Ayaga, is this the first time you've been on this platform? No, I'm just asking, then I can proceed.
I was here yesterday. I've been here.
Oh, just yesterday. Okay, we've been here a few weeks, yeah? But believe me, what we talk about, tulisema tusiweke sentiments zetu kwa hawa viongozi. We advise the youths. Me, myself, I'm not a youth, but that's what we advise the youths. Tafadhali, tuwache kuweka sentiments zetu kwa hawa viongozi. Ati Raila akisema left, tunasema ni left. Akisema jump, tunasema how high. It's very disappointing. You as a youth, kama hivyo ndo utafundisha wengine. Tafadhali. In fact, sisi tunataka leaders watoke from the youths. We don't need these old people anymore. You understand? They've been in government from time immemorial. What have they done? Huh? We don't want Uhuru, we don't want Raila, we don't want even Ruto, we don't want them. We want to get young fresh blood. We want leaders. Sasa wewe ukianza kuniambia wewe ni Raila, unaona akisema jump unamuuliza how, akikwambia jump unasema how high. Surely, are we never ever gonna change Kenya?
And Jane,
Raila amekuwa in government, what haven't he done? Angekuwa, whatever he wanted to do, he could have done it. Even now he's in the government, why can't he do it now? You understand? Apatia youth kazi hizo vitu. By hii mentality inafaa muitoe kabisa. Ati
Jane,
nile Raila
government.
akujui individually. Akujui. You understand? You still have to work so
Raila
hard.
is not in government. Don't mislead people. Raila is not in government. And if he is in government, which post does he hold in government?
He's actually a friend of the government.
Jane,
Nothing
so
like
your,
a friend
your
of the
minutes,
government.
Jane, your minutes has
Ayaga,
been
can I ask you a
interrupted.
I
And
haven't
you are allowed.
finished, but he's jumping over. We
But
do a debate, you
you
understand?
allowed
But I
that,
have to
Jane.
finish for
You
him to
allowed
talk. We can't talk
Yeah.
over each other. That's why I
You
stopped.
must overrule, umwambie nyamaza nimalize, ama mshare hiyo time yako. Kama ni dakika mbili umpe moja.
Ayaga, okay, wacha nimalize.
Ubaki na moja.
Ayaga, please change your mind na usi mislead youths wengine ati lazima tufuate fulani na fulani, kwa sababu I'm sure Raila akujui individually. Uko na namba ya Raila? Ati unaweza mpigia hivi achukue? Hapana, lakini one of us here can help you directly, maybe if you have a problem. You understand?
Ayaga, don't be too much that you answer every question mtu akiongea tafadhali.
Yeah. Hauna namba ya Raila, lakini sisi hapa kwa hii group unaweza tufikia easily kwa hii group na utuambie uko na shida fulani na tukusaidie, but there is no way unaweza access Raila. Unaelewa? So easy mentality muache tafadhali. You need to change. Thank you. I rest my case.
And I think I want to just quickly add on what Jane has said. And that's why when I was saying that I was so disgusted by the acts that you have to see the leader that you think is your king to do something first. Like, why don't you do your own research about something? Why don't you? Materials are available these days. We have the internet. We have the digital space is so huge and information is just widely available. I don't see how someone can spend hours on Facebook, hours on Instagram, looking at gossiping blogs and all these things, instead of going to find out what is this vaccine all about. They've said this name of this vaccine. Why can't I go and do my research about the after effects? And I also go and speak to my doctor about it. My health matters, my well-being matters, because we only have this one life. So when you're saying that, oh, it's because if the leaders don't take the vaccine, then the people aren't going to take the vaccine. What kind of defeated mentality is that? And that is something that as Kenyans, and that's why I like this platform, because that's why I joined the platform, is because we are trying to shift the mindsets of Kenyans. Here, where I am here in Australia, where I'm not even allowed to get the vaccine. They said the vaccine is only for people 58 years and above. That's it. Once they're finished getting vaccinated, that's when we'll start going down with age groups. So people my age in our 20s, we can't get the vaccine at all. Even our prime minister, because we don't have a president, we only have a prime minister for each of the different states. And each of the different states have their own rules, but overall in the whole of Australia, they've said no one 58 and below is getting the vaccine. That's it, point blank period. So we are prioritizing our seniors. We are respecting their wish to live. And that's how we are going to, that's how the government is doing it. As opposed to Kenya, there's no real procedure to follow on who is getting the vaccine and who is not. So you find they're just vaccinating anyone who just shows up at the hospital. 18-year-olds, 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds, and then the people who are really at risk, people with underlying health conditions, are missing out on the jab. They're missing out on a vaccine that could save their lives. That's why you see there are so many deaths. There's no procedure. There's no process. And that's why I'm like, if I am let's say I'm a Huru supporter or I'm a Ruto supporter, if I wait for Ruto to get the jab and he never does that mean I will just have to die because Uhuru hasn't or Ruto hasn't gotten the jab? That is a defeated mentality of Kenyans. And if they don't wake up, then that country is just doomed. It's just doomed as it is.
So, Clinton, a bit, allow me to respond to
Thank
Glow.
you very much. Thank you very much, Glow. Thank you very much, Glow. Ivo, you've now had people talk like 15 minutes. What can you say, Ivo?
Right, guys. Hi, guys. I'm watching live from UK anyway. But nilikuwa nashangaa huko Kenya kama saa hii it's 11 o'clock around here. I'm wondering what time you guys are still up there. Anyway, nimeshikilia. I just had slightly Nancy akiongea hapo kuhusu obviously in regards to what Ayaga was talking about, kulingana na leaders ambao ni old kama kina Raila, and I partly agree with it because tunataka youngsters washikilie pia msukani, because for the past couple of years tumekuwa na watu ambao ni wazee, na unajua kuna hiyo distance connection between the youth Kenya tunataka sahi na the old guys. Unajua wale wazee wana rule kiuzee, unaona. So now the youngsters obviously tunafikiria in a different way kind of thing. So if we get fresh leaders who are young, wanaweza kuwa na connection nzuri with the young guys. So when I say young, we're talking maybe 45, we're looking 45 and below kind of thing. But at the moment, what we have in Kenya, from what I know, I don't follow so much politics in Kenya. Now, if so, when is the news like, what's that MP Mbakasi is really a short DJ at the club? Yeah, something like that. I mean, he said that. Yeah, he said that he's doing. Yeah, that's him. He said that he's doing that, or he's having a beef with the Jaguar, the rapper. No. So things like that, they're not obviously good role model, and they need to understand why they are called honorable, because they that name inakuja na weight. It's not, you're not just honorable and then whatever you're doing does not reflect why you're honorable for. So at least Kenya, but we're still tuko mbali sana na where we people need to be. Unaona, na hiyo, that is really bringing a lot of problems in Kenya. But I believe tunataka change Kenya, tuwe na watu young. But who can we present forward? Nani ako tayari? Any young leader ambao sahihi tuna aspire. Election next year, tuko na nani ambao anaweza ametujitokeza anasema okay, mimi niko hapa hivi nisimame mni vote. There's no one. Unaona, at the end of the day, siasa za Kenya zimechezwa for over the years na watu ambao wameshikilia. There's only a few families in Kenya that own pretty much everything in Kenya. Unaona. So politics inataka do, needs a lot of money. The youngsters who can come forward na ajitokeze aseme okay, mimi na run for presidency, you need money, and maybe they don't even have that money. Unaona. So that's another problem that people wazi kama kina Raila nini wametushinda nao, because tayari they already got that money. But hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka tu kuchangia. Sorry guys, kama nimeendelea sana.
Asante sana Ivo. Sasa Maina,
Ivo,
utaongea.
Ivo,
yes.
Can I ask you?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Can I ask you, why do somebody in Kenya needs a lot? So I want you to take corruption and the bribing and giving people out of it. Why do you, as a person who want to do politics, need a lot of money in Kenya? Because what we've said in this forum is trying to educate other young people why we need to change the status. So your statement, you need a lot of money. Could you explain that a bit to me?
Right. So tunajua campaign involves a lot of cash. You need to be traveling around the country. Unaona, to register watu wako katika chama, all this. Take a perfect example na United States. The candidates, they cannot afford to fund their own campaign. Now they get funded by all the NGOs, the water view, if you name it. And the same principle applies in Kenya, by just in a smaller scale. I'm not talking kuwa unatakana uwe na pesa mingi ili ubribe watu. In fact, bribing doesn't work, because at the end of it works, but surely if you can be bought by your vote, unaona, we should be voting by policies kenye mtu anasema what he's going to do for the country. But if you're getting vote yako inanunuliwa because mtu amekupatia
But
pesa
are you
500 or
but are
1000.
you but are you aware of the MP in Kenya? You remember the MP who was given a vehicle by Uhuru Kenyatta?
No, I don't follow politics ya Kenya sana hivyo, so siko
In
sure
Meru
of
somewhere,
who's
a
who.
very young guy.
No.
So, so your statement about needing a lot of money is because that guy, he had only 1,000 shillings when he started, and in the end, because his ideology resonated with his own people, he was elected. And what Uhuru did, bought this MP a car to be able to move, and actually bought him suits. So what should be telling people as young people, you actually don't need a lot of money. You just need solution to solve the problems at the grassroots, and hope that fellow Kenyans would reciprocate, because you're telling them what will resolve their usual problems that they go through. And that's what that MP, in fact, I'm gonna look, once the other person speaks, I'll give you his name and go look at him and see he was elected with no money. Uhuru had to buy him suit and a car to help him move around as an MP. So you really don't need money to be elected. You need the right policies.
Nielewe vile what I mean by money. Maybe I should have rephrased your word. You don't need a lot. Maybe rephrase a lot of money. The word a lot. So you need some kind of cash. To be quite honest, hauwezi kwa mtu wa jua kali atokezee tu aseme mimi nataka kupigania president na apite. You need some sort of financial unaona, financial support behind you. Unajua.
And everyone, let me sorry to cut you off. I'm
No,
sorry to cut you off. Just a quick one. So I'm just trying to just compare the different types of politics, comparing from my origin country, Kenya, and now where I am. It's very bizarre, to say the least, where you say that we need a lot of money, whereas here the person who is leading my state right now only has a Bachelor of Arts degree. That's all he has to his name. And he is a whole minister leading a whole state. And he's made so many mistakes with the COVID in 2020 with the first pandemic. And now he's heading to be a billionaire right now. Because of the position he holds. And he didn't start that way. He was just fresh out of university, just a degree in Bachelor of Arts, not even anything further than that. That's all he has to his name. So to say that, that's why this platform is about shifting that mindset. You can't say someone who has done a diploma cannot be a president or cannot be, someone of power. And that's why this platform is here to say that there are great minds out there. It's just that we don't nurture them enough. We only you see how politics is so individualistic. We only have three powers right now. We only have the Raila, we have the Uhuru, and we have the Ruto. That's all that we know in our heads. What about Mwangi uko doing carpentry? Doesn't if we nurture him enough, and you see the things that these young men or young women talk about out there, they really care about their environment, things about caring about animals, caring about global warming, caring about things that actually matter, which will matter 20, 30 years from now. Now we have COVID. If you have someone who's advocate, I saw someone, I think it was on the news, someone with a blowhole, I think, what are those things called? The megaphones. They were in the street telling people, go home. Curfew is, do all your things now. Curfew is almost here. It's almost heading to 8 p.m. And that's someone who probably just came from work and just went and bought this megaphone and just started, doing it on the street. That's someone who cares about the well-being of his people. And like Uhuru, he just tells you the curfew is here, doesn't give any money or any of the the stimulus checks. to stimulate the economy, to help the economy grow, to get people to spend money so that the economy will continue growing, because that's what we did. When we were in lockdown, the government paid us. We were staying home, but we were getting the same salary we were getting every single fortnight. So we didn't feel the pinch because they were paying us. The government used every resource. They said we'd rather go broke than lose our citizens, because this is a country where it's like an island. We're so isolated from everywhere in the world. We're all surrounded by water. Hata ukifanya crime huku, where are you going to go? Heri Kenya unaweza kimbia Tanzania. There's nowhere to go. You'd just jump in the ocean and drown. So what I'm trying to say is that the government they're not giving a solution to the problem. They're just giving orders and expecting.
And also,
Can I
therefore,
respond to?
Yeah.
I've been mentioned, so can I respond to you guys?
Excuse me, guys.
okay.
Maina Chege, say something.
Hey,
Aina amepotea.
yeah, I've been waiting here a long time now, but it's fine. I do like listening to other people, but I'm horrified to hear somebody who lives in UK like Evo saying what the kind of stuff he's saying. Because what needs to happen in Kenya, there needs to be a shift of how we think and see things. I grew up under the old regime of Moi, and all I've ever known, ni uongo, same lies, and to this day, I'm seeing the same people I saw back in those days, standing up every single day, kwa television, kwa radio, telling us the same lie on a different day. And the youth wa Kenya, kama sisi hapo Wayego, you're supporting these people. Na ni wale watu niliacha Kenya, nyimbo wakuta, wanawambia ile mauongo nini? And yet, you are the most powerful group of Kenyans that have ever existed. You have more power than kama sisi wakati zetu, kushinda baba zetu, and you can bring the change you want in your country. But the government in Kenya want to keep you in that predicament because hawataka kuinvest in critical thinking, which lacks in Kenya. Watu wote wanaonekana wanna think the same uniformly. There's a saying, if you're not the leading dog, the scenery never changes. You're just looking at the dog in front of you and nothing else changes. We need to be critical thinkers. Somebody like Odinga doesn't care about you. Ile kitu anaangalia ni kuvuta hewa, kuangalia upepo inaenda pande gani, ndione pale atapakiwa Brubad. Iko Brubad iko pande ndio atakimbia. Hana shauri na wewe. He doesn't care about you. In Kenya, kuna watu, hizo university zote ziko Kenya, they're producing intellectuals. No, they're conveyors of the intellectual people. But nobody is prepared to give these people a chance because tunataka kupatia wale watu tunajua from zamani. And government is created that kind of citizen, which we don't have in this country. The only time tutaona change Kenya ni tukianza kuliliania mwingine. Tulilia you other person. Somebody help me out here.
Maina, can I speak quick?
Yeah.
Ni what part of statement yangu ilikuwa wrong kwenye nilikuwa nimesema, because I only spoke about hiyo vijana wanataka pesa, you need money for campaigning and all that kind of stuff.
Kwa sababu what I'm saying is nchi yetu ime create that kind of environment at if you don't have this, if you don't have the money, then you cannot progress. But there are people. There was a Nancy. Yeah, Nancy talked about this guy who came into the parliament. He didn't have nothing. I remember that story. And there's so many Kenyans like him who are there who can do that. We cannot justify talking about people not having money because the government has created a situation where money is everything. And in Kenya, grade is the creed. Kila mtu ni broker, hata pastor. Hata wakuta mtu ukiuliza mtu yeyote kitu, unajua pale kunauzwa plot. Hata ikiwa ajui, anajua mtu anajua. Kwa sababu to them inalia pesa. And that is what we need to change. That thinking ya pesa. Pesa is not important. What is important is our lives and how we can improve everybody else's life. I'll give you a very good example. I work in the government without saying too much about where I work. And sometimes kuna watu homeless wa hapa in London wanapatiwa food bully. And I met this guy and alikuwa akapatiwa chakula, akasema mwenzangu hajafika hapa, nipatie chakula yake, si ndio akikuja nitampatia, because you guys are not going to be here for long. Unajua, unaona hiyo kuliliana. Lakini I cannot trust a Kenyan siwezi patia Kenya politician eti mkate apelekee mtoto Kibera, kwa sababu atakula kwanza yeye mwenyewe, ikibaki pengine ata pass on. Do you understand? So we need to have a nation where tunaliliana. You think of the other person. Don't think about how much you can make, how many houses you can build. Niliona juzi this drone ilikuwa inaenda kwa Ruto. That kind of property that guy is living on, not a single leader in Europe, in Western Europe, has that kind of mansion. The only thing they're going to show you once they've retired is their pension and the house they bought in their time, because they're no greedy people. But in Kenya, we've created this greedy nation where kila mtu hakuna mtu ataka kukula, hata mtu wa kawaida. Ukienda kanisa unakuliwa, ukienda kwa ofisi ya serikali unakuliwa. That needs to change. That, we shift how we think. And there's somebody I'm a check up what they think about what I'm saying.
Nick Clinton. Apana, you're okay, man. Continue.
Unaelewa? So, and all of us, hii group ya Kenya iko, hii generation ya Kenya iko, imekuja when we have a new constitution. They have so much power, they can change the direction of where they're going. But they refuse to do that, but not necessarily refuse, because I think what has happened is they've been put in that predicament where the government has kept you poor intentionally so that you can keep electing the same people over and over. But sometimes we can change, we can choose to change our direction by our vote. Kwa sababu hiyo vote yako hakuna mtu anaweza kukunyang'anya. Ile ya siku zetu na baba zetu, mtu alikuwa anabaiwa unga. But we don't have to do that anymore. We've had about how many elections? About from 60s. And we have been doing the same thing over and over. I've been coming to Kenya for at least 30 years now. Now, I can tell you, for somebody who's coming from outside, not much has changed. Ukiingia kwa uwanja wa ndege, you smell it straight away. Ile corruption, straight away. Unaenda kule kwa mtu wa immigration, mzungu wako mbele yangu, huyo mtu wa immigration anaambia mtu mzungu, hey, welcome to Kenya. Mimi nikifika pale, maina shege, umako. Orega huko idarega unakaa hapa kwa muda gani? Umeniletea nini? Na simjui. Na mzungu amemwambia karibu Kenya. Unaelewa? And then hiyo harufu inakufuata kutoka kwa airport all the way ndani.
Maina.
Tena ukifika ndani,
Maina. You are
Go ahead.
you are the kind of people who are decriminalize Kenya. You are the people who are putting Kenya on the wrong side. You are not good ambassador of your nation. If I met you as a man at the airport, why should I not greet you in Kikuyu? Why should I speak to you in English?
Ukuambia mzungu amekuletea nini, unaniuliza nimekuletea nini kwa nini?
Which language
Alafu
will I speak?
unaninyanyasa mimi, unyanyasi
Which,
mzungu.
which language will I speak with that man? Number first, which language am I going to speak with? Nikianza umako, which means najua unaelewa hiyo na tutazungumza hiyo. Nitauliza mgeni amekuja kuona wanyama hapa, nitamuuliza nini?
Nifanye hivi kitu 5 years ago nilikuja mazishi ya nyanyangu kule. Saa 4 ya mchana tukaenda kuchange pesa pahali. Waskali wanatuona, vijana mmetoka wapi? Mimi naambia ni wa Nyahururu kwa sababu nimetoka Nyahururu. Lakini wanaona si wazee wa hapa. Do you know those people? Yeah, naona vile tu si mtu hapa vile anaweza kukunyanyaza kunini. Eventually we ended up having to take our passports out. And I said, tulijua. At the moment mtu askari amechukua passport yake, sasa ni mfuate kule huko, na mimi sijui Kenya hata kidogo. Tukaenda kama 10 minutes, na ukienda 10 minutes is a long way. Mimi na bradhangu na tujui tunaenda wapi. Tunapiga simu tunaambia watu tunaona kibao, na hapa askari ni wawili na wamepiga wa Kenya wawili wa 16-year-old kitu mapengu handcuffs. Do you know it took us kitu 10 minutes hivi before we got our passport back, but because of something I said to them. When I told nilipomweleza Mkenya mwenzangu after that, akaniambia you're shocked by that? Hiyo ndio kawaida yetu. Hata afadhali kwa mikono ya wezi kushinda mikono ya askari. Police, yeah. So no, that kind of environment we've created for our own people. Ati mtu wa kawaida amenyanyaswa, akipotelea kanisa anakuta na wamemgoja kule wengine. Kanisa ni kama tu huku nje. Kwa sababu hata watu wa kanisa politics wamejificha kule kanisa. Ukienda Ruto, do you know the people who are denying us, they're believers. Look at Ruto. He's always in the church every Sunday. So there's no way to run for Kenyans. There was a time back in my days we used to run into church. It was a house of blessing. So where's ni kule vita ndio kali zaidi.
Minor, your last statement is very misleading. You can't.
Let me respond. I'm noting and I want to respond to all of them. I'm in case.
Okay, nasa rudisha kwanza.
Your point about that Ruto being in church is it's showing people. I think that we as Kenyans, and I've always said this in this debate, and many people know me for what I stand for, and I will always stand for this. Let's leave Ruto alone. We all tend to demonize him. And why are we all demonizing him? He is a believer. Let him believe what he believes. It is for you to choose whether you believe in what he stands for or not. So you saying what you're saying, it is not fair and it is not right. The same way I will defend Raila when he does something and someone tried to demonize him. Let them believe what we believe. But what we've said, we're going to try and lead people in the right direction to start choosing, when you choose wheat from wheat flour, so that we can lead our people properly. Because the rhetoric of blaming our politicians, we've all done it. But we are not in captive. The power lies within
can I
us,
answer
and
you?
The power within
Can I
us.
answer you?
Okay.
I know the history of Ruto. And from his beginning back in those days when he was brought in by Moi. And this is my own opinion. Everybody has, I do respect the way how you're reasoning and how you look at him. But that's not how I look at him. Because by the end of the day, he's done some serious damage to people in the past. Just because he's gone to church
and which
doesn't make it.
And which politician in Kenya, you can tell me, hasn't done as much damage to the people of Kenya as much as Ruto? Point me one.
That's why we need a change. None of those people who are there now who should be there.
So don't demonize.
They shouldn't be
Ruto.
there.
Just try and change the narrative.
I gave an example of one person because I can't mention everybody.
Can I reply?
And that's why I don't go to church.
But it's
Clinton,
unfair.
can I talk? Clinton,
Susan,
can I talk?
Maina, are you done?
Yeah. Go on.
So,
Clinton.
Ayaga, you've been shouting from the background. You want to reply, you want to talk. What do you want to do?
Number one, I want to reply for Ashley. I want to correct Ashley.
For how many
minutes? Point of correction. Just let me speak. I've been quiet. I have to respond for Nancy, the Ashley, and the June. They mentioned me. They mentioned me. So give me a little, like 5 minutes. Or 4.
5 minutes is
3.
More because 12:40 will be sleeping. So you have a maximum of 2 minutes to respond to whoever you want to, because you cannot respond to each and every person that was talking. Before you respond, Pius, you've been here for 17 minutes. What's your opinion? Pius, unmute and say something. Hello, Pius. Oh, let me unmute you from here.
Okay. Yeah, good night, guys. I've been listening to you. I come and go. Good evening to all of you. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
And why does this repeat itself?
You have to use your microphone. You cannot listen to yourself and then you speak in the same device.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Ayaga mute.
No, jamaa alikuwa anatusikiza kwa ile ka screen. So ile screen ameweka, alafu anataka kuongea, akiongea inaleta hiyo echo.
Umeona hiyo screen?
It was my first problem when I joined. Nilirealize nilikuwa nawasikiza, nikaweka hiyo screen. Proceed.
So what do I have to do? To mute or?
Pius, proceed.
Okay, yes. So the thing is, I have been following the Kenyan politics, and I think I'm of those days of Moi and about all these things that you're speaking. I hope I am not away from the topic. And
excuse me, Pius, you have a problem with your devices, so maybe kwa Kiswahili wanasema rekebisha alafu urudi tena. You don't understand Kiswahili, Pius. Pole. Okay, alafu Benson, eti Benson, Ayaga, uko na dakika 2 ya kusema pointi yako ama kurespond to any person that you want.
I just want to respond to Ashley. Number one, Ashley, Raila is not in government, and don't blame Raila for anything that happened in government. If you are in Kenya, everybody knows what happened. After the nullification of election, Raila did not participate in that election. Number 2 was Akuro Aukot. If you need anything that somebody who should oppose anything or support anything. Our opposition leader now, as per if law required, is Akuro Aukot. If he's quiet, Raila join his brother as a lone ranger. He's
Thank
not
you.
in government. He has not been appointed. Number
Thank
two,
you.
June, you misunderstood what I said. I
Jane.
never said Jane. Si kusema kwamba ati mimi nimekuambia kwanza nikiingia hapa nilisema I took a COVID vaccine from Russia, na nilisema the mentality in Kenya is that when a leader took it, many people took it, those lines and queues umeona kwa sababu Uhuru took it publicly. And that's why nimesema maybe some people, some quarters in Nyanza and Coast and Western, they are waiting for Raila or something like that. I never said Raila should. Tafadhali, you misunderstood me. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for keeping time. Hey, umebehave kama mzungu bana. Asante sana.
Nilikuwa na maneno mingi lakini umenikata, ni sawa tu.
Si nimekupea time mpaka umesema umemaliza. Hii complain bana ni ya nini? Pius, last chance alafu tulale. Pius.
Yeah, I hope you're getting me now.
Pius, hapana. Pius, hapana. Imekataa. Jaribu hiyo phone.
So if you don't get me now, I will try it again. You can't get me, guys? You can get me?
Can I say something quickly?
Mic yako. Maina, ebu mute. Please proceed.
Maina.
Unmute now proceed, Pius.
Oh, what I wanted to respond to Pius. Something he texted me about church, and I don't think that, first of all, it's not relevant. Na kuniambia ati tumeambiwa na wazungu ati we are poor because we go to church. I completely disagree with that, because what tends to happen in life, what you believe to be true is not necessarily true in another part of the world. You could be a Christian, but you have to remember you could have been born in a place like Iran, Iraq. You could have been a Muslim, and your argument would have been different. If an American goes to Japan, for example, he might ask, what is the name of that street over there? And the Japanese man will say, oh, that block is called John, and that block is called Paul, and what is between them is just a space. But if that same Japanese goes to America and asks, what is the name of that block? The American man will say, oh, that's not, it's just a block. That is 7th Avenue, that's 8th Avenue. So what is true to one person is not necessarily true to another person. That's more directed to Pius. About that point you made about tumeambiwa na wazungu ama we've been brainwashed, which is something I get in Kenya every time I go there, that we have been brainwashed. How do you brainwash someone? People get to make those decisions. Whether I grew up as a Christian, but when I've come over here and I've learned about other cultures and my own culture, I've had to question some things. It doesn't mean if I change my mind, I'm wrong. It's how you experience your God. Somebody from Iran might experience God in a very different way from the way you experience God. Somebody like me who has a bit of knowledge about those kind of places like Iran. If you're a Christian, you've read about Abraham, the father of Israelite. He was born in Iraq. He wasn't born in Israel. The British Army, we were fighting in Basra. Basra is Nineveh during the Bible time. So those people would feel far more, when I was kusikia, they are more biblical people. They are more Islamic people, because that's what they called Abrahamic religion, Jewish, the Christian. So Pius, your point, I get what you're trying to say, but nobody can influence you unless you want them to influence you. And that's why I was talking about critical thinking. Let us not just people who take, kila kitu umefunzwa, ati unaitikia ni ukweli. Kuna mambo mengi nilifunzwa shule, I've come to find out they are not correct. Yule mtu alinifunza ati mambo ya Thames River, hajai hata anajua Thames River iko London, lakini hajaiona. When you come to this country, you read about it more in a complete different way na vile alikuwa amekufunza. If that makes sense. Anyway, that was for Pius. Nimemaliza.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Maina for that clarification. Pius, mute your microphone na useme umeridhika, hujaridhika. Pius, unmute.
Since that was not basically the main topic, but I still would have, you can hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yes, I had to still touch that topic because I know the moment we come over to the West, it is easier. It is easier. Actually, I would say, all of us or most of us, maybe apart from Nigerians, most of us forget easily and very fast, actually, where we come from. Very easily. The first thing we forget, luckily, we don't have actually our cultural dress or something of that kind, or the food and stuff. But there is no many Kenyans in the West who would like to call themselves Kenyans. That's a reality. I'm telling to the guys who are in Kenya. So I think we must be very, very careful sometimes for the things that we are adapting when we come to the West. And I think one part of it is the religion. Religion is one of the worst things that we could ever adopt in the States or in the West, because people here, it is common, when they look at Africa, and mostly focusing on Nigeria itself, where people get raped, get preyed upon, and so forth, and recognizing that here people work for hours, day and night, people are at work, and so they consider basically going to church as a waste of time, and it will be easy that what you are taught by your grandmother or your grandfather, it is easier that you are going to consider it nonsense, it will be easy. But then, overall, someone did say to me the other day, and I'm surprised that most of us are beyond those years. Somebody said to me that over those who have been born after 85, they no longer consider the earlier thoughts as thoughts. They want to come up with their own thoughts, with their own thinking, and unfortunately, every thinking is being considered as a critical thinking, and I think we need to have a broad mind to know what you are thinking. Even you must leave it, because your thoughts could lead you astray. That's one thing I want to touch. Leaving that, let me go direct to the
Pius, what you need to do,
yes?
you need to do you. Whatever you feel when you reach 21, the Bible says, bring up a child in the way he should go. When he's old, he will not depart from the way of the Lord. So once you reach 21, you have to do you. You have to carry your own cross. Don't mind what else somebody is thinking or whatever. They have to live their lives. It's called YOLO. You only live once.
That is a problem now.
It's not a problem.
When you live, that everybody have to live their life.
No, it's not a problem.
Do you know
it's not
that
a problem?
Yawa.
There's no way you exist on your own.
Excuse me, Pius. Excuse me, Pius. You have a very serious problem with your devices. Yeah,
He's
your
also out
gadgets
of topic anyway.
It's out of
So,
topic.
Pius,
The issue, I'm an
So,
African. I'm not even a
excuse me, Pius.
Christian. I'm not
Excuse
even a
me, Pius.
Muslim. I'm an African. So
Which is
Who is
okay.
talking?
why discussing why discussing this? All this.
Well, it is very part of it. It's part of a response to mine since he brought it. Otherwise,
No, I didn't bring it. You asked me that question.
Yes, I'm hearing
inbox.
that we are even changing our way of talking. Guys, come on, man. We are
Excuse me,
Kenyans.
order guys, order
We are
guys, order
Kenyans.
guys. Order
Be
guys.
My friends.
Kenyan. Be a real
Pius.
Kenyan.
Can I just
Okay,
respond to
let me-
this, please?
And it
Let
will
me
be
use
worse.
my
I think our thoughts have become now critical than those Kenyans who are in Kenya.
Excuse me, members.
It is
Please.
sad. It is sad.
Listen, we've come out of the topic. I'm an African. I'm
Yes.
not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim.
Let us go back to the
Even
topic.
me,
please.
I'm an African. I'm not a Christian.
And Africans are spiritual people. We're not
No,
Muslims. We're
Pius has a
spiritual
problem with Kenyans. He has a problem with Kenyans because he just talks about Kenyans. He has a problem with Kenyans.
Excuse me, members. Pius, where are you right now? Are you in Kenya or in Australia, Europe? Where are you right now?
Unmute your microphone, boy.
Because we might decide to help Pius before we sleep. Pius, unmute your microphone and tell us you are in Germany, Australia, Nairobi.
Can I ask a question before Pius answers? Where
Collins,
he is?
Collins, go ahead.
Collins,
I am in Jamaica currently.
Good evening, guys.
Wait,
I
Collins,
know
wait,
we
Collins.
are discussing things that are
Collins,
far
a
from
minute.
what we should.
It is unmute. It is
Collins,
unmute.
please, just a minute. Pius, what
Okay.
have you just said?
Jamaica is in Jamaica.
Okay. So Pius, when you talked about the culture of Africans that we don't recognize abroad, maybe like me, when I came here, I never knew about this culture. So when I got here with my koti na hizo longi za kushona, nililiwa na baridi, sijai zivaa mpaka leo. Huku watu huvaa jeans. So nataka kuniambia kwa sababu Afrika ushona sijui hizo trouser za nini, mi niendelee kushona nikiliwa na baridi. Kama jeans naweza vaa mbili lakini bado naifeel. So si eti tumeacha culture. Umeenda to a place, you have to adapt to what they are doing. Kenya kuna ugali, hapa kuna ugali. Should I go back every weekend to eat ugali in Kenya, then come back so that I don't lose my culture? So we have to adapt. You understand? You adapt to where you are. Like in Jamaica, they say bang is legal. Ukifika huko na unapenda hiyo bang, kunywa. It is legal there. Lakini ukikuja nyumbani, usiseme eti huko nilikokuwa bang ilikuwa legal. Sasa nimekuja hapa, naomba mi niendelee na hii nini. So you adapt as you move to different levels of life.
My brother Pius have just introduced himself into a Rastafarian kind of religion.
So Pius, you went out of the topic and I gave you like 9 minutes to do so. So maybe we hear from Collins.
I don't know if we are supposed to be discussing the cultures or we are discussing the religion, or we were discussing the politics in Kenya.
No, people came out of topic.
And I want to correct something very fast with Pius, which is not true. I've lived in Cayman, which is next to where you are. I've lived in Antigua and Barbuda, and I live in Antigua, St. John's. I've lived in St. Kitts and Nevis, which is the St. Kitts side, and I've lived in Montserrat. All those are in the Caribbean, correct? They're in the Eastern Caribbean. I think they're on the West Indies side. And I currently live in New Jersey. I've also lived around for some time. Anybody telling you that when people go to America, they live the culture, that is somebody lying to you. Okay? Anybody telling you that when we go to America, we forget about our religion, that is somebody lying to you. And you must also accept it that in the Caribbean countries, they believe Africa is in Nigeria. They don't know that Nigeria is in Africa. So most of the people around know that Africa is in Nigeria. So when you speak about Nigeria on culture, that is what they know because they watch Nigerian movies. When I was in Antigua, there is a small girl that is acting the Archangel comedy. Success and the other girl. They came to Antigua when I was there. They were being asked how Africa is doing. And when they said about the countries, they were like, how about that there are many countries in Africa, which is in Nigeria? Is Nigeria bigger than Africa? So those kinds of things will tell you something. That's why you, in the Caribbean, you think that it's only Nigerians that know their culture. So anything about culture, we live here. Even today, mimi nakula ugali, nimenunua hapa. Na nakula ugali, na unga yenye natumia imetoka Kenya. It's made in Kenya.
Very good.
If you, nimetoka kutumia ugali sahi. Majani yangu inatoka Kenya. Kericho tea. That's the majani I use here. Koko yenye natumia hapa, nilinunua Kenya. Na hiyo pia nilikuja nikapata kama iko hapa. In fact, unga yangu imeandikwa kwa Kiswahili. It's not jembe, it has another name.
Jambo.
So I think it's having another name. It's having a different name. So there is nothing like we come to America and forget about our cultures. The only thing that happens here is assimilation, and also you have to abide by cultural differences so that you don't fall into the cultural shock. Because the way I speak my English is different. If I speak the same kind of English around here, these people don't understand me. I have to at least make an accent that they understand. Otherwise, you'll be repeating yourself all the time, especially if you go to Texas. They will be speaking and they will be like, take it one more time. They don't say pardon. They say, take it one more time. And if you talk of the word pardon, then they will tell you like it's not a fault. So there's like, they think, ukisema pardon ni kama umekosa. So you will have to also get part of these things. I go to church. It's only this year that I've not gone to church and last year because of the COVID. But I go to church. My church is yes, most of the churches here are owned by Nigerians because they have a population. But there are churches that are owned by Kenya. There is a church in Jersey City. It's called Muungano. The name is a Swahili. It's an SDA, Seventh-day Adventist church. So, and they pray in Kikisi. That's the problem. They pray in Kikisi because most of the population is Kisii. So there is another church in the Oranges that is SDA owned by the Luos, mostly from South Nyanza. Wanaomba kwa Kijaluo and English. So the cultural erosion depends on a person. If you come here and think like you can delink yourself. I saw somebody pretending that hajui Kiswahili na ametoka Kenya kama amefanya form 4. I asked her, how is it that you passed your form 4 and you don't know Kiswahili? Na umetoka Kenya 2014. And we're only 6 years. And he's like, I can't speak any Swahili. You can't speak any Swahili and you got a D+. Anybody who got a D+ means you can speak. If you got a D+ in Kiswahili, because I think that's the worst grade that somebody can get. If you got a D+ and above in Kiswahili, that means you can speak at least a statement of that language.
And I hate. I'll just contribute just as a fraction of a second, and say I see this narrative in my age group a lot. and it irks my soul because I'm just thinking, I came here when I was 14 years old.
Mhm.
Literally, nilikuja kwa hii nchi when I was 14, and I think I'm one of the people when I go back to Kenya, they're shocked ati, oh, wewe unaweza kuja ushago unaweza pika na kuni. I'm like, yeah, I've done this before, why not? Ati, oh, umetoka abroad tangu 2009 and na unaweza ongea Kiswahili. I'm like, yeah, why should I not? I am someone who has always tried
Liko discussion ingine hapa.
to preserve my culture. I'm someone who I've always fought, and that's something my mom even is always shocked. I'm just like, yes, I try to preserve my culture and and everything I've grown up with because that's all I have. Waleo tukiambiwa kila mtu endeni kwa nchi yenye mmetoka. Okay, where are you going to go? So you tend to Kenya, and then when you go there, you can't really relate to the people. That's why I really try my best to keep up with the trends, knowing how far I am in distance-wise to my culture. It
Yes.
makes me be like, I really do want to stay with that connection. I never ever want to lose that connection. So I try to watch and try to keep up with everything that is happening with Kenya so that at the end of the day, when I go to see my family, my father is still there, he's still living, he's still there. So he would need me at some point. And when he needs me to be there, I need to be able to relate with him, to talk things with him. It will get to a point he's going into his senior years. He'll need me to be there to talk to him. And if I can't converse with him in Kiswahili, because they always say, because I've worked in a nursing home before, and they always say, and you always see it happen. Those older people who are from diverse backgrounds, the mind, once they get dementia, their mind reverts to, their default language of home, and they don't know English anymore. They just forget it completely, and it's sad. So if your children can't even relate to you, then they just get lonely and they start deteriorating, which is very sad. So at the end of the day, preserving your culture is the main thing. That's why here, even if I have to drive, I don't know how many hours to get to unga ya ugali from
11:50 still.
whichever shop, I will go.
You want to pay?
If I have to go by Sukuma, I will go. If I have to go by Royco, I will go to whichever shop that sells that Royco. Because that's preserving my culture. That's what I grew up on. I don't know anything else.
Anybody
Yeah, Collins,
in
where I
America?
live, kuna duka inaitwa Kenyan shop na Kenyan butcher na
Where's that?
groceries. Unaona hizo vitu zote unaonyesha wanauza hapo, mpaka githeri ile ya mkebe iko kila kitu, unga ya ugali. Yeah, Kenyan butcher and Kenyan shop. Nancy,
town is
if you
that?
know
That's a good
Slough,
one.
it's in Slough.
Which town's that?
Oh, Slough in the
Can I
UK.
ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
Nancy.
This is just me being me, because you know me being me. Is eating Kenyan food meaning that you're culturally keeping in touch?
No, we are answering
Because I
Pius.
know people who
Oh,
eat
we are
Kenyan
answering Pius
We are
because
answering
he
Pius
said
because of
something.
Yeah.
At some point, yes, because people culture is about food and day-to-day behavior. It's about food, practices, and behavior.
But I also know people who eat Kenyan food and they refuse even to talk a word of Swahili or even to
Okay.
do any
Nancy,
Kenyan
I want to answer you in that. I want to answer you in that because I saw it.
on its own.
I saw it. Whatever Nancy is speaking, I saw it. I was in a college, okay? I was in a college where we were 4,000. We were 3,400 students in 2018. In that college, there were only 2 Kenyans. And out of those 3,000, we were only 2 Kenyans. So we realized, that Paul Kagame, the president of, was it?
Rwanda.
Is paying for his students. He is having students sponsored by the Kagame government. They are taking medicine. And is sponsoring 4 students every year, sponsored by the government. So when we asked about Kenya, because we are not so many Africans, Nigerians are the highest number. So you see, when you are running for a post, I was running for a post of the vice president of African diaspora medical students. Is when we now asked ourselves, like, how many are we as Africans? Because when we are there, we combine anybody coming from the Caribbean, those are our Africans, we combine all of them. Then we asked anybody who is, now you go to something called caucuses, we combine. Then I only saw a lady who accepted to speak Swahili, and another lady who is coming from Rwanda. 3 ladies from Rwanda know Kiswahili. There is this girl who is a Kenyan. The mother is a Kenyan. She comes from Nyandarua, Nyahururu.
Where I come from? Ooh.
The lady comes from Nyahururu. And
I'm from Nyahururu too.
The
Me
lady
too.
speaks Swahili none, but Kikuyu full. So we asked her, like, are you also a Kenyan? We didn't know that she's a Kenyan. So all the time, I was the only Kenyan for the first 2 weeks that I was admitted. And they were like, yeah, we are so happy we are admitting the first Kenyan in our college. You're the first. So all along, I thought I'm the only Kenyan around. Then there is another girl. Because immediately you say you're a Kenyan, they ask you, do you run? Fortunately enough, yes, I do run. I ran in high school. So I said, yes, but not so much for sports. And then the other girl was like, she's a Kalenjin from Nandi Hill. And then she says she ran. So we used to caucus and sometimes speak in Swahili with the Rwandese. And then the girl said, when now people were voting, the girl said the mother is a Kenyan. And she doesn't know anything about Kenya. Until her phone rang, then she started speaking Kikuyu.
Oh. I've seen such people calling. They can speak Kikuyu,
Swahili.
but they can't speak Swahili.
Now wait.
Yeah.
She spoke Swahili. She spoke Kikuyu so well.
Fluent.
So fluent until we were like, sasa kumbe unajua Kikuyu. And then because there was a word Kikuyu in the statement, she said, yes.
Yeah.
The next day, the girl that works with her approached me in Swahili. The lady is a Jamaican. And the lady asked me, habari yako sasa? And that's the time when this song, how do you call it? Hii ya kucheza cheza hii ya kijana fupi round, something like that. The one that they used to say from South Africa. It's a language, but it comes like Lala, something Lala. Then the lady told me, unataka kulala. And then I asked her, who is teaching you all this? And then she told me, the friend. The friend knew Kiswahili full.
Wow.
Huyo Kikuyu alijua Kiswahili yote. Ni kusema hakuwa anataka kusema. So
why?
I talked to the Jamaican lady in Swahili. And then I asked her, ni nani huyu anakufunzaga hizi vitu? And she was like, what did you say? Like, nani huyu amekufunza matusi? And then she said, hiyo sio matusi nani? And then I was like, so you know Swahili?
Wow.
And the other day you told me you don't know Swahili. Then we started talking Swahili. From that time yote ndiye akaniambia baba yake ni Mkikuyu, mama yake ni Mkikuyu, shosho yake ni Mkikuyu, na wameongea na shosho yake mwingine ni Mmeru. Na wameongea mpaka mama yake alimpigia wakati wa COVID. Sasa a year later is when I saw her again. We met the other year and we met a year later. Now she was speaking with me in Swahili when things were bad. Then I realized, oh, okay.
Excuse me, members.
You taught yourself.
Excuse me,
about culture. Okay, Pole.
Yeah, nasema kwamba Facebook inaletanga warning you can only be live for 8 hours. And we've done it for 7 hours, 41 minutes. So maybe we can do it in the next 15 minutes. So maybe people will have to summarize the last statements, then we close it before that time elapses. Yeah. So you have to finish what you are saying. You contribute on the topic we were having, then you summarize. Yeah.
I found 3 topics going on, so I don't know which topic you're talking about because there was one for religion.
There's
We
one
went off
agriculture.
topic.
yake.
Tuliongea juu ya
Pius
topic na tuka exhaust mpaka tukaenda off topic.
Sasa Pius alijileta tu na hiyo ya religion but tumemweka sawa. So
Okay.
topic ya kwanza ilikuwa kwamba kuna hii loan ya IMF.
Oh, the loan for IMF for COVID.
Yeah. Alafu kuna hiyo vaccine imekuwa banned in Kenya. Only those two
I
topics.
support the Sputnik vaccine.
Yes.
I support the banning of that vaccine. Yes, because it's only 65%. So we have the Moderna that we have here, which is 85%, 95%. We 94. Then we also have the Pfizer here, that's 95%. The government of Kenya has procured a vaccine in the name of AstraZeneca, which is working. Yet some people are saying it has side effects of clots. It could be, but it's not given. Like when we look at there's something we call therapeutic index in the terms of the vaccines and the drug development. So if it has a wide range that it doesn't kill, it can treat more than it can kill more, then the drug is good, okay? So that I can say it's better. If the government is organizing for the treatment or the vaccination through the AstraZeneca, even if it is having other problems, which has never been experienced, no African country has experienced any problem with it. So the private organizations and private hospitals have gone to Russia to bring the Sputnik thing. They are now charging it. The government, I think, is giving it free, and they've given regulation. Some hospitals in the Kenya that are private have come with a vaccine that they are charging. If it is opened and left like that tomorrow, because we fear getting to the lines, tomorrow any other person will go to China and bring another one. That one will open a way of extorting Kenyans with things that we know that are not even vaccine. Some of us in Kenya will be injected with normal saline in the name of vaccine. So it's good. Stopping it is good, but the government has to increase in how they provide the vaccine so that every place is given a vaccine. It's not so easy, even here in America.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
But Colin, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I find it a bit disingenuous for the government of Kenya to tell us they did not know that Sputnik existed in Kenya. It means that our borders are so porous to a point that our government is not responsible. And the second in command, the deputy president of Kenya, had this vaccine, and the second lady had this vaccine. We had them tell us it was not authorized. How did it get into our market? How can the second in command get vaccinated with the same thing, then they ban it? It's a bit of a lie.
There's a problem with our Kenyan system when it comes to importing things, because here is a case where somebody imports through other means, and then we don't import all the medications through the companies. We don't have companies in Kenya with the authority to import. We import through the KEMSA and what. Those are the things where we are going wrong, because KEMSA is getting drugs from people. They're not getting drugs from the manufacturers. So I can't talk of that so much, but the next thing about the IMF money is this. We were given donations by Jack Ma. We stole the all of it and sold at high prices than even what we should be selling. We were given the money by the World Health Organization. We stole the material and stole the money. It's only in Kenya that they steal even the trap.
I know.
They put the trap for the thieves. The thief will not hunt himself onto the trap. The thief will steal the trap and steal everything. So Kenya is a bunch, like it's a bank of thieves. And these thieves are the main leaders. You are saying the deputy president was injected with this thing. How did they get this thing to inject him? Where did they get the medication? Because this is somebody, the second in command in the Republic of Kenya. That person must be injected with a highly verified vaccine. They can't say fake. How was he injected with this? Because somebody imported it, and somebody else. And you know, for the government, they're giving it free, the AstraZeneca. But this Sputnik is being given in private hospitals, and it's being given at 9,000. Is it 9,000 or 10,000 per vaccine?
11.
Now look
No,
at
it's
that. Who is this
7,400.
earning this money? Huh? The money we were given yesterday by IMF, I think even they should not even give. How do you take a loan? That's why I agree with Oparanya now. Stop the BBI nonsense. This thing called BBI must be stopped fast. Stop the BBI. You can't use money for election. Our people are dying, including MPs. They have now killed more than 5 MPs with this.
I know.
And again, somebody told us, like, oh, you know, it's not about the lockdown. The country should be locked down. And because Kenya has a lot of money, Uhuru Kenyatta should be able to give everybody that lost his job at least 5,000 Kenya shillings. At least.
Even more. Even
because
more.
These people have been paying taxes.
But you see,
give
Collins,
back the
today,
money to the people.
No,
Biden is
today.
doing it. Yeah.
But si walinunua China mandazi, they spent 4 billion on China mandazi.
That is why. Those are the reasons why.
Only in Kenya. Only in Kenya.
That is the only reason why the face mask in Kenya, the face mask that is being bought at 10,000 for a whole box, was bought at 10,000 for a packet that is only carrying 50. A box is carrying those 50 times 50.
Guys, we are meeting tomorrow at 6 o'clock again, yeah? The way we started today. We can't finish this discussion. We can pick up from there.
I think I'm mad when it comes to Kenya. I was supposed to travel to Kenya yesterday. I was supposed to travel to Kenya, not yesterday, but the next day. But the lockdown, I can't travel and be in Nairobi. So I think we're going to be here. We'll be
6 o'clock. We changed the time, Colin.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, guys. Hello.
Yes.
So
Clinton,
I want to say this. I want to say this. Thank you very much. In fact, time Maina Shege na Jane waliingia ndio tulikuwa tunataka tumalize, tulikuwa tumeenda 2 hours. So venye waliingia tuka extend na hizo 3 hours 50 minutes na masekunde juu yake. So pengine kuna mtu akona issue anataka kusema, nitawapea kila moja dakika 2 kuanzia huko juu kwa Ivo mpaka huko chini kwa Ashley. Samahani, ukiona dakika zako 2 zimeisha, achia tu mwenzako amalizie. Ivo, dakika 2.
Yes. Okay, thank
Your
you
last
so much,
words, then I close.
Yeah. Much appreciated. It's my first time to join you live. I tried joining it yesterday, but ilikuwa imejaa, so I could not join it. Obviously, it's interesting and I've enjoyed it. And I'm looking forward to many more, joining many more conversation and chat about our country. It's only through this way that we can actually help now contribute through different ideas as Kenyans. And this is very important because, everybody comes up with all sorts of different ideas and advices. Now we are in different part of the world, so which is amazing. And another thing I wanted to point out is mwachamila ni mtumwa. It doesn't matter where you are, if you're born and bred in Kenya, wewe ni Mkenya. I speak Swahili. I left Kenya 18 years ago. Hii nyumba yangu hapa kama hakuna unga ugali, everybody's grumpy. So we eat ugali all the time. My kids wamezaliwa hapa, they eat ugali. So, I'm Kenyan until the day I die. That's it, guys.
Okay, Maina.
Asante. What I really liked about this debate here, Leo, ni vile tuna argue, because it shows that we are thinking, because Baba, before nilikuwa naenda meetings za Kenya, watu wote nobody argues. I was on, ni mimi nilikuwa kwa opposition kila saa, nilikuwa peke yangu. Lakini sasa tunaongea, tuna argue, kila mtu ana point yake, and that's what most people forward. Tukua hakuna mtu akona nini, si mtu wa gia moja. Kuna mtu mwingine anaingia to the second gear, the third gear, and I loved it, and I would like to come here again, and and it was nice having you guys over here for this chat.
Na kwako kuna unga ya ugali ama uliacha ugali?
Ugali nakula sana, hata nilipika jana.
Okay.
I think the only thing I know how to cook ya ugali is zingine sijui sana, lakini naenda kwa mamangu nikitaka kula githeri. Anaishi London.
Okay.
Lakini ugali najua kupika.
Safi sana
na
Maina.
watu wenye huru walikuwa kina nani? Nancy na
Nancy maybe kwake hakuna ugali, lakini kwa hivyo amesema watoto wasipokula ugali. Ni Jane.
Nani alisema wenye huru?
Kuna ugali. Wewe Clinton. Kali mingi hata naweza kushow.
Hapana, usitupeleke kitchen tafadhali.
I'm from Huru's backyard.
Nani alisema ni wenye huru?
I'm telling Maina I'm from Huru's backyard, Shaweri. Jane.
Mimi mtu wa Asian quarters.
Okay.
Karibu na Tifos.
Okay. Thank you Maina. Thank you Maina for your contribution.
Sasa naishi High Wycombe, nimeishi High Wycombe for 2 years, lakini mtu wa South East London.
Okay.
Unajua South East London, Lewisham, Catford.
I'll join you soon. I'll be there in September.
Hey.
No.
I'll be in Nottingham in September.
Okay, feel free to come over. Stand by.
So Maina, wewe ukiplan kwenda huko sijui November, mimi ni next week nakuja inaitwaje Wembley kuwatch mpira. Kutoka hapa mpaka Wembley ni 70 bob. Nakuja Wembley.
Mpira gani hiyo?
Tottenham.
Unafanya kazi kwa football sana?
Bana, huku Jerumani huyu mama amekataa kutufungulia uwanja. Sasa Boris ataongea Monday ni kesho. Akifungua tu hivi. Pius, tupe maoni ya mwisho tafadhali. Pius, watu walikukausha sana.
Yes sir.
Lakini ulijitakia. Sema ya mwisho.
Well, I just want to thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity, and your sharings. Well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I do enjoy, how you call it? These debates, they are nice. And I also wanted to awaken you because you are all stuck to one topic, and somehow you got a chance, to exercise and to become more, more active, and I think it has finished up maybe well. So God bless you guys and continue to enjoy. Be Kenyans more than Kenyans. Bless.
Thank you. Ayaga?
Asante.
Thank you very much. Mimi nitawaongelesha na Kiswahili juu I'm the only one who is now back from home here. Shida ninayo ni moja. Collins akona ile nature ya Kenya. Wakenya sisi tunafanya makosa alafu tunatafuta kitu ya kulaumu. Kama tunaenda election, we elect bad leaders, then we blame the one who failed, Raila. Now we are failing in doing BBI, we are failing with controlling COVID-19, and then we blame BBI. So if we stop BBI, are you sure all measures around the COVID-19, will they be solved? The answer is no. The answer is no. So let us not look for scapegoats. In Kenya is scapegoats, propaganda, and rumors. If we stop BBI, even me, I can say, let us now stop BBI. And if the BBI is the COVID problem, let us stop that BBI. And after stopping it, are we sure that we will get vaccine? We will be not hearing of COVID millionaires. So even the problem tuko nayo back home here is cylinder gases, oxygen. The oxygen is there in the factories. The cylinders are not there.
But you know who's making the cylinders?
The cylinders
Raila
have
is
been
only making
kept
the
in their homes, their houses.
Raila is making the gas cylinder for cooking, not the oxygen one. Yeah. So somebody has just planned to hide them to blame BBI. BBI can stop. In fact, it has stopped. No parliament. He has stuck there in parliament. Parliament has gone to recess. No further discussion. I want to see in the next 2-3 months if there will be change. Now what we have is oxygen problem. Is not even now the mask and the whatever and the vaccine. Is oxygen. The
Okay,
cylinder
thank you,
themselves.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ayaga. Thank you very much. But it's quite unfortunate that after different people have talked to us for 8 hours to change our mindsets on how we view things, you are concluding by relating COVID to BBI and all that. But si ni maoni yako jameni.
I was
Glo.
making reference to what Collins was saying.
Yeah, but here now you are to say your mind as we were concluding, but we've had you.
And that is what it was in my mind, my brother. Why are you want to think for me?
Thank you, Ayaga. I withdraw my statement. Na nime apologize chini ya maji pia. Glo.
Yes. I guess my parting shot to be I got on this platform. I watched it once, and I saw what they were when what is it called? The owner of the show himself.
Mutembei.
Mutembei. I watched it when he was actually on, and I actually listened to the whole thing with everyone who was coming on the forums, and I liked the program, and I thought I'd want to contribute to what I think of the country, of the person who is living abroad. I saw there are a lot of people who are living in different parts of the world, and we have different opinions on what we see every day on the news. We also have family back home, obviously, all of us. We have families who are struggling back home, especially now.
Excuse me. It is being deleted. 8 hours is over. The message is all over the screen. But continue, Glo. Maybe people can still hear you.
We have YouTube. YouTube is very active, and we can go on for some 5 more minutes as we finish up.
Okay, continue, Glo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll run quick. Okay, but thank you guys for the platform. I'll try to come back here and there whenever I have time. But thank you guys for the platform. All I can say is that COVID vaccines need to be, they need to always be limited, because we don't have all the vaccines in the world to just give everyone. Let's prioritize who we can prioritize, which are the seniors, the people who are vulnerable. Let's prioritize that. Let's start from there. And once we start from there, that's when we can move forward. And that's what Uhuru's government needs to do, not just release the vaccine and then it's just free for all, because there are people who will be missing out. But thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you. So Collins, malizia na Nancy, alafu.
What about Ashley? Hey.
Ashley, you are not. Oh, you are. Ubaya ulikuwa unapotea ukirudi. Okay, Ashley, endelea.
I wanted to let Glo know that in Kenya, elder people are not really given a preference like outside the country. Like even when they go to the hospital, sometimes the doctors will ignore them, the old people. It's not like the way out of the country that old people are given a preference. You'll find that they will even be ignored. And that's something I've learned with my grandmother, who is over 90 years. Sometimes she'll go to a hospital and the doctor will tell her, oh, that's how old people feel. That is how, like, they ignore them. They don't see like there is any value in treating them. They would rather save that to treat someone younger who has a lot of more life in their, a lot of more life to go on with. So that's something that the government should work on, because when my grandmother got a stroke, I tried to look for an insurance that she could get into, and there is none. There is an age limit. Old people don't have insurance that can accept them apart from NHIF. And this NHIF has a limit. It says self-employed, employed, or something else. So as a old person, you have to put yourself under the self-employed category, even though, like, my grandmother is 90, she can't do anything for herself. There is another one called something kwa wazee, but it's not active anymore. The government was giving them money, but they are no longer giving them money because there is no money. And I think in this forum, we need to have an action group day. When we take action on some steps, we need to advocate for old people, the senior people in our community, getting insurance, because they get money, they get the pesa za wazee, but these pesa za wazee, the last time it took 8 months, and when they paid them for the 4 months, and they still left 4 months behind. And I ask our leaders, get paid each month. Why would they pay an old person 8 months in arrears? Well, they have money for BBI. So I wish we would put an action forum to put some action. How do we go about enforcing? How do we go about forcing our leaders to make this into law, that there will be insurance for the old people, like from 70 up, free, paid by the government, and there are pesas za wazee given to them each month without fail. Okay, that's one thing. And the second thing, we keep saying we don't like BBI. I know David D is working with Mother Karua to stop BBI. And I think the thing that they are not able to be active as they need to be, or as they should be, is because they are low on finances. There are so many people from their diaspora who can actually support them, so that they can send the message, so that they can have all the tools that they need in order to make the difference that they need to make to stop this BBI, which is not helpful to most Kenyans, but the ones on the top. So I wish we would form a forum, not just to talk, but to also put some steps into action of realization, of realizing some of these things that we keep saying we don't want. What are we going to do about these things? Is there an action plan? I would like to be involved in an action plan to see these things. If we say we don't like the leaders that we have, can we identify somebody in the community that we like, that we see there, like Devin D, he was with Raila. When they joined with Uhuru, and he didn't like, when he talked to Raila to tell him what he needs to do for some things to happen, and he saw that Raila wasn't interested in them, they parted ways. He is one man that I look at, and he has principles. We can approach him, not, like just not him, but anybody else that as Kenyans we can identify they can make a good leader, but they are lacking in capital. They are lacking in, like we say, they need for money, even to educate people to think outside their tribal lines, outside their tribal kingpins. Money is needed to educate people. Can we push these people? When Obama stood for presidency, he had a loan. He actually owed the government money in student loans. But what actually pushed him to make so much money was the small money from $20 bills. Small money is what pushed him to become who he became, the first president, a Black American president in the US. So even if we can get somebody like Muhammad Ali, Moha is another leader of integrity.
Don't even speak of that. That's a sellout, and I can testify that.
Okay, we'll talk. I think we should have a forum where we can identify people who we. To me, I think he is. You might know something different about him that I don't know, but we need to have a forum as a subject of people we can identify, and how can we help these people, push them to the forefront. That in 2022, if there is an election, that we front one of these people, because there will be no election if BBI goes through. Take that to the bank. And thank you so much. I love this forum, and you have a great week, everybody.
Thank you. Nancy?
Can I right. Ayaga, my brother. Nice to
Yes, my sister.
see you on the forum. Good contribution. But I still would like to urge you, let's shift a bit identity politics. Let's debate issues and try and find a way of creating harmony amongst us, because as I said, power lies within ourselves. And in regards to BBI, I support Colin, and I know you're not for this. I would like BBI to be buried for now. Let's talk about it in the future. At the moment, nobody in the three leaders has shown statesmanship. Nobody, all they've been advocating for is plebentalism, who has what for whoever. There is nobody who rose above the pulpit and said, look, let's get Ruto, let's get everybody, let's open this document. It's a constitutional, if it's a constitutional moment for Kenya, it was meant to be for all leaders and not a few. In regards to moving forward, I love it. And I think we can make it a bit better by having topics that we can debate. And please, 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 let's stop looking at the leaders we have. Let's start planning and mobilizing each other to identify leaders who can present us going forward. As Ashley said, Obama started from mobilizing the grassroots. If we continue looking at Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, I think we're going in the wrong way. And I know we're still far, but we all need to start from a baby step, and I think we can all make it. Kenya is a beautiful country. We have a lot of resources, and I think it's time for Magulification for Kenya. And it's not the Magufuli way as much, but in regards to beating corruption, we're the people to start. And thank you so much. And as always, kudos Mutembei. It's a good platform.
Asante sana Nancy. Kuna mtu hajaongea, ni Collins peke yake ama kuna mtu namfungia nchi? So Collins,
Okay, thank you very much,
malizia.
and thank you for giving me another opportunity to maybe express myself. I want to put something straight to Ayaga. I'm not opposed to BBI. I'm always like, if it is good, it's good for the country, and if it's bad for the country. But always, if it's good for the country, it's good for everyone. But if it's bad for the country, it's bad for the people. And in everything that we have to do, the people must be first. This COVID is bad for the people. And if COVID is bad for the people, all the resources should be geared towards controlling COVID. I'm not saying that it is disbanded, as the other guy said. It should be postponed so that the money that is present that we have should be used in fighting the COVID. And the thieves must not be allowed to put their hands again into the cookie jar. That is the only thing. Let us use the money on these people. There is no otherwise about, like, you know, it's BBI causing COVID, it's COVID causing BBI. There's nothing like that. And anybody who still reasons like that, I think should be taken to River Nyando and washed with some sand so that you can understand what's going on, because that's where I come from. The next thing that I would also tell you is this. If we give good systems, we will not care on who becomes the president. Though people who are living in America can testify to that. I have met my senator once, and I didn't meet him. I only passed where he was campaigning. But because the system is working, we don't care who becomes a governor here. We don't care who becomes a senator, because you are sure tomorrow, if my license is lost, I don't need to go to any police. I applied for my license and it was brought here. So nobody needs to know. Identity politics, where I've heard somebody talking about Muhammad Ali or David Ndii. David Ndii is a very good leader. Karua is a good leader, but because of identity politics, they were not elected. Ndii has never sought for any election. And it is not that Ndi disagreed with Raila in a way that he told him some things and he did not do. No, Raila went to Uhuru, and the family issues between the Ndis and the Uhurus do not agree. So that is why he had to go out.
Collins.
And in politics, it's about interest.
David D himself has a YouTube channel video where he's saying that he tried to tell Raila about some things, and he saw that he was not interested in bringing justice.
That's the same thing. Politics is about interest.
No, the things. Anyway, I'll put the clip here, and you listen to the clip. But what he's saying, it was a selfish handshake. It wasn't meant to help the country.
Everybody knows. He kept himself Everybody knows that even if it was a selfish thing, it is still selfish, and we don't want to use the word was. It is still is, because they are still doing their own thing that the Kenyans are not seeing. So until they give us why the handshake was, which some of us don't still see and some of us are seeing, if we are going to get a tax relief, and some of us who went to school through HELB, unatoka tu hivi na HELB inatakikana na haujafanya kazi, hauna pesa. So I think I'm gonna finish at that so that we discuss it next time. It was a good day. I'm not always there, trying to plan some of the things. And I may also say that I have a lot of interest in the next elections. Yes, I may be a candidate. I was a candidate in 2013, and things didn't work well. So I left before it happened. So I think I may be a candidate again in the future.
Nyando constituency.
Not Nyando. Not Nyando, but I come from Moroni. So
Moroni.
Any other thing can happen, but I never contested
anything. I will vote for you from Miwani. Yeah.
I come from Miwani. And I come from Miwani. Yes.
Colin.
Yeah.
I would like to hear your vision for Kenya next time you come on to speak to us.
Yes. Good.
So Collins.
Yeah.
Good.
You say you are just my neighbor. Maybe just say Miwani, where specifically?
I come from Amilo area.
Okay. Now I know. Thank you very much, members. I want to take this
Where do you come from? You can't ask me where I come from and then you keep quiet after that. Because tomorrow you may terrorize me.
Can you people mute then? Kuna echo sana, please.
Who is?
Can you mute? Okay. Now, still an echo. Ivo, can you mute, please? Hello? Okay. It's now okay. But I can still feel it.
It's the one for Ashley. Anybody who is not using earphone will produce an echo.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
I have just muted Ashley. So Collins, I also am from Homa Bay County, but I was born in Muhoroni, Miwani specifically. My dad used to work at Miwani Sugar Company. He retired like last year. I went to Miwani Estate Primary School, Rangombe Primary School, Olikoliero Secondary, then Charanganya Boys in Kuria, vituka hizo. Sasa tunaelewa hiyo area.
Yeah, I worked in the hospital there. I worked in Miwani Hospital in 2012 and 13, so I know that place.
Okay. So I used to stay in those company houses up there.
Good.
When you're going to Lango Market. You know those places, man. Okay.
Yeah, I know that place.
So thank you very much. Kumbe
I'll give my views for the Kenya. I may be your ward rep, so you must be very careful. You are talking to a next MCA. You must be very careful.
MCA, we might want you to stand to be the next president. Why are you choosing such a low position?
Because you only fall where you can be taken. You only fall where you can gather yourself.
And if you have to fall forward.
There's a lady who made a very valid point there. That
Malala started as an MCA.
kuna mrembo mwingine amesema all those leaders who are there should not be there in the first place, and we need new people like Collins. I have no ambition of becoming anything in Kenya, but I know there are people like Collins. I've met some good people in this country who want to go back and do something, and I have support for those kind of people. Now, the most important thing, put yourself out there. Tujue mko kama Colin, kama hungesema hivyo hatungejua.
But you know,
because I'm
Collins
tired
has
of
one
Uhuru,
problem,
and I'm tired of Odinga.
Maina,
I
we have
may
one
be-
problem with Collins. Collins
I
went
may be going for an MP.
valid but
so-
never finished the race. So
And I think Collins, instead of being an MP, if you're serious about changing Kenya, what I've seen, Senate is a very good place to be in order to change Kenya. And I know you're talking about having strong institutions, but the leader in Kenya, the president, has to be able to obey and to respect those institutions in order for them to work. So we really need a president who can respect those institutions so that then we can start changing our mindset to respect the institutions. If our head is bad, the whole system breaks down. So it is very important to get a good president who respects the various independence of each institution and make them stronger.
Kenya will only be strong if you have a parliamentary system. Full stop.
Full stop. Parliamentary system.
Thank you, members. Thank you, members.
But
Hope
I
to
do
make
think we need an opposition, which we are lacking at the moment.
hope to may debate poor, to may
Okay,
agree
saa
to
ngapi?
disagree, to may disagree
Six.
to disagree.
Kenya ni saa nane. Kenya ni saa nane na dakika 40. I will only sleep for 1 hour. Then by 5
Na
I'm in
huko
gym,
huko
then
kwetu ni saa 7 na 40.
So kesho ni saa ngapi?
Huku ni saa
Kesho ni
nane.
saa ngapi? Hapa nini?
Kesho
Hii
itakuwa
mkutano.
itakuwa saa 2
6
ya
o'clock?
Kenya.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said 6 yesterday.
Yeah, I said 6.
Okay.
6 ya
So
wapi Kenya?
maybe
What are the topics?
Kenya and 6
6 ya Kenya.
Yeah.
Topic tutaweka kwa WhatsApp group. Tafadhali.
Okay, sina WhatsApp. So can you please tell me?
Hata mimi sina.
And by the way, it is okay. There is a flag called Yakukula Ugali. Ugali is not very healthy, by the way. I heard everybody proudly saying how they eat ugali. It's not very healthy. So because I like ugali so much, I started buying malto meal. It's like a cereal, but you can make it into a ugali. Because people with high blood pressure and diabetes, ugali is not good. It's good to eat it, but not in high quantities. That
Who wants to eat ugali in high quantity?
Like every day to eat it often. Sorry.
You are not from Ugali eating culture.
I grew up eating ugali.
Wacha ni reply hiyo.
Excuse me, members.
By the way,
Relax.
Well, wacha kunimute.
Relax. Okay, Ashley, hiyo statement umemake, kuna venye hujamaliza kuimake lakini Evo asha react because alisema kwani kama kuna ugali.
Clinton, we are not closing. If somebody wants to chokoza ugali, we are not closing anything.
Hapo kwa ugali nayo, Ashley amekosea.
We are not disbanding.
Mimi I'm a Luo, and Luo is a lifestyle. Na Luo na ugali haezi you cannot separate those two.
Yeah, I think Ashley, you should ask us. What about
If you want to
ugali?
live long, you have to separate them to avoid disease. So you can.
We are all
you can
gonna die sooner or
substitute
later.
it.
So what are you?
No, but I'm just saying you can substitute it for something that like malto meal. It's a cereal that can be made into
My grandmother
ugali.
died last year at 105 years, and he doesn't know anything called malt. And usipopika ugali kwake hatungekuwa tunaelewana.
And my
Again,
grandfather and
I'm
my
a medic.
step-grandfather.
I'm a medic, and
My
I've never heard of
step-grandfather
ugali
is
causing
alive.
diabetes. Huh?
Actually, nyinyi wasichana mnaweza kula hata yogurt na mlale nayo. Sasa
Hata
sisi wanaume
we have a
bana,
lot of
Mi ukula food za Kenya nikienda kwa party. So when I go to a party, it's real party because that's when I see Kenyan food.
I'm a medic and I've never heard of ugali causing diabetes, so it's not part of the disease.
Actually hapo kwa ugali
Actually, where are you?
tuheshimiane tafadhali.
And in fact, you will make me call all the Kisii friends that are here. They never eat anything apart from ugali. They will really jawa you with kiboko.
So actually hapo kwa ugali tumeelewana tuheshimiane cause hey.
I do make ugali, but my ugali is not with the Kenyan flour. It is with a cereal that looks like it's called malt or meal. It comes out when
Sisi ni wa Kenya. Sisi ni wa Kenya. Na hata wewe ulitoka Kenya. Ulikula hiyo ugali tunakula sasa.
Hata na sikatai. Na hiyo ugali ni mzuri. Hiyo mi make it tasty. It's really tasty. You try if you can get that.
Hiyo ni artificial ugali.
No, it's actually better. It tastes better than the ugali with the Kenyan flour.
Leave alone.
Honestly.
How is it ugali without Kenyan flour and the name ugali comes from Kenya?
It's ugali but with a different flour. In fact, and it's healthier. It's healthier. It has iron. It has calcium. It's a healthier kind of ugali.
Kula hiyo yenye ni healthy.
Maina said something about brainwashing, and I now see where it's coming from.
I'm not brainwashed.
Actually, kula hiyo tukutane mbele tafadhali.
Hebu leta sura yako hapa tuone hiyo ugali unakula imeshafanya.
I'll bring it tomorrow. I'll show you the packet. And I would like someone to taste it and tell me honestly if they like it better than the one they eat. The taste.
Tell us where you can
because
find
when
it.
I used to make the other ugali, the Kenyan ugali, and I give to my friends, they would be like, this thing is tasteless. How do you eat it? So they would ask me for margarine to put inside or to put salt to have taste in it.
You must believe in America. That's the problem.
Huh?
You are in
You must believe in America. That's where the problem is. They say our ugali has no taste.
Oh, so you have the same, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
And the one I'm talking about, actually, I want you, Collins, I'll show you the picture of the malto meal, or just go and look for it at the store and make it and eat it and compare it to the ugali that you eat and give us feedback, honest feedback.
Actually, are you working with a marketing company?
I wish. I honestly have a mind of my own.
Since at our homes we don't put sukari in ugali, so we can't be very happy eating any ugali that is having any taste.
No, you see, now you're already having a closed mind. Just eat it with an open mind and see how it tastes, because you're already saying it doesn't taste like sugar. Just eat it and tell me how you find the taste. How is the taste?
Yeah, I know.
Because you talked about assimilation.
Vile nimesema habari ya nini ya chakula na Wakenya.
Yeah.
We're not adventurous when it comes to food.
Me, I don't cook Kenyan food, period.
Nikienda Kenya nakuta vile chakula nilikuwa napatiwa na shosho. Ukipeleka demu hata kwa hotel unataka nini? Na ugali. Hakuna mtu adventurous.
Eko sana.
Kasi yangu iko pande ya na eko pale. Unaona? Lakini ukienda kama nchi zingine za Afrika, Uganda, Nigeria, unakuta kuna wide range ya chakula. Kenya hakuna chakula na sisi tuko na njaa. Kwa sababu tuko na ile tu chakula tunajua ukienda sana ni mchele nini inatoaje ingine mchele na ugali. Unaona hapa tunaongea ugali. Hakuna mtu amekuja anaweza kupika ugali iwe kitu kingine. Ni vile tu inapikwa. We are not adventurous.
I should show Ashley my chapati. I should show Ashley my chapati. I feel like showing her my chapati.
I actually support Maina Chege because you can actually eat that ugali I'm talking about with leeks instead of eating it with kale. You know, like change it.
ukija kwangu, okay, mimi chakula zangu most ni European, Asian, zingine ni zile nimejifunza. Nikiingia kwa jikoni, I experiment with whatever is in the fridge. Hata ikiwa hazipelekani, lakini kule ugali ni lazima ipelekane na sukuma wiki ama madharo. Haina nini? People are not adventurous. What else can you eat with this ugali? It's so limited, and we don't need to be limited about.
Naina, excuse me, Naina. So the debate was just good until Ashley came up with the ugali issue. Now wale wazee wa ugali, Collins na Jeff, they changed completely.
Lakini vizuri.
Sema maneno ya mwisho kwa hii ugali yako, at least wapone.
Mimi ningesema hii ugali yetu tutafutie kitu kingine ya kukula na hiyo ugali, si tu madharo na nyama na inaitwaje, kuna nyingine there's some
kumbe vitu kama
kumbe lakini hiyo ugali
ama kama uko na high blood pressure, you can even eat ugali with leeks. You know, leeks are diuretics. And they taste really, it's onion, it's like in the family of onions, and they taste really good. So yeah, that's another thing you can eat. So it's good to shake it up.
Experiment this stuff.
Okay.
Ukienda masoko ya Nigeria unakuta kuna snails. Ukienda soko ya Nigeria unakuta kuna snail pale.
Clinton amesema kitu lakini amemeza tena.
Kuna ingine inaitwa enguse. Lakini hiyo enguse hatuwezi kula wa Kenya. Inanuka vibaya sana hiyo.
Clinton amesema kitu na amemeza hiyo kitu amesema na ni tamu. So we are happy.
Amekuja time mbaya. Nilikuwa nasema hivi Collins.
Yeah.
Hizo vitu Ashley amesema venye unamwangalia ni kama uwezi zifanya anytime soon. Eti wachane na ile ugali yako imeandikwa kwa
No, by the way, when I was in the Caribbean, hakuna unga hii tunapika, so we had to be buying suji. Suji is made from wheat. Is not nini. So unapika kitu kinaka kama ugali lakini sio unga ya mahindi because hakuna unga ya mahindi pale. And
by the way, if I cooked for you that, if I didn't tell you it was not made from unga from Kenya, you would not know. But you notice that the taste is different, but it looks
also, there
exactly,
are some places
even
where
in
we
texture.
eat farina. Farina is not unga from Kenya. Is not sasa unga mahindi. Hata farina imetengenezwa na wheat.
Okay, sasa hiyo farina is like similar to what I'm talking about, the malto meal.
Yeah. And then we also have yam flour that we can use also for making things like ugali. So we are not so much rigid when it comes to eating. Or especially me, I've lived in 18 countries differently. So I have always to adapt to what they eat in that country. So at least when I go to every country, I know what, at least I will know this is made of this. So I eat what I know. Because I don't want to confuse my intestines, because when I go home, sometimes it brings another problem.
Okay, guys, naomba tumalize.
Tumemaliza.
Chege amemute.
Hey, thank you sana Nani Clinton. I think I'm gonna leave because I have only 8 minutes to go. I want to join some class. Thank you so much.
Asante Colin.
Yeah, so guys,
good night.
Guys, kuna WhatsApp yenye unaweza ukaraise issues zako kama uko na topic ungependa watu waongelee. Kuna WhatsApp number.
Na mtu ana WhatsApp atafanya nini? Mimi sina WhatsApp, sina Facebook.
How is it that una WhatsApp na simu, namba ya simu?
Yaani nikikaa tu niuze inanisumbua.
I don't want to comment on you, Jose, but I think you are 3 times younger than whom I know is using WhatsApp now.
Ni bando.
Thank you, Bo.
Asante sana.
Bye.
Hata wacha
Thank you.
mimi pia nilale, kesho tuonane
Sawa.
kesho.
Okay,
Sawa.
asante, tumeshukuru.
Clinton, add
Thank
me
you
onto
very
that
much.
WhatsApp group because Mutembei has my number, but I don't see if he added me to any WhatsApp group.
Okay, kama kuna namba yako nitamwambia kesho asubuhi akuweke kwa group.
Okay,
So
thank you so
maybe
much.
kama unataka WhatsApp na uko na namba ya simu, type hapo kwa private chat, Mutembei anaiona. Alafu your number will just be there. Ukitype kwa private
Ashley,
chat
uko wapi?
utakuwa umecommunicate na Mutembei directly.
Okay.
Ashley
Ashley,
akuambia
Ashley,
mambo na
uko
ugali. Amemute.
Ashley, uko wapi?
I'm here.
Nchi gani?
I'm online in anonymous.
No, which country?
I'm in the US.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Ayaga,
Yes.
ni 6 ya hapa ama ni ya Kenya kesho?
Ni 6 ya Kenya.
Oh, okay,
Actually,
asante.
East African time.
UK itakuwa ni 8.
Oh, sawa.
Look, subscribe, so I think I should get an alert.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good
Okay,
night.
bye guys.
Good night.
Okay, sawa. Asante, hata mimi nimeenda sasa. Good night.